This is your final awakening ceremony. Should you fail to awaken successfully, you will live your lives as ordinary individuals. While this may bring a sense of regret, it also spares you from the majority of dangers, which is not without its merits. The voice resonated in Lu Yuan's ears, transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible. Startled, he jolted awake. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He found himself in a classroom teeming with students. Approximately 40 in numbered. At the podium stood a teacher, over 50 years of age, leaning on a lectern while speaking. Where is this? Lu Yuan was bewildered. Didn't I die? Previously, Lu Yuan was a corporate worker, having graduated from university 2 years prior, enduring the rigors of a 996 work schedule, occasionally facing the grueling 007 hours. The competitive environment had become so intense that not working overtime felt like an affront to the world. Ultimately, due to incessant late nights and a diet of takeout, his unhealthy lifestyle led to a cancer diagnosis. Upon receiving the news, Lu Yuan felt little emotional upheaval. Life, after all, often surprises you with a twist when you believe it couldn't possibly get worse. Though this surprise was profound, he had grown somewhat numb to existence by the time of diagnosis. He was already in the late stages to alleviate his family's burden and his own suffering. He tearfully deleted the academic materials he had amassed over time and ultimately chose to end his life. While evasion may be deemed shameful, Lu Yuan found it pragmatically beneficial. He had a younger brother to consider, and with this choice, he felt assured that his aging parents would not be left unattended. He departed this world in a state of tranquility. Yet, he feared his parents would be heartbroken. Lu Yuan momentarily drifted in thought before returning to reality. Thus, the questions arose. Who am I? Where am I? He understood every word spoken by the teacher at the podium, yet their collective meaning eluded him. Awakening? What awakening? At that moment, Lu Yuan felt his mind swell as a myriad of information surged into his consciousness. The confusion in his eyes gradually faded. Replaced by clarity, he realized he had arrived in another world, inhabiting the body of a young man also named Lu Yuan. In this realm, every individual between the ages of 16 and 18 has one opportunity each year to awaken. Should they succeed, they would activate their genetic chains, transforming into extraordinary genetic warriors, and gain access to a realm known as the Land of Origins, where they could embark on adventures to acquire unique treasures and formidable powers. Lu Yuan was not an awakener. His knowledge of the Land of Origins and the Awakeners was scant, his information limited. An orphan by circumstance, he had survived a transformative event in his childhood, emerging as the sole survivor of his family. Under the Empire's guardianship, he grew to adulthood. Recalling the deeply buried memories of that transformative event, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted and his body trembled. This was a primal instinct of the body, a response born of fear. Now 18. If Lu Yuan could awaken and activate his genetic chain, a future awaited him at the Genetic Warriors Academy. If one cannot awaken, then he may attend an ordinary university, though the Empire shall not bear the burden of tuition and living expenses. After all, the Empire's support ceases upon reaching adulthood at the age of 18. The memories of the original body faded just before this lesson, and in the last recollection, his form collapsed upon the desk, consciousness slipping away. Had he perished? Due to his reclusive nature, the original had no friends in class. No one noticed his demise until Lu Yuan arrived in this realm, leaving him somewhat astonished. According to the original's memories, following the aberration incident and the loss of his parents, he had become exceedingly withdrawn, yet his health remained robust. How could he suddenly succumb? He hadn't even stayed up late. Lu Yuan pondered, suspecting it might be a lingering effect of the aberration. For in this world, aberrations are the most perplexing phenomena, and anything could occur. He chose not to delve further. For him, the opportunity to start anew was already a stroke of fortune. Since he had arrived, he would embrace this new life with tranquility, hoping this existence would not be excessively competitive. He truly could not bear it. All right, those whose names are called, step up to the podium to commence the awakening ritual. Wang Yi. The teacher's voice at the podium snapped Lu Yuan back to reality. He raised his gaze to the platform, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Awakening. He had read novels before naturally. He yearned for such extraordinary powers. Having failed in the previous 2 attempts, he hoped for success this time. The boy named Wang Yi approached the podium, his face betraying a hint of anxiety as he looked at the teacher. Do not be nervous, the first 2 have already awakened, so you know what to do, correct? Place your hand on the awakening crystal and sincerely feel your own existence. Wang Yi nodded. earnestly placing his hand upon a crystal orb on the lectern, then closed his eyes. The air thickened, and silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a while, the teacher glanced at his watch and calmly stated, "All right, a minute has passed. The awakening crystal shows no response. The awakening has failed. You may step down." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he dejectedly returned to his seat. A somber mood settled over the classroom. The teacher surveyed the students and spoke. "The probability of awakening for ordinary individuals is merely 10, and diminishes with each attempt. With 2 failures prior, the likelihood of success on the 3rd is quite slim. Do not harbor excessive expectations, lest disappointment ensue." The atmosphere grew even heavier with these words. Lu Yuan thought to himself, what an adept purveyor of gloom this teacher was. He felt a chill settle in his heart. Could it be that he too might fail to awaken? Something felt amiss. According to the narratives of novels, isn't the protagonist typically the one who transmigrates? If he were to remain unawakened, this world would lose a potentially formidable genetic warrior, a critical asset in the struggle against aberrations and foreign threats. Such a loss would be unbearable for humanity. Next, Li Shi. The awakening ritual continued at as the teacher indicated. The probability of success on a 3rd attempt was exceedingly low. Approximately half an hour passed, and among the 30 students tested, none experienced an awakening. Lu Yuan's heart sank deeper with each passing moment. Lu Yuan, the teacher called, drawing the attention of the entire class. I in the classroom. Lu Yuan was an outsider, devoid of friends to offer him encouragement, and everyone merely observed in silence. The teacher's demeanor was no different than with any other student, maintaining the same inscrutable expression. Lu Yuan felt a surge of resentment. He was afforded none of the privileges typically granted to a protagonist. Was it not customary for either a multitude to express concern for him, or for someone to emerge and mock him? Why did everyone respond with such indifference? Was this truly reasonable? Could it be that I am not the protagonist after all? Approaching the teacher's desk, Lu Yuan heard the teacher reiterate the previous instructions. Place your hand upon the awakening crystal and sincerely feel your own existence. Do not be overly anxious. Nodding, Lu Yuan placed his hand on the awakening crystal. The surface was cool to the touch, offering a comforting sensation. He closed his eyes and endeavored to attune himself as per the teacher's guidance. However, all he encountered was an enveloping darkness. As time elapsed in silence, a sense of unease began to creep into Lu Yuan's heart. Was it possible that I truly could not awaken? In a world fraught with danger, possessing even a modicum of power was preferable to being powerless. Just as anxiety gnawed at him, a flicker of ethereal blue light emerged from the abyss. In the next instant, a translucent cube of the same hue materialized, spinning erratically within the darkness. With the appearance of the azure cube, the dark void was rent asunder, and a white mist began to unfurl. A colossal double helix of light stood majestically amidst the white haze, its base grounded in white while its upper portion vanished into the mist. The azure cube, as if drawn by an unseen force, gravitated toward the light column, orbiting it in a mesmerizing dance. Gene chain. Lu Yuan's heart surged with exhilaration. Had I truly awakened? Indeed, it was as expected of me. Yet, what was this cube? Though his knowledge of awakened genetic warriors was limited, he was familiar with the fundamental concepts of awakening. He had never heard of anyone manifesting such a cube during their awakening. Fixated on the cube, Lu Yuan instinctively grasped its significance in the next moment. The cube's function was simple yet extraordinary: evolution. It was said that genetic warriors could imprint the genes of monsters from their origins to acquire genetic combat skills, akin to how fish swim and birds fly abilities inscribed within their very genes. Each time a genetic warrior ascended a tier, an empty segment of the gene chain would present itself, allowing for a singular fusion opportunity. Once fused, the genes became fixed and could not be further enhanced. Lower ear genes offered minimal improvement, while higher tier genes, if inscribed carelessly, could rebound adversely. Therefore, selecting genes required utmost prudence. Each inscribed genetic combat skill had to complement one another harmoniously. However, this enigmatic cube possesses the extraordinary ability to facilitate the continuous evolution of the encoded genes, akin to possessing boundless potential. Even the most feeble and ordinary genes can gradually ascend to the highest echelons. This signifies infinite potential and limitless possibilities. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Confidence of Youth. Lu Yuan's heart raced. The azure cube was astonishingly powerful. Infinite evolution. Given time, he could grow to an astonishing degree that would leave everyone in awe. The strongest among humanity? The mightiest in the cosmos? It seemed there was hope for both. Yet, what exactly was this cube? Why did it manifest at the moment of his awakening? As Lu Yuan pondered, a sudden sharp pain pierced his left wrist. He opened his eyes to behold the awakening crystal radiating a white luminescence, while golden threads danced around his wrist, ultimately forming a golden ring. The gene battle mark. This was the emblem of every awakened one. It also served as the key to enter the origin land. The emergence of the gene battle mark confirmed that Lu Yuan had indeed awakened as a gene warrior. Gene battle mark. Lu Yuan, you've awakened. The astonished voice of his teacher resonated. Below, his classmates erupted into a cacophony of shock. That Lu Yuan has awakened. He usually remains silent. Who would have thought he could awaken? So what if he has awakened? Being a gene warrior is perilous. Who knows when an accident might occur? Many classmates looked at Lu Yuan with mixed emotions of envy, jealousy, and some young ladies gazed at him with an unusual glimmer in their eyes. To be fair, Lu Yuan was handsome, albeit typically brooding and reclusive, further compounded by his past experiences with aberrations that deterred others from approaching him. However, following his awakening, Lu Yuan's allure surged to new heights, prompting some young women to stir with excitement. As a gene warrior, he held a prestigious status among humanity's elite forces. Lu Yuan overheard the discussions below, but he paid them no mind. In truth, few genuinely wished for his success. He had long surpassed the age of petty disputes, focusing on his own endeavor sufficed. Upon Lu Yuan's awakening, a smile finally graced the teacher's previously stern face. He looked at Lu Yuan and said gently, "Congratulations, Lu Yuan. You are now a gene warrior. With 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, strive diligently to secure a place in a reputable gene warrior academy that will greatly benefit your future. By the way, now that you have awakened, you can register with the Gene Warrior Association, which entitles you to a monthly subsidy of 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy. 5,000 yuan? Even with imperial support, his monthly allowance was merely 800 yuan, barely sufficient for the most basic living expenses. Of course, tuition and miscellaneous fees were waived. Typically, a freshly graduated student from an ordinary university might earn around 3,000 yuan a month. Now, Lu Yuan could effortlessly receive 5,000 yuan without lifting a finger, making him feel as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. After all, who wouldn't relish the prospect of free money? However, Lu Yuan quickly regained his composure. He was destined to become the mightiest man in the universe. How could he be satisfied with such trivial matters? Unless he was promised a monthly sum of 10,000. Lu Yuan nodded and smiled, saying, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, teacher." He was not surprised by the teacher's change in attitude. It was rumored that the awakened students counted toward the teacher's performance metrics, accompanied by substantial bonuses. The teacher glanced at the students below and said with a smile, "Let us congratulate Lu Yuan for successfully awakening." Regardless of their willingness, every student followed the teacher's lead and applauded. The teacher nodded with a smile and looked at Lu Yuan, saying, "All right, you may return to your seat." Under the gaze of all, Lu Yuan made his way back to his position. The awakening ceremony will continue. Next, Wang Ming. As the ceremony proceeded, Lu Yuan found himself distracted. He was currently examining his genetic battle patterns, feeling as though they were a switch he could control with his consciousness. He had a premonition that activating this switch would grant him access to the legendary origin realm. However, his understanding of the origin realm was quite limited at this moment. Before venturing forth, he needed to prepare adequately. With only 2 months left until the college entrance examination, he knew that the test for genetic warriors would differ significantly from the ordinary exams. Compared to his peers who awakened at 16, he had already lost 2 years of developmental time. Catching up to them and securing a place in a prestigious institution within 2 months was no simple task. Fortunately, with the evolution cube capable of continuously enhancing his genes, he felt a glimmer of hope. Having experienced a college life in his previous life, Lu Yuan understood well that a good university serves as a vital stepping stone for one's future, ensuring a smoother path. Ahead, and no matter what, he must exert his utmost effort to gain admission to the finest genetic warrior academy. Upon returning, he would seek information regarding the origin realm and dedicate himself to his studies. By the way, the name Evolution Cube was one he had just coined himself. He found it quite appealing and fitting. After Lu Yuan's awakening, the remaining students grew increasingly eager. Perhaps they too would awaken. Yet, the reality proved to be harsh. By the time the last student completed their test, out of a class of 41, only Lu Yuan had awakened, becoming a genetic warrior. After the awakening ceremony concluded, the teacher put away the crystal ball and looked at the somber, disappointed crowd, stating, "It is entirely normal not to awaken. If you cannot become a genetic warrior, then focus on your studies and strive for a good university. This is your responsibility towards your own life and future." Lu Yuan was uncertain whether the others absorbed the teacher's words, but he felt a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of the 100-day pledge before the college entrance examination in his previous life. Unfortunately, not many students in his past truly understood the weight of those words, and by the time they did, it was often too late. In contemplating the future, every youthful soul harbors an inexplicable confidence, believing themselves to be the protagonists of their era, destined to ascend to the role of CEO, marry a wealthy and beautiful partner, and reach the pinnacle of life. However, reality often transforms them into earnest workers, reaping the rewards of their endeavors. Indeed, Lu Yuan is one such individual. In a fleeting moment, he finds himself reminiscing about the self-assured version of himself from that time. What was the source of that enigmatic confidence? Unlike his current self, which is significantly more grounded. How quintessentially me. Once the teacher concluded their remarks, the students within the classroom began to cluster in pairs or small groups, lamenting and expressing their grievances. "I can't believe I didn't awaken. I thought this time I would surely do so. So does this mean I can only study diligently from now on, destined to be an ordinary person? It appears I must return to inherit the family business. Thankfully, my family owns a modest company, so at least I won't have to worry about basic necessities." What a disappointment. As the students conversed, many glanced towards Lu Yuan's direction, for he was the sole individual in the class who had undergone an awakening. A pretty female classmate Rose approached Lu Yuan's desk and with a beaming smile said, "Lu Yuan, it seems we are heading in the same direction. Would you like to walk home together?" Lu Yuan glanced at her, shook his head gently, and replied in a calm tone, "No, thank you. I prefer to be alone." The girl's smile faltered, and with a forced chuckle, she nodded, "Oh." She then turned and departed. Other girls, who had been eager to initiate conversation, abandoned their intentions upon witnessing this exchange. Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief. Although his personality diverged from that of his predecessor, and he was not particularly reclusive, he found little to discuss with classmates from whom he was destined to drift apart. They had not interacted throughout their 3 years of high school, and there was no necessity for future exchanges. The ripples caused by Lu Yuan's awakening in the classroom soon subsided. Post-awakening, he still needed to continue his studies. Even as a genetic warrior, he was required to attend cultural classes. Genetic warriors are not illiterate, and education primarily cultivates critical thinking and logical reasoning. After school that afternoon, Lu Yuan departed the campus, walking toward the Genetic Warriors Association. He had previously consulted a map and discovered that the association was quite distant from the school, requiring over an hour's walk. Why not take a vehicle? Apart from the lack of funds, what other reason could there be? While Lu Yuan had glimpsed the city's visage in his memories, walking through the streets now imparted a surreal sensation. Towering skyscrapers loomed, neon lights flickered, hovering motorcycles glided through the air, and massive screens broadcast advertisements featuring glamorous celebrities. Singing and dancing with radiant smiles, the streets bustled with pedestrians, some adorned with mechanical limbs, and even robots were observable. In that moment, Lu Yuan felt a profound awe, as though he had stepped into the future. After over an hour of walking along bus Route 11, he finally arrived at his destination, guided by the map on his phone that in the city of Shili, the southern district branch of the Gene Warriors Association stands as a striking edifice within a bustling area. Constructed entirely of black stone, this towering structure spans over 200 meters in width. Flanking the grand entrance are 2 imposing warrior statues, each approximately 50 meters tall, poised with long swords that intersect gracefully in midair, casting a shadow. Upon the entrance below, the individuals entering and exiting through the main door exhibit a distinct appearance compared to the average populace. Some are clad in armor, while others don robes of magic, some carry long swords, and a few even possess tails, prompting Lu Yuan to question the very nature of humanity. Yet, nearly all exude an aura of formidable strength. Here, Lu Yuan feels akin to a sheep amidst a pack of wolves. Taking a deep breath, he steps through the grand entrance. Upon entering, he finds himself in a spacious hall, where his gaze is immediately drawn to the central information desk. Navigating carefully to avoid the powerful strides of the Gene Warriors, he approaches the desk. The attendant behind the counter greets him with a warm smile, inquiring, "Hello, how may I assist you today? I have just awakened and wish to register," Lu Yuan replies. The attendant gestures to the right, indicating the registration area is over there. Xiao AI, please escort this gentleman to her request. A petite white robot, approximately 1.6 meters tall, steps forward, its cheerful, youthful voice exclaiming, "Sir, please follow me. Xiao AI will guide you to the Gene Warrior registration area." With that, the robot turns and begins to walk, prompting Lu Yuan to follow closely behind. As they traverse the hall, Gene Warriors part ways for Xiao AI, allowing Lu Yuan to navigate the throng with ease. Before long, they arrive at a room on the right side of the hall. The space is roughly 200 square meters, furnished with chairs in the center and a row of windows on the opposite side, where staff members are diligently processing registrations. Lu Yuan quickly surveys the room. Approximately 20 individuals occupy the chairs, all youthful in appearance, likely around Lu Yuan's age or perhaps even younger. He surmises that these individuals, too, have recently awakened. Once in the room, Xiao A's voice chimes again, "Sir, this is the registration area. You may take a ticket from the machine over there and wait for your number to be called." She gestures toward a ticket dispenser by the door. Lu Yuan approaches the machine and retrieves a ticket, glancing at the number, B12. Observing that the current number is B08, he realizes he must wait a while longer. He finds a quiet corner to sit and patiently await his turn. After approximately half an hour, the intercom announces his number. Lu Yuan rises and approaches the window, where a slender young woman greets him with a smile. "Hello, are you here to register as a Gene Warrior?" she asks. "Yes," he replies. "Please hand me your ticket, and I will need to check your fingerprint and iris," she instructs. Lu Yuan presents his ticket and follows her guidance for the verification process. The young woman glances at the screen beside her, smiling as she does so. "Imperial Citizen, ID number XL 139205253232. Name Lu Yuan. Please confirm if this is correct." Before Lu Yuan, a holographic display appeared, showcasing his profile picture alongside his ID number and name. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the screen, and he clicked confirm. "Please present your genetic battle mark." Lu Yuan raised his left wrist, revealing the golden patterns etched upon it. The attendant produced a sleek black device and placed it against the golden markings. Moments later, a sound emitted, and the device flickered with a green light. She smiled and said, "Genetic battle mark confirmed. Mr. Lu Yuan, congratulations on becoming a genetic warrior. May you thrive in your martial endeavors and fight for the survival of humanity." "Thank you." The attendant made a few more adjustments before continuing. "Registration is complete. You have just awakened and are now classified as a trainee genetic warrior. You will receive an imperial stipend of 5,000 red maple coins each month, and this month's allowance has already been deposited into your personal account. Additionally, I have granted you access to the Genetic Warrior website. Your account is your ID number, and the initial password is 666666 that you may log in to explore the materials related to genetic warriors. The Empire has also prepared basic spiritual energy guidance techniques, as well as military boxing and swordsmanship, free of charge for newly awakened genetic warriors, which have been sent to your Battle Network inbox. Please check it upon your return." After sharing this wealth of information, the attendant looked up at Lu Yuan and asked with a smile, "Do you have any questions?" Lu Yuan listened attentively, momentarily taken aback. He quickly pulled out his phone to check and saw the transaction notification for 5,000 coins. His personal savings now amounted to 5,035 coins, a cause for celebration. As for the spiritual guidance techniques, Lu Yuan was unfamiliar with them and planned to investigate later. With this thought, he felt a surge of eagerness to return home. His smile brightened as he replied, "No, thank you. You're welcome. If you have no further questions, please rate my service." Naturally, Lu Yuan gave a 5-star review. Afterward, he could hardly wait to leave the Genetic Warrior Association. With newfound wealth, he utilized a ride-hailing app to summon a vehicle. In mere moments, a driverless hovercar arrived at his side. The technology in this world was far more advanced than what Lu Yuan had previously known. Autonomous driving, intelligent robotics, and hover technology had all matured significantly. From what Lu Yuan understood, this knowledge was all derived from the origin place of genetic warriors. One could only imagine the treasures that lay within that enigmatic location. He entered the car and headed home. Before long, the hover car transitioned from the vibrant and bustling districts to an area that appeared somewhat dilapidated. Bang, bang, bang. Seated in the vehicle, Lu Yuan faintly heard the distant sound of gunfire. His expression remained unchanged, accustomed to it. Due to limited living expenses, Lu Yuan resided in a low-income neighborhood where safety was precarious and gun battles occurred from time to time. After all, this world was plagued by mutations, and occasionally, ferocious beasts infiltrated the cities. Ordinary citizens were not prohibited from carrying weapons. This has resulted in rampant gang activity in areas plagued by poor security, with numerous crimes occurring. The region where Lu Yuan resides is relatively better. He has heard tales of certain areas where individuals vanish without a trace on a daily basis. Soon, the hover car came to a halt at the entrance of Lu Yuan's residential complex. He lowered his head slightly and hurriedly entered the premises. With great caution, he navigated past several inebriated individuals and politely declined the advances of enthusiastic solicitors before finally returning to his room. His abode was a modest 20 square meter space, furnished with merely a bed, a desk, and a rudimentary bathroom. The rent was remarkably affordable, merely $200 per month. Upon entering his room, Lu Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Each return home filled him with trepidation, dreading the moment when a stray bullet might claim his life. Previously, he had only sensed this fear through the memories of his predecessor, but now, experiencing it firsthand left him quite unsettled. He felt as though he perpetually teetered on the brink of death. Wait a moment, could it be that I have money now? His eyes brightened with the realization. Tomorrow, he would seek new accommodations and escape this wretched place. Otherwise, he feared that he might be gunned down before he even had the chance to become a significant figure. That would undoubtedly be the most colossal loss in the history of humankind. No longer dwelling on these thoughts, he opened the antique notebook on his desk and began to log into the Genetic Warrior website, commonly referred to as the Battle Network. He navigated the site, opened the web page, and entered his username and password.id card. 666666. In. Once logged in, Lu Yuan promptly changed his password and decided to select a new username. Initially, he intended to use Fated Person, but discovered that it had already been claimed. After attempting several other names, all of which were unavailable, he ultimately settled on the moniker Supportive Individual, a name brimming with promise. This experience profoundly impressed upon Lu Yuan the universal truth that choosing a name is perpetually a troublesome endeavor, regardless of the world one inhabits. After updating his username and password, he noticed that he had received emails. Upon opening them, he found 3 documents: Basic Qi Guiding Technique, Military Body Fist, Military Body Swordsmanship. Chapter 4. Planning. How is it different from the introduction? Lu Yuan opened the materials on the Basic Qi Guidance Technique. It consisted of merely 4 simple pages. The first line bore a blood-red warning. The Basic Qi Guidance Technique is the official property of the Maple Empire. It is strictly forbidden for registered Gene warriors to privately teach others. Violation of this rule will result in the death penalty. Lu Yuan's pupils involuntarily constricted. Such stringent measures? It appears this knowledge is exceedingly valuable. He hastily continued to read. The content of the Basic Qi Guidance Technique was straightforward, merely discussing the fundamental knowledge of Qi and how to absorb it. Qi is a ubiquitous and versatile energy that permeates the entire universe. Only Gene warriors who have activated their gene chains can absorb and utilize it. Gene warriors generate Qi by honing their physical bodies and minds. And they can also absorb Qi from their surroundings. Qi can refine the gene chain, which in turn nourishes and strengthens the body and mind. Once the awakened gene chain has been thoroughly refined by Qi, it can be activated in a special manner to unlock higher-level gene chains. This is also the method by which Gene warriors enhance their own capabilities. Lu Yuan suddenly understood that only with Qi could a Gene warrior fully realize their potential and continuously elevate themselves. No wonder there was a blood-red warning. Only registered Gene warriors could receive the official Qi Guidance Technique. Those unregistered naturally lacked access to such knowledge. Generally, unregistered Gene warriors were often individuals of questionable repute. Without the Qi Guidance Technique, the challenge of refining the gene chain became exceedingly arduous for these individuals. He began to grasp the significance of the warning. Of course, such measures would likely not deter some from taking risks. Lu Yuan carefully memorized the contents of the Qi Guidance Technique, intending to practice diligently thereafter. Subsequently, he glanced at the other 2 documents. The Military Body Fist and Military Killing Sword were foundational martial arts utilized by the Maple Empire's military, encompassing both boxing and sword techniques. With prolonged practice of these 2 martial arts, one could enhance physical strength and marginally boost mental fortitude, as they were also combat techniques designed for real-world application, methods of killing. Both the Military Body Fist and Military Killing Sword included instructional videos featuring a cold, composed middle-aged man in military attire demonstrating the 2 martial arts. The instruction was thorough, and combined with the accompanying text, Lu Yuan felt confident in his ability to learn. He resolved to practice these two martial arts earnestly. After securely saving all three materials, Lu Yuan began to browse the battle network. The network comprised numerous modules, including trading, combat, and task modules, among others. The first page presented major news within the Jin warrior community. Astonishingly, the Ice Princess, Seat Xingxiu, who had not been seen for 6 months, had broken through to the Battle Master level. The War King Xianjiu became the 6th Battle King level powerhouse in the Great Chi Star human race to conquer the Great Rock Secret Realm. Lu Yuan skimmed through these headlines before ultimately locating the module containing information about the origin land. Within the module, there were numerous posts detailing information about the origin land. There are indeed numerous posts that require payment, yet there are also free articles available. The free posts are typically published by official sources, providing essential information about the origin land. As Lu Yuan intends to venture into the origin land, he finds himself in need of such information. He clicks on a post titled "What preparations are necessary before entering the origin land for the first time?" Most awakened Jin warriors receive guidance from their elders before entering the origin land. However, this knowledge may not be beneficial to you. This post is intended for newcomers who lack the mentorship of experienced Jin warriors. If you find yourself in this category, I urge you to read on, as it will be of great assistance to you. Firstly, let us discuss the primary guidance of spiritual energy. Before entering the origin land, it is imperative to absorb the first strand of spiritual energy. Only by possessing spiritual energy can you unlock the space inherent to your Jin battle markings. Although the space at the apprentice level is quite limited, it will enable you to carry some items with you. Furthermore, any treasures you acquire within the origin land can only be brought out through this space, making it crucial. Secondly, we must consider the selection of items to bring into the origin land for the first time. It is important to note that technology produced in the external world will be ineffective as weaponry within the origin land. Therefore, do not expect to utilize items such as Gauss rifles or high-energy explosives. If you are a newcomer with sufficient funds, it is advisable to invest in quality Jin-armed equipment, as this will give you a significant advantage over others, allowing you to excel from the outset. However, if your financial resources are limited, you will need to bring only essential items. Below is a list of necessities. Thirdly, as a newcomer, you must understand that your initial stay in the origin land is limited to a mere 24 hours. Each moment of this time is exceedingly precious. By defeating monsters within the origin land, you can obtain spirit crystals, which serve to enhance your cultivation. As long as you manage to survive and exit the origin land, you can transition back to reality. For Jin warriors, this represents the most efficient path to empowerment. It is worth noting that spirit crystals are merely the most basic rewards obtainable within the origin land. There is a minuscule chance of acquiring Jin armaments and extraordinary genes upon slaying monsters, both of which hold immense value. During your adventures, you may encounter relics that grant knowledge of technology and the extraordinary, all of which are of great worth. This is the opportune moment to amass your first fortune. Thus, please make the most of these 24 hours. Fourthly, if you have trustworthy companions, you may embark on adventures together, utilizing Jin battle markings to establish a covenant for the equitable distribution of rewards. It is advised to practice fairness in this distribution to avoid potential discord or even conflict. Additionally, be aware that in the initial cities, apart from humans, there will be other races present. Exercise caution regarding these other races. Fifthly, for newcomers experiencing their first awakening, the Jin battle markings will be accompanied by an origin anchor point, which signifies the city where newcomers will arrive upon their first entry into the origin land. It is well known that all initial cities are intrinsic to the existence of the origin land and cannot be claimed. The initial cities designated for our human race, the Chi Star, include Storm City, Bone City, Sandrock City, and Blood Secret Fortress. Next, I shall introduce the advantages and disadvantages of 4 initial cities. This article is extensive, encompassing over 10,000 words. After diligently perusing each word, Lu Yuan has garnered a general understanding of the origin land, a realm brimming with boundless treasures. In the origin land, all the gains attained can only be brought back upon safely departing. Should one perish, all is lost. Indeed, death may even inflict damage upon the spirit, resulting in a period during which one cannot re-enter the origin land. The ramifications of this are profound. There are 2 methods to exit the origin land. One may either wait until the allotted time expires or utilize an escape item, which allows for the preservation of prior gains. However, escape items are exceedingly precious, and Lu Yuan's expression betrayed his financial constraints. Could he possibly purchase one? Not to mention escape items, even genetic armaments were beyond his means. Previously, He had observed the trading area where even the most basic genetic armaments began at several tens of thousands of currency. Lu Yuan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Why am I so impoverished? Is it necessary to toil endlessly for wealth in this world? Surely, something is amiss. Lu Yuan was somewhat reluctant to accept this reality. After browsing through several other posts, he had gained a general understanding of the preparations required before entering the origin land and had devised a plan. First, he would practice the guiding technique to absorb the first wisp of spiritual energy, thereby unlocking the space within the genetic battle patterns. Second, he intended to purchase essential supplies tomorrow, including a suitable alloy weapon. Although he could not afford genetic armaments, a basic alloy weapon should still be within his budget. Third, if time permitted, he would also practice military boxing and the military killing sword to enhance his own strength, ensuring that he did not perish upon his first venture, as that would be exceedingly disheartening. After confirming the subsequent steps, Lu Yuan shut down his computer and settled onto his bed, sitting cross-legged in preparation to absorb spiritual energy. According to the fundamentals of the guiding technique, he closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and entered a state akin to sleep, whereupon he could sense the spiritual energy. Lu Yuan reflected on the information he had previously encountered and closed his eyes. However, the moment he did so, he perceived numerous white specks of light surrounding him, swirling around in a jubilant dance. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Spiritual energy? How could there be so much? No, I have yet to clear my mind. How can I sense the spiritual energy already? This seems somewhat different from the descriptions provided. Chapter 5. Li Qinghe gazed at the swirling particles of spiritual energy within his consciousness, momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he cautiously employed the method of spiritual energy guidance to absorb the particles. To his astonishment, all the spiritual energy particles seemed to be magnetically drawn to him, soaring towards him and merging seamlessly into his being. Within his awareness, the particles traversed through a veil of white mist, integrating into the double helix of his genetic chain. Initially, the light emitted by the double helix was rather dim, but gradually, the glow at its base began to intensify spectacularly. As the genetic chain grew increasingly radiant, Li Qinghe felt a comforting warmth envelop his body, a sensation of pressure forming at his brow, and an undeniable clarity of mind emerging. This experience filled him with elation. Based on his current observations, it appeared that the spiritual energy refined the genetic chain, which in turn nourished both his physical form and spirit. However, he pondered the rapidity of his absorption, which seemed to far exceed the duration described in the spiritual energy guidance technique. Typically, individuals with considerable talent required 3 to 5 days for this process, while those of average aptitude might take 10 days to half a month. Yet here he was, having successfully achieved this upon merely closing his eyes. What did this signify in terms of talent? Could it possibly be attributed to the evolution cube? With a sense of joy, he glanced at the spinning azure cube. Just then, Li Qinghe's consciousness expanded, birthing a small spatial realm. This space, initially no larger than a fist, grew incrementally as he continued to absorb spiritual energy, ultimately reaching approximately 1 cubic meter. Although this small space was devoid of any substance, he could instinctively sense a connection between himself and it. He recognized this space as the one described in a previous post, the one that emerged upon absorbing the first wisp of spiritual energy, thereby expanding the genetic battle markings. According to the post, however, the development of such a space was supposed to be quite challenging. Li Qinghe could hardly believe how effortlessly he had fostered it. Everything had unfolded naturally. The only drawback was that this space felt somewhat diminutive. Once the space ceased to expand, Li Qinghe opened his eyes, greeted by a beam of morning light streaming through the window. He paused momentarily, surprised. Checking his phone, he noted the time, 6:34. Morning already. It felt as though only a few minutes had passed, yet so much time had elapsed. Remarkably, he felt invigorated, even more so than after a restful sleep. Was this the effect of spiritual energy? Quite impressive. After rising and refreshing himself, he exited his room. As he opened the door, he was met by a woman clad in a fitted red dress, adorned with exquisite makeup and possessing striking features, including a pair of bright, beautiful eyes. Upon seeing Li Qinghe, she smiled warmly. Li Qinghe, are you heading to class? He nodded in response. Yes, Qinghe Jia, just finished work? You must be tired. With a cheerful laugh, she raised the baozi in her hand. Just the opposite. I bought a few extra. Take some to enjoy on your way. A warm feeling enveloped Lu Yuan as he smiled and remarked, Sister Qinghe, you truly buy too much every day. Lu Yuan had moved away from the orphanage a year ago to reside here. Li Qinghe had lived here even longer than Lu Yuan, a frail and solitary girl navigating the hardships of a slum. To survive, she had to sacrifice almost everything. Nevertheless, to Lu Yuan, Li Qinghe was a caring sister who looked after him attentively, according to the memories of the previous owner of this body. Upon learning that Lu Yuan was an orphan with a meager monthly allowance, Li Qinghe would purchase extra breakfast every morning to bring back for him. She often shared advice regarding the area, warning him of dangers and things to avoid. Were it not for Li Qinghe, Lu Yuan might not have survived to this day. He held a deep gratitude for her, as she was one of the few sources of warmth he had after becoming an orphan. Although he longed to assist her, he was unable to support himself, let alone help others. Suddenly, Lu Yuan realized that he was now a genetic warrior. It wouldn't be long before he could leave this place. He could indeed help Li Qinghe by finding her a good job and assisting her in escaping this chaotic environment. Observing the smile on Lu Yuan's face, Li Qinghe paused, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes as she scrutinized him. Lu Yuan, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong?" With a smile, Li Qinghe replied, "I just feel that you seem a bit different, Lu Yuan. You didn't smile like this yesterday." A moment of clarity dawned on Lu Yuan. He understood that his transformation had been quite significant. Having lived in the slum and encountered a myriad of people, Li Qinghe was likely sensitive to such changes. He chuckled and said, "Actually, I encountered some good fortune." "What good fortune?" she asked. "I awakened as a genetic warrior yesterday. I believe my life may take a different turn, and I'm planning to make some changes." Li Qinghe's eyes widened in surprise, and then her face broke into a joyful smile. She stepped forward and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Congratulations, little brother Lu Yuan. You'll be a big shot from now on." "Well, that's uncertain for now, but I certainly won't stay in the slum for long," he replied. "Indeed. Leaving this place would be splendid," she nodded vigorously. Lu Yuan looked at Li Qinghe and said, "Sister Qinghe, I will find you a good job and take you away with me." Startled, Li Qinghe pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, skillfully selecting one, lighting it, and taking a puff. Supporting her left hand with her right, she exhaled a cloud of smoke and smiled at Lu Yuan, asking, "What's wrong? Are you ashamed of your sister?" Lu Yuan replied earnestly, "I remember who treats me well and who does not. Sister Qinghe is the only one here who has shown me kindness." He inherited the previous owner's memories, and, although he harbored no romantic feelings for Li Qinghe, he regarded her as a sister who cared for him. Naturally, he would lend a helping hand whenever possible. Li Qinghe fell silent for a moment before affectionately tousling Lu Yuan's hair, saying, "There's still a long way to go. We shall see when the time comes. Take the buns and head to class. Don't be late. I don't understand much about the genetic warriors. You'll have to manage on your own, but remember, safety first. I will take my leave now." Lu Yuan, with a resigned sigh, adjusted his tousled hair, grabbed 2 buns, and stepped out. Li Qinghe gazed at the closed door, paused in contemplation, extinguished her cigarette, and placed a bun in her mouth. Approaching Lu Yuan's door, she stood for a moment, squinted her bright eyes, then took a step forward, passing through the door into Lu Yuan's room, leaving the door firmly shut behind her. Taking a bite of her bun, she surveyed the surroundings, her gaze landing on an old laptop and Lu Yuan's meticulously crafted 3-step plan for entering the origin. She chuckled, "My reclusive little brother has truly grown up." Shaking her head, she retraced her steps through the door, returning to the living room while munching on her bun, making her way back to her own room. In truth, Lu Yuan did not attend class. Although his original self was reclusive, he possessed a sharp intellect, consistently excelling in academic subjects. Truly a legacy of my predecessor. Thus, Lu Yuan felt no need to exert himself academically. He had already obtained permission from his homeroom teacher to focus entirely on enhancing his skills as a genetic warrior for the foreseeable future. The teacher understood and readily agreed. For the next 2 months, Lu Yuan had the freedom to skip classes at will. Today, however, he intended to visit the shopping mall. Indeed, he sought to procure essential supplies for his upcoming adventure into the origin. As the saying goes, with provisions in hand, one remains composed. And the same holds true for money. Grasping over 5,000 red maple coins in his card, Lu Yuan felt as though he possessed the entire world, striding with an air of arrogance. Dressed in his finest attire, his school uniform, he confidently entered the mall to commence his shopping. The purchasing power of red maple coins slightly surpassed that of the beloved RMB from his previous life, though not by much. 5,000 coins was not an exorbitant sum. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was acquiring only ordinary items: military-grade compressed biscuits, energy bars, filling bread, and bottled water, along with insect repellent, deodorizer, ropes, and more for wilderness survival. Initially, Lu Yuan contemplated purchasing a sleeping bag and a tent, but upon reflection, considering the mere 24 hours he would spend inside, he decided to economize. Sleep was for the dead. Those who lived could rest later. However, even with just these essentials, he spent around 1,000 coins, leaving him with only 4,000. With this remaining sum, Lu Yuan made his way to the alloy weapon shop within the mall. Chapter 6. As Lu Yuan exited the alloy weapon shop, a sense of disorientation enveloped him. At that moment, his battle-marked space harbored a formidable sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length. Its blade a deep obsidian hue, glimmering with a cold light, an A1 blacklight alloy sword. This rudimentary alloy equipment had cost Lu Yuan 700 yuan, a price he had managed to negotiate after much deliberation. Otherwise, it would have set him back 900, a staggering 200 yuan more. Originally, Lu Yuan had contemplated purchasing armor as well, yet now he questioned his earlier confidence in spending 4,000 yuan to acquire both weaponry and armor. Glancing at the mere 300 yuan remaining in his pocket, Lu Yuan had initially entertained thoughts of relocating to a better residence. Such aspirations now seemed utterly unattainable. What had blinded him? Poverty, it seemed. Upon leaving the shopping center, Lu Yuan dared not glance back. He had arrived by taxi. But with only 300 yuan left and the necessity of meals to consider, he was left with no choice but to walk home. Fortunately, after absorbing spiritual energy, Lu Yuan had discovered that his stamina had notably improved and his strength had also increased somewhat. Although the distance from the shopping center to the slums exceeded 10 kilometers, he managed to jog back in just over half an hour. The slums during the day appeared far more harmonious than their nocturnal visage. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, some appearing gaunt and weary. The sidewalks were strewn with refuse, and children scavenged for useful items amidst the debris. Nearby, a group of young delinquents, their hair dyed in a riot of colors, stood with their hands in their pockets, occasionally glancing at passers-by, their intentions unclear. Lowering his gaze, Lu Yuan returned to his housing complex and entered his rented room. The living area was quiet. His modest apartment comprised 4 separate rooms, one for himself, another for Sister Qinghe, and the remaining 2 occupied by a middle-aged woman and a couple. However, the woman and the couple typically departed early in the day, leaving little opportunity for encounters. Sister Qinghe worked nights and was likely asleep at that hour. Lu Yuan gently closed the door and retreated to his own space. He then opened his notebook, logged into the battle network, and began to watch videos on military boxing and the art of combat with the sword. The room was rather cramped, yet as he was merely beginning his practice, his movements were slow enough to avoid any accidental damage. He continued his training until the sun dipped below the horizon, drenched in sweat. He sheathed the blacklight alloy sword and sat on his bed to rest. The sound of a door opening and closing echoed from outside, signaling Sister Qinghe's departure for work. Lu Yuan could not suppress a sigh. In his previous life, a young woman of Li Qinghe's attractive disposition would have undoubtedly been adored by countless suitors, lavished with affection. Yet in this world, survival had become exceedingly arduous. After a brief respite, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of spiritual energy. As he drew in the energy, his body grew warm, alleviating the fatigue that had weighed him down. To his astonishment, he found that practicing the technique of guiding spiritual energy was markedly more effective when he was exhausted than when he was not. No wonder it is said that physical training is effective for enhancing spiritual energy. It turns out to be true. The body, mind, and spiritual energy are interdependent, each elevating the other. The following morning, Lu Yuan stepped outside, intending to seek a tranquil spot for his physical training. At that moment, the door swung open, and Li Qinghe entered, holding a tray of pan-fried buns. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, she smiled and said, "Lu Yuan, I bought too many." Lu Yuan returned her smile. "Thank you, Qinghe." He reached out to accept the buns. "By the way, Lu Yuan, are you practicing your punches?" "How did you know, Qinghe? Your voice was quite loud yesterday. I could hear you from my room." Lu Yuan was taken aback. Although he was aware that the soundproofing of the rooms was poor, he often overheard the sounds made by a couple at night. He hadn't anticipated that his training would be audible as well. He nodded. "Yes, I plan to enter the Origin Land, so I need to practice self-defense techniques beforehand." "Oh," Li Qinghe nodded, a hint of confusion gracing her features. She continued, "I know a place that's quite convenient for practicing punches." Lu Yuan was startled, looking at Li Qinghe. "Really? Where is it?" He was just about to search for a quiet place to train, and he was surprised that Li Qinghe was already aware of such a location. It felt almost like the protagonist's treatment. What a stroke of luck. "A friend of mine, whom I met during my time in the slums, owns a martial arts school where you can train. I can take you there. Will it bother you, sister? You must be tired after working late." Li Qinghe pulled out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, took a puff, and then cheerfully replied, "It won't take much time." Seeing this, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. After finishing breakfast, Li Qinghe led Lu Yuan out the door. As they walked, both kept their heads slightly bowed, their pace hurried. "Look less, listen less, and mind your own business," was advice Li Qinghe had imparted to Lu Yuan, a principle for navigating life in the slums. After turning a few corners down the rather pungent streets, they finally arrived at a dilapidated metal gate. The sign above read Daming Martial Arts School in large characters, the neon lights flickering as if they were on the verge of failure. Outside the gate, several burly men were squatting and smoking. As the two approached, the men glanced up, and upon recognizing Li Qinghe, their eyes brightened. One man with a scar over his left eye even let out a lewd whistle. Lu Yuan frowned, but Li Qinghe flashed a charming smile at the men. The scarred man stood up and grinned. "Hey there, little girl, looking for me?" Li Qinghe chuckled lightly. "I'm here to see Brother Ming." Upon hearing this, the other men, who had been eager, froze momentarily, and the standing man instantly dropped his grin, silently returning to his squatting position and smoking. Lu Yuan glanced at the now silent group of men, feeling a sense of confusion. Li Qinghe had already greeted him, saying, "Come in with me." Lu Yuan followed her through the grand entrance. Inside, they found themselves in a vast plaza filled with various mechanical equipment. There were metal stakes, fitness apparatuses, and even a boxing ring. Numerous individuals were engaged in vigorous workouts, practicing their punches, and some were honing their skills in martial arts. Lu Yuan observed a muscular man, equipped with mechanical arms, delivering powerful blows to a metal stake, deforming it with each strike. He felt a surge of astonishment. He had never anticipated that such a place existed in the impoverished district. Curiously, he inquired, "Sister Qinghe, who is Minggu? How do you know him?" Li Qinghe raised an eyebrow at Lu Yuan, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. "Little brother, are you sure you want to know? How detailed do you wish the explanation to be?" Lu Yuan involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth, offering a dry chuckle. "Never mind." Li Qinghe smiled again, leading Lu Yuan deeper into the martial arts gym. In the inner sanctum, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, donned a tight black vest, his exaggerated muscles rippling as he struck a metal stake with powerful punches. Each blow resonated with a dull thud, leaving deep impressions on the solid metal. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted in disbelief. How could a mere human inflict such damage? Was he a genetic warrior as well? As Lu Yuan and Li Qinghe approached, the muscular man ceased his activity and turned to face them. His gaze swept over Lu Yuan before fixing on Li Qinghe, a strange smile appearing on his face. "What brings you here?" he asked in a gruff voice. Li Qinghe replied with a cheerful smile, "I just wanted to see you." The muscular man then turned his attention to Lu Yuan. "Who is this kid?" "He is my younger brother. I would like him to train here so he can learn to protect himself." "Your brother? Then let him train here. No charge." The man, surprisingly agreeable, waved his hand in acceptance. Lu Yuan had anticipated a more intimidating demeanor. Li Qinghe explained, "Lu Yuan, this is the owner here, Frank Ming. You can call him Minggu." Lu Yuan nodded eagerly, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Minggu." Frank Ming waved his hand dismissively, displaying a toothy grin. "Feel free to look around. Qinghe and I will go inside." With that, he turned and entered a side room. Li Qinghe shot Lu Yuan a peculiar smile. "You can explore for now. I'm heading in." Lu Yuan felt a whirlwind of emotions as he nodded. Was this kind of transaction truly suitable for someone of his age? As Li Qinghe entered the room and closed the door, Frank Ming had already drawn the curtains. Contrary to Lu Yuan's expectations, Frank Ming stood upright, addressing Li Qinghe with respect. "Madam." Li Qinghe lit a cigarette, settling into a brown leather sofa, crossing her legs. Frank Ming stole a cautious glance at Li Qinghe, tentatively asking, "Madam, who exactly is that boy outside?" Li Qinghe smiled and said, "By a stroke of fortune, I have come to know a young boy, a child of commendable character. He has just awakened his genes and has yet to enter the origin realm. I intend for him to practice under your guidance. Would you kindly instruct him?" Francis, realizing the situation, patted his chest, which felt as solid as a brick, and declared, "No problem. I will take care of it. Do not overact, lest you draw attention to yourself," Li Qinghe cautioned. "Understood, my lord. I shall remain here a little longer before departing." Li Qinghe nodded and, taking out her phone, began to engage in a mobile game. Francis, with a look of inner turmoil, hesitantly spoke up, "My lord, might we linger a bit longer?" Li Qinghe glanced up at him, inquiring, "What is your reasoning?" "Well, you see, if our time together is too brief, it may not reflect well when spoken of later." Li Qinghe narrowed her eyes, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Francis's complexion turned pale, and he quickly exclaimed, No, I misspoke. You are in charge, my lord." As Li Qinghe's smile faded, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to say, "By the way, there is a man outside with a scar over his left eye. I wish to avoid seeing him again." "Understood." Chapter 7. I see you have quite the talent. 5 minutes later, Li Qinghe completed her game of Lian Liankin, stood up, and walked towards the door. "You needn't come out," she stated. Standing tall, Fen Ming let out a sigh of relief. "Understood." In the corner, Lu Yuan, who had been practicing military boxing, hurried over upon seeing Li Qinghe. "Sister Qinghe, are you all right?" A teasing smile appeared on Li Qinghe's face. What could possibly be wrong? I've known Minggu for ages. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment before responding. Thank you, Sister Qinghe. I'm counting on you to help me make it big so I can escape this wretched place. Li Qinghe patted Lu Zhe's shoulder, chuckling. Don't worry, I will. All right, let's discuss future matters later. Minggu has already agreed to let you practice here. Once he emerges, seek his guidance. Lu Yuan nodded. I'll head back now. I'm feeling quite tired. Li Qinghe covered her mouth, stifling a yawn, and bid farewell to Lu Yuan as she exited the Daming Martial Arts Hall. Lu Yuan resumed his practice of military boxing. A few minutes later, Fan Ming also stepped out, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Lu Yuan glanced over and slightly lowered his head. Noticing Lu Yuan, Fan Ming approached, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. You must be Lu Yuan, right? Qinghe mentioned you wish to practice martial arts here? You're learning military boxing and military swordplay? Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Fan Ming scrutinized Lu Yuan before suggesting. Show me what you've got. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan began to demonstrate military boxing. Although he had only been practicing for less than a day, and while his movements were not yet fluid, his strength was undeniable. Even without mastery, his punches were formidable. Initially indifferent, Fan Ming's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness as he observed the force behind Lu Yuan's strikes, a look of astonishment creeping onto his face. The power displayed in those punches was certainly not characteristic of a newly awakened genetic warrior who had yet to enter the origin realm. After completing a set of punches, Lu Yuan's face flushed slightly as he caught his breath. Turning to Fan Ming, he noticed the bewilderment etched on his face. What's the matter? Lu Yuan inquired. Fan Ming, regaining his composure, spoke with a hint of peculiarity. Qinghe said you awakened the day before yesterday? Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, Minggu. Is there an issue? Fan Ming fell silent for a moment before saying, Come, strike me. Lu Yuan was taken aback, looking at Fan Ming. Minggu, you want me to hit you? Are you afraid of hurting me? Just go for it, Fan Ming replied, displaying a hint of impatience. Lu Yuan smirked. Fan Ming was undeniably powerful, and he was no match for him. What could he do? If he had to strike, then so be it. He coiled his fist, assumed a stance, and unleashed a punch, the force of his blow surging as it aimed straight for Fan Ming's chest. Feeling the rush of wind from the punch, Frank's pupils narrowed slightly as he raised his palm, large as a fan, to block Lu Yuan's fist. Lu Yuan discovered that his punch felt as though it had struck an impenetrable wall, unable to make any progress, while Frank's body did not even tremble. This realization further confirmed to him the vast disparity in strength between himself and Frank. He felt undeniably weak, while Lu Yuan's thoughts raced. Frank's voice broke the silence. Are you truly newly awakened? Lu Yuan looked at Frank with a hint of confusion. This was the second time he had posed such a question. Was there something amiss with him? He pondered. Yes, I have just awakened. Frank regarded Lu Yuan with a peculiar gaze. When you first guided your spiritual energy, how long did it take you to sense it? And how long to absorb it? Lu Yuan was taken aback, suddenly realizing where the issue lay. Did he appear overly powerful? This strength seemed too formidable for a mere newly awakened genetic warrior. He certainly couldn't disclose that he could sense spiritual energy without entering a meditative state. That would be absurd. After contemplating for a moment, he responded. It took me less than half a day to absorb the spiritual energy. Well, I suppose a moment could also be considered less than half a day. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Frank's eyes widened in astonishment. He then cleared his throat, managing a faint smile. Ahem. Lu Yuan, right? Since Qing he entrusted you to me, and I see you possess considerable talent, I shall reluctantly accept you as my disciple. What do you say? Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback and asked, Brother Ming, are you very strong? Just as Frank was about to reply, he suddenly recalled Qing He's earlier warning and abruptly closed his mouth. He said, Ahem, although I have just broken through to the first-tier warrior level, I will become quite powerful in the future. Lu Yuan was perplexed. Is that all? Just warrior level? Aren't you only slightly stronger than I am? I have boundless potential. He found himself momentarily speechless. After a forced chuckle, Lu Yuan remarked, Brother Ming, you truly are impressive, but I haven't entered university yet. Let's discuss this once I do. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Frank slightly furrowed his brow, easily discerning the insincerity in his tone. However, considering that Lu Yuan was brought by Qing he dared not act against him, instead managing a strained smile and nodding. All right then, we shall talk once you enter university. Lu Yuan cast a surprised glance at Frank. He had expected Frank to become indignant, yet he remained unperturbed. It seemed he was a good person. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan realized he would need to be more discreet in the future, especially when safety was not guaranteed. He could not afford to appear too formidable. Frank continued. To master physical techniques, practicing alone is insufficient. I will arrange a few opponents for you to spar with. He then turned to a burly man who was practicing punches not far away and called out, "Little Tiger." The muscular man turned, a simple smile adorning his square face, and jogged over, "Brother Ming. Yes, accompany this lad onto the stage for some practice." Huh, this bean sprout. Little Tiger cast a glance at Lu Yuan, unable to suppress a look of distress. "I'm afraid I might lose control and end up seriously injuring him. Perhaps we should have someone else accompany us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan slightly raised an eyebrow but remained silent. "Enough of the chatter, it's you," Little Tiger exclaimed. "Otherwise, I shall train with you." At this, Little Tiger quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "All right, I'm on it." Only then did Flaming nod in satisfaction. "Follow me." He led the two to the front of a fighting stage. On the stage, two burly men were engaged in a fierce sparring match, delivering heavy punches to one another, their bodies and faces marred with bruises. Below the stage, a sizable crowd had gathered to watch, their cheers and jeers echoing in the air. "Old cat, can you handle it?" "Straight punch." "Right hook." "Give it to him." "Mountain pick." "Hit harder." "Have you not eaten?" "Strike him." "Hit that coward." As Flaming approached, the spectators hurriedly made way, some casting curious glances at the trio, especially at Lu Yuan's unfamiliar face. Flaming clapped his hands on the stage floor, the sound resonating. "Stop." His voice held authority, causing the two fighters, who were previously engaged in a fierce exchange, to pause and step back. They wiped the blood from their faces, gasping for breath, glaring at each other before turning their attention to Flaming. "Brother Ming." Flaming waved them down with a grin. "Get down. It's time for a change." Change. Both Old Cat and Mountain Pig, along with the onlookers, were taken aback. Soon, someone asked with anticipation, "Is Brother Ming planning to step into the ring? Little Tiger is the punching bag? Brilliant. Let us get started. Let us get started. Brother Ming is amazing." Upon hearing the crowd's remarks, Little Tiger maintained a goofy smile, scratching his head. "Sorry to disappoint, brothers, but Brother Ming won't be fighting. It's me and this bean sprout taking the stage." He pointed at Lu Yuan. The crowd scrutinized Lu Yuan and immediately felt let down. Him? He doesn't even have arms as thick as mine. One punch and he might as well be begging for mercy. A new face? What is a delicate fellow like him doing here instead of at the Golden Glory Club? "Hey, delicate one. You won't be so scared that you'll wet your pants up there, will you?" "Haha." The crowd whistled and laughed at Lu Yuan. Brother Ming, crossing his sturdy arms, laughed heartily, teasingly observing Lu Yuan. "So, what is it going to be, kid? Will you step up?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, glanced at them, and silently rolled up his sleeves. "Let us see what you've got." Little Tiger chuckled, scratching his head again. "Just so you know, if I knock you down, I won't be paying for any medical bills." Lu Yuan smirked slightly. "You won't need to. Since it's settled, you both take the stage." Amidst the whistling of the crowd, Lu Yuan and Little Tiger ascended the platform. Chapter 8. Truly My Brother Yuan. On the arena, Lu Yuan and Xiao Hu stood facing each other. Below, Framing clapped his hands on the platform and announced, "Begin." The two locked eyes, and Xiao Hu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "You go first." The audience below began to jeer. "Come on, you coward. This is your only chance." "Yes, land a punch on Xiao Hu. It's a matter of manly pride. Prove you're not a weakling." On the stage, Lu Yuan grinned and utilized his military boxing techniques as he stepped forward. His body, nurtured by the gene chain, erupted with power, sprinting swiftly towards Xiao Hu. He twisted his waist and swung his arm, delivering a punch directly to Xiao Hu's chest. The sound of the punch whistled through the air. Xiao Hu felt the force of Lu Yuan's punch, and his foolish grin faltered. He pressed both hands down forcefully, attempting to block Lu Yuan's fist. Bang! Xiao Hu's hands were struck hard against his own chest, his expression shifting as he staggered backwards, nearly toppling off the stage. The intense pain drained the color from his face. He lifted his head, staring at Lu Yuan in shock, speechless for a moment. The mocking voices from below abruptly ceased as the crowd exchanged glances between Lu Yuan, who was flexing his wrists, and Xiao Hu, who was clutching his chest, bewildered. This bean sprout possesses such strength? This can't be true. This coward has such speed? That punch, there's something to it. At that moment, Framing grinned and remarked, "Xiao Hu, forget what I said. This kid is a gene warrior. If you don't want to end up flat on your back, you better show some real strength." Xiao Hu looked utterly bewildered, gazing at Framing, who wore a beaming smile, as if about to weep. A gene warrior. "Brother Ming, why didn't you mention this sooner?" The others also displayed expressions of astonishment, their gazes towards Lu Yuan transforming. So he is a gene warrior. No wonder. With such power, it makes sense. One must realize that gene warriors are exceedingly rare, especially in such impoverished areas. Encountering one here is as extraordinary as spotting a giant panda. The spectators scrutinized Lu Yuan with curious expressions. Lu Yuan observed Xiao Hu, whose expression was gradually shifting as he rubbed his chest, and smiled. "Don't worry, if I knock you down, I want to cover your medical expenses." Xiaohu grinned back. "Bean Sprout, I underestimated you. But you can't be a very formidable gene warrior, can you? Your strength is no match for mine." As he spoke, he charged at Lu Yuan. "Let me show you the difference in technique. Fists, feet, elbows, knees." Every part of Xiaohu's body seemed to transform into a weapon, launching a torrential assault on Lu Yuan. Just a day prior, Lu Yuan had rarely engaged in fights. Though he had studied military boxing for a day, his practical experience was nearly non-existent. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught, his pupils dilated in alarm, and he could only continue to defend himself, retreating in a flustered manner. Fortunately, after his rigorous training, his strength had significantly increased, rendering him nearly on par with the frequently sparring Little Tiger. Furthermore, his mental acuity likely surpassed that of Little Tiger, enabling him to keenly perceive the trajectory of the latter's attacks. Although he occasionally found himself on the receiving end of a punch, he managed to withstand the onslaught. The dull thudding of fists and feet colliding reverberated through the air, captivating the spectators below as they became engrossed in the intense confrontation. As the battle persisted, Lu Yuan suddenly sidestepped to evade Little Tiger's elbow strike, subsequently elevating his knee to collide with Little Tiger's side. Little Tiger's complexion paled as he staggered back several steps, causing the onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Could he actually retaliate? Indeed. This young man exhibited strength and speed comparable to Little Tiger, albeit lacking in skill and experience. Just moments ago, he had been under Little Tiger's relentless pressure. Yet now he was capable of countering? Was this the prowess of a genetic warrior? Unbelievable. Previously, the spectators had derided Lu Yuan, branding him as effeminate and feeble. But as the battle unfolded, they began to change their tune, refraining from such taunts. Lu Yuan's displayed strength was indeed worthy of admiration. Framing had been closely observing Lu Yuan, and upon witnessing his first counterattack, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as he murmured, "Such terrifying learning and adaptability. Is this innate battle instinct? Coupled with that exceptional talent, what sort of prodigy has Lord Qinghe discovered? Could this individual rival the direct descendants of the imperial families? A creature of such caliber emerging from the slums? This must be a jest." He watched Lu Yuan's agile movements, his gaze flickering with determination. "I must recruit him to my side. I shall speak to the Lord about this at once." As the battle continued, Lu Yuan's counterattacks grew increasingly formidable. Initially overwhelmed by Little Tiger's experience and technique, he gradually mastered military boxing, learning to evade and retaliate. By this point, after enduring a barrage of strikes from Little Tiger, Lu Yuan was capable of countering effectively, marking an immense improvement. However, after a prolonged bout, both Lu Yuan and Little Tiger found their stamina waning. They panted heavily, their movements becoming awkward and their strikes lacking power. Observing this, Framing interjected, "All right, that's enough. Stop." Upon hearing this, Little Tiger complied immediately. Yet, Lu Yuan, still caught in the heat of the moment, delivered a punch squarely to Little Tiger's face. Little Tiger, clutching his visibly swollen cheek, glared at Lu Yuan in disbelief. "Didn't you hear it was time to stop?" Lu Yuan rubbed his own bruised mouth, wincing in pain. His eyes filled with innocence as he replied, "I didn't retract my hand in time." Little Tiger stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, caught in a dilemma of words. Framing, arms crossed, announced, "Take a breather. We shall continue practicing shortly." Little Tiger's lips twitched in disbelief. "Brother Ming, do I still have to train with him? What's the matter?" Little Tiger glanced at Lu Yuan, scratching his head in exasperation. "If we continue, I fear I might end up on the receiving end of more hits. There seems to be no way around it." Lu Yuan's performance has been utterly astonishing. In such a short span, he has already managed to counterattack. After another afternoon, Little Tiger truly lacks confidence in overcoming Lu Yuan, who looms in his mind like a monstrous figure. Lu Yuan chuckles lightly, saying, "It's all right. I won't be covering the medical expenses." "How could this be all right?" Little Tiger retorts, visibly displeased. Flaming gently pats Little Tiger on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I will reimburse the medical costs when the time comes." Little Tiger casts a bewildered glance at Flaming, forcing a smile tinged with desperation. "Thank you." Afterward, Lu Yuan and Little Tiger take a moment to rest. During their break, Lu Yuan channels his energy to alleviate his physical fatigue while reflecting on the shortcomings of their previous encounter, striving to absorb these lessons for further improvement. It must be said that Flaming's words hold truth. Practical combat indeed enhances physical skills significantly, far surpassing solitary practice in terms of progress. He feels that it won't be long before he fully masters military boxing, after which he will delve into military killing techniques. Then, he can venture into the origin land to seek out the genes suited for him, inscribe them, and evolve, finally setting himself on the right path. In the afternoon, Lu Yuan and Little Tiger commence another round of sparring. This time, the audience has grown even larger. Observers whisper among themselves as they watch the two on the arena. Is this for real? That Bean Sprout can actually contend with Little Tiger? What Bean Sprout? Call me Brother Yuan. He is a genetic warrior. The future is indeed bright. Regardless of what the future holds, Brother Yuan has proven himself formidable. Just look at how, during the morning, Little Tiger initially relied on his extensive experience to dominate Brother Yuan. Yet in such a short time, Brother Yuan began to retaliate. With such an aptitude for learning, who among you could compare? Truly, as a genetic warrior, Brother Yuan is impressive. If he ever chooses to mingle in the future, who knows if he could become our leader? Have you not yet woken up? As a distinguished genetic warrior, will Brother Yuan not have to battle fierce beasts? Will he not contend with powerful beings from other races? Must he engage in childish games with us? The crowd, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. The battle resumed, and this time, it was no longer the same. Little Tiger could no longer dominate Lu Yuan. Throughout the fight, Little Tiger keenly sensed that Lu Yuan's shortcomings were diminishing, and the pressure on him was mounting. It wasn't long before beads of sweat formed on Little Tiger's forehead. In the morning, he could strike 4 times before Lu Yuan managed to counter once. Gradually, this shifted to 3 attacks for 1 counter, then to 2. Ultimately, the spectators realized that Lu Yuan was now engaging in a back-and-forth exchange with Little Tiger, no longer merely defending and countering. As time passed, to the astonishment of all, Lu Yuan began to assert dominance over Little Tiger. With a resounding thud, Lu Yuan unleashed a flurry of jabs, elbows, and knee strikes, driving Little Tiger backward until he seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to Little Tiger's abdomen. Little Tiger's complexion drained of color as he doubled over, clutching his stomach and emitting a low groan. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The air was still, and the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Victory! They had triumphed. Yu Yuan was incredible. In less than a day, he had managed to defeat Xiaohu. Truly, he was not to be underestimated. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Lying on the ground, Xiaohu was engulfed in confusion upon hearing their jubilant exclamations. He glanced at the spectators, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He was somewhat dazed by the betrayal of his companions. After all, they had spent so long together in the same martial arts school. Why? Why had these scoundrels turned against him? Framing, arms crossed and a smile upon his face, looked at Lu Yuan. Well done, young man. Lying on the ground, Xiaohu thought. What? He suddenly felt the urge to cry. He was merely a child abandoned by everyone. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. You flatter me, Ming. I still have much to learn. Indeed, I concur. You must continue to practice diligently. Only when you can surpass me will you be considered accomplished. Framing nodded, affirming Lu Yuan's sentiment. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had merely been modest, not expecting Framing to take him seriously. He actually felt quite accomplished himself, having trained to such a level in just 1 day. Next, he would tackle the military swordplay. Sensing Lu Yuan's thoughts, Framing spoke. It is already evening. We shall conclude for today. Come back tomorrow, and I shall teach you swordsmanship. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened as he replied with a smile. All right, thank you, Ming. Chapter 9, The Path of the Gene Warrior. After Lu Yuan departed, Fang Ming stealthily returned to his office, retrieving his phone to dial a number. In the modest room adjacent to Lu Yuan's small cubicle, furnished only with a bed and a desk, Li Qinghe sat cross-legged on the bed, immersed in her cultivation. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow slightly, her right hand flipping over to reveal a small, obsidian square that landed in her palm. She tapped the square, and a luminous screen flickered to life, displaying Fang Ming's message. Li Qinghe answered the call, her voice icy. You have 5 seconds to explain. On the other end, Fang Ming felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Oh no, I completely forgot how much the master detests being interrupted during her cultivation. He hastily spoke, Master. It concerns Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan? Li Qinghe raised an eyebrow. What has happened to him? What did I instruct you? And no, Master, Lu Yuan is not in trouble. His talent is remarkably strong. Extremely strong. How so? Fang Ming gathered his thoughts before continuing. Didn't he mention that he awakened just the day before yesterday? Yet he has already refined his genetic chain through spiritual energy. I was supposed to teach him martial arts today, and his strength is nearly on par with one of my formidable subordinates. I suspect he has undergone some level of refinement. When I inquired, he claimed to have absorbed spiritual energy in just half a day. Li Qinghe was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Half a day to absorb spiritual energy. Are you certain? I believe he isn't exaggerating. After all, his strength far exceeds that of an average individual. Li Qinghe frowned slightly, pausing in contemplation before replying. I understand now. So, what is it that you wish to convey by calling me? Ahem, Master. Your insight is unparalleled. I would like to recruit him into my team. Get lost. Li Qinghe retorted coldly, abruptly disconnecting the call. On the other end, Fang Ming was left listening to the busy signal, his expression one of bewilderment, momentarily at a loss. In her room, Li Qinghe put away the communicator, reclining back, her graceful form undeniably evident. She squinted at the ceiling, a smile gracing her lips. I never anticipated that this little brother possesses such talent. Half a day? P.S. almost catching up to me. How fortunate am I to casually encounter a pitiable little brother with such ability? Her gaze flickered, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan returned to his rented room, greeted by silence. He glanced at the closed door of Li Qinghe's room. It was late. She must have already left for work. Lu Yuan contemplated expressing his gratitude to Li Qinghe and decided that once he had some money, he would treat her to a nice meal. He shook his head and retreated into his own room. After a shower, fatigue washed over him, his increasingly robust body marked with bruises from previous encounters with Xiaohu. He touched a dark purple bruise on his abdomen, wincing in pain. Damn, that was quite a hit. Enduring the weariness, he sat cross-legged and began to practice the spiritual energy guiding technique. At that moment, an eerie sound echoed from the other side. Lu Yuan's expression shifted, nearly causing him to exclaim in surprise. What time was it? Had that couple already begun their activities? How insatiable! Lu Yuan, exasperated, closed his eyes to resume his meditation. Yet, the sounds only grew louder. Discontent, he opened his eyes and shouted, "Time to pay the rent." Instantly, the world fell silent. Satisfied, Lu Yuan shut his eyes once more and continued his cultivation. 3 days later, at the Ming Martial Arts School, a group of muscular men stood with their arms crossed, forming a circle. In the center, Lu Yuan faced off against a bald, burly man, both clad in protective gear and wielding enormous wooden swords. The clash of their swords produced a dull, thudding sound. The two moved swiftly, and before long, Lu Yuan flicked his wrist, sending his sword arcing down to strike the bald man's weapon. He then closed in, delivering a knee strike that sent the man crashing to the ground. Lu Yuan had triumphed once again. Iron Head, who had once been a mercenary with impressive sword skills, had unexpectedly fallen to Lu Yuan in just 2 short days. Truly, my brother Yuan is remarkable. Lu Yuan gazed down at Iron Head, exhaling deeply. His hands still trembled slightly from exertion. After defeating Little Tiger, Lu Yuan had sought out opponents to test his swordplay, ultimately facing Iron Head, who had hunted beasts and once served as a mercenary. After 2 days of dedicated practice, he had mastered the military killing sword technique and emerged victorious over Iron Head. It is important to note that Iron Head was not a genetically enhanced warrior. He was merely an ordinary man. This speaks volumes about his combat prowess. Are you all right? Lu Yuan asked, observing Iron Head. Iron Head, clutching his stomach, rose to his feet, shook his head, and grinned. I've encountered quite a few genetically enhanced warriors, but I've never seen anyone grow as rapidly as you. I believe you are destined for greatness. Lu Yuan grinned back. I think so too. After all, I possess a golden finger. My potential for the future is limitless. He retained a measure of confidence. At that moment, Flamand approached. Impressive progress. With your skills, you should have no trouble entering the Origin Realm for the first time. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened, and a smile graced his face. Thank you, Brother Ming, for your guidance these past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to improve so significantly in such a short time. He felt ready to test his strength in the Origin Realm. The first attempt was crucial. A misstep could lead to further missteps. It was best to achieve something substantial on the first go. Flamand nodded and then said, "Follow me." Lu Yuan accompanied Flamand to his office. Flamand gestured toward the sofa. "Please, have a seat." As Lu Yuan settled down, Flamand regarded him and spoke. Entering the Origin Realm means you will obtain your first extraordinary gene. This will determine the path you take in the future. Are you familiar with the types of genetically enhanced warriors? Lu Yuan nodded. I've seen some on the battle network. The Protector class, emphasizing defense and safeguarding. The Assault class, focusing on strength and aggression. And the Assassination class, dedicated to stealth and elimination. Flammy nodded thoughtfully and spoke. Since you have observed, you should also be aware that once you etch an extraordinary gene into your being, your physical advantages will align with that gene's attributes. Although gene warriors can inscribe various genes to enhance their capabilities in multiple areas, research indicates that concentrating on a singular path allows for cumulative effects, yielding the greatest benefits. Have you determined which path you shall take? Flammy's words encapsulated the fundamental understanding of gene warriors. However, this truth pertained to ordinary gene warriors, a notion that did not apply to Li Yuan. He possessed the evolution cube. Each extraordinary gene distinctly amplifies a particular attribute: strength, resilience, agility, and explosive power, among others. While there are enhancements to other attributes, They pale in comparison to the specially fortified aspect. Thus, nearly all gene warriors opt to focus on inscribing genes along a singular trajectory for maximum gain. Yet Liu Yuan was different. He could evolve all genes into their most formidable forms. Consequently, even if an extraordinary gene offers minimal enhancement in less emphasized areas, the cumulative effect remains formidable. After all, it is the most powerful gene. Hence, he can develop comprehensively unparalleled defensive capabilities, immense strength, remarkable speed, and unwavering mental fortitude, along with mastery over elemental forces. Flawless, unmatched. However, that is a matter for the future. For now, he must choose a direction, one that is manifest outwardly. Liu Yuan had previously contemplated this and decided to pursue the assault class. In truth, any direction would suffice for him. With the evolution cube, he can choose any path he desires. The outward manifestation of the assault class is merely more versatile, allowing him to adapt to various future circumstances. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's declaration, Flammy paused, then broke into a smile. The assault class? Excellent choice. I am, after all, an assault class warrior. Liu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him, internally bemused. This fellow had only recently ascended to the first-tier warrior level, having inscribed merely a single gene, hardly qualifying him as an assault class warrior. Chapter 10, Sandrock City. Greystone Forest. Afterward, Liu Yuan engaged in further conversation with Framing regarding the genetic warriors, and before long, evening descended. He bid farewell to Framing and returned to his modest compartment. Sitting upon his bed, he turned to gaze out the window. Beneath the tranquil night sky, distant neon lights danced, outlining the splendor of Shili City. Liu Yuan inhaled deeply, releasing the tension that had gripped him, and then closed his eyes. Let the journey commence. His consciousness melded with the genetic battle patterns, which began to shimmer with a faint golden light. Within his mind, a white mist surged, coalescing at the edge of the genetic chain to form a luminous portal, although he had never ventured through it. Instinctively, Liu Yuan sensed that this was the gateway to the origin. Pressing his lips together, he approached the light portal. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him. And when Liu Yuan opened his eyes again, he was met with the sight of a blazing red sun. His body was immediately assailed by the sweltering heat and arid air. Surveying his surroundings, Liu Yuan found himself in a vast square, encircled by numerous ochre-hued edifices. The sky bore a murky yellow hue, filled with swirling dust. A hint of astonishment flickered in Liu Yuan's eyes. The origin was truly remarkable, enabling him to arrive at this unfamiliar locale with such ease. It was said that all intelligent species throughout the universe could access the origin, suggesting that it served as a conduit connecting the entirety of existence. No one could ascertain the precise location of the origin within the cosmos, nor comprehend how it linked all sentient beings. The cacophony of voices jolted Liu Yuan from his reverie. Guardian-type warriors, to the nest of the sandworms. Only else required. Elite elemental warriors, let us venture to the Gobi and slay the sand scorpions. Any race is welcome, except for gnolls. Human novices seek a human party. Does any seasoned veteran wish to guide a newcomer? As Liu Yuan listened to the chaotic clamor reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Numerous beings congregated in the square, calling out for teams. He observed that, in addition to humans, other races were present. Among them were the elves, often depicted in fantastical tales on Earth, characterized by their tall, slender forms, pointed ears, and striking beauty. He also noted the gnolls with their dog-like heads. Upon spotting a stunning figure adorned with feline ears and a tail that swayed playfully, Liu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that felines had truly come to repay their debts? Which lecherous soul could withstand the allure of cat ears and tails? A surge of elation coursed through Liu Yuan. This world was indeed wondrous. In this square, only 4 races existed: humans, elves, gnolls, and catfolk. This initial city was a melting pot of these 4 races. Liu Yuan had a hunch about the city's identity. The searing heat, the yellow sands of the square, and the murky air indicated a location within a desert region. Among the 4 initial cities of the Dachi star human race, only Sandrock City lay within the desert expanse. Upon contemplating Sandstone City, Liu Yuan recalled the information he had previously encountered. Sandstone City, situated in a desolate desert region, is surrounded by golden sands and barren wasteland, predominantly inhabited by monsters of rock, poison, and wind affinities. As Liu Yuan reminisced about the surrounding environment and the creatures therein, he was suddenly interrupted by a gentle tap on his shoulder. Frowning slightly, he turned to discover a strikingly handsome elf clad in yellow leather armor, beaming with a broad smile. "Ah, a human friend, all alone?" Liu Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Ha ha ha, we are about to hunt the greystone beetle. Would you care to join us? The spoils shall be shared according to contribution," the elven man replied, gesturing toward 3 companions lingering nearby. a tall, slender elf, a goblin, and another human. Li Yuan glanced at them, shaking his head. Thank you, but I must decline. He turned to leave, only to be halted by the elven man. Hey, friend. Don't go. It's perilous to venture alone. Join us. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Li Yuan smiled. Who says I am alone? My friend is already waiting outside. Upon hearing this, the elven man's smile faltered. Ah, so you have a companion? Very well, I shan't intrude any longer. He stepped aside, allowing Li Yuan to pass. The elven man muttered under his breath, what a stroke of misfortune. The three beings approached. The goblin inquired, Boss, what is the verdict? That fellow has a friend outside. The elven man replied. The trio's expressions shifted to disappointment. What a pity. He looked like a novice just entering the game, yet someone is guiding him. Let us change our target. The elven man sighed. It seems today as newcomers are increasingly difficult to deceive. Perhaps we should consider a transformation? Transformation is quite challenging. How about we convene and refine our tricks? Indeed, if this plan fails, we can always venture out to hunt the greystone beetle. Agreed. As Li Yuan departed from the plaza, he surveyed his surroundings. The streets of Sandstone City were blanketed in yellow sand, flanked by structures crafted from yellow rock. With colossal stone golems patrolling the thoroughfares. Li Yuan had seen these in previous posts. Each starting city possesses its own construct, ensuring the minimal operational capacity of the city. These stone golems serve as the guardians of Sandstone City, maintaining order. Fighting within the city limits is strictly prohibited. Sandstone City was vast, and with time of the essence. Li Yuan jogged briskly, taking 2 hours to finally reach the city walls. The walls, also made of yellow rock, towered approximately 30 meters high, adorned with unknown massive cannons and patrolled by additional constructs. Upon arriving at the city gate, he encountered 2 constructs stationed there, yet no inspections were conducted. All Jin warriors were permitted to enter or exit the city freely. Li Yuan stepped beyond the city gates and was met with a desolate expanse of wasteland, where fierce winds howled and sand whipped through the air. Covering his nose, he felt a sense of discomfort wash over him. In the realm of humanity, for initial cities each endure their own harsh environments. For instance, the area surrounding Stormwind is beset by relentless gales, where a moment's distraction may lead one to be swept into the skies. Conversely, Sandrock City grapples with severe air pollution, where a mere breath contains a mouthful of sand. A rather unbearable situation. Li Yuan discerned the direction and proceeded towards the right side of Sandrock City, aiming for a region known as Greystone Forest. The primary ferocious beast inhabiting this locale is the greystone beetle, a creature deemed weak even among the novice ranks. The likelihood of acquiring genetic armaments or extraordinary genes from the greystone beetle is nearly non-existent. However, its stone shell serves as a valuable material for crafting genetic armaments, which can be sold for a profit. For Li Yuan, this was a prudent choice. Lacking a ferocious beast from the origin land as a mount, Li Yuan relied solely on his own legs for travel. After 2 hours, having ventured into the origin land for 4 hours, he finally arrived at a vast expanse of the Gobi Desert adorned with towering gray rock columns. This was the Greystone Forest, stretching endlessly before him. The Gobi had been measured by tedium-driven genetic warriors, revealing that Greystone Forest spanned nearly 100 kilometers, a remarkable distance. Exhaling deeply, Li Yuan retrieved a bottle of water and took a generous sip, followed by a bite of an energy bar. Having been on the run, he felt as though he might wither under the sun's relentless rays. After replenishing his strength, Li Yuan paused momentarily to recuperate before stepping into the Greystone Forest. Barely having entered, the sounds of combat reached his ears. Peering ahead, he observed 2 catfolk, one wielding a longsword and the other an archery bow, assaulting a gray beetle roughly the size of a small dog. The ground was littered with the corpses of 5 or 6 greystone beetles. The archer displayed remarkable skill, launching an arrow that transformed into a streak of light, piercing the beetle's eye in an instant. Li Yuan's pupils involuntarily constricted. This area harbored no precious resources, and thus, it was unlikely that formidable warriors would frequent such a place. Those who ventured here were typically newly awakened genetic warriors lacking the prowess to explore more perilous zones. Yet, despite the general weakness of the inhabitants, strength varied significantly. Li Yuan pondered that he might not stand a chance against the archer in a one-on-one confrontation. He acknowledged his own novice status and resolved to continue striving for improvement. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan discreetly withdrew. This was not within the confines of a city, where combat was prohibited. Here, even among the same race, skirmishes could arise, making death a grave loss. To ensure his safety, he deliberately sought a path devoid of conflict. After more than 20 minutes of cautious movement, tranquility enveloped his surroundings. At that moment, Lu Yuan spotted a gray stone beetle beneath a stone pillar, its massive mandibles gnawing on the rock with satisfying crunches, clearly relishing its meal. Lu Yuan scanned the area, his eyes brightening with realization. He had unexpectedly encountered a solitary gray stone beetle. What a stroke of luck. It was time to strike. Chapter 11. Gifted. The Null Lu Yuan deftly flipped his right hand and retrieved the blacklight alloy sword from the combat-patterned space. The blade shimmered with an eerie glow beneath the scorching sun. He crouched low, cautiously approaching the gray stone beetle. As he neared within approximately 20 meters, the beetle halted its gnawing on the rocks, its two antennae quivering slightly before it turned around. Upon spotting Lu Yuan, it momentarily froze, as did he. This petite creature possessed a certain sensitivity. Their eyes locked, and after a brief silence, the gray stone beetle emitted a series of high-pitched chirps, scuttling towards Lu Yuan on its 8 short legs. The beetle was no larger than a small dog, reaching about Lu Yuan's knee, yet its mandibles were fearsome, exuding an air of menace. After all, it was an insect. Lu Yuan had never encountered such a large creature on Earth, save for the fictional aliens. However, emboldened by newfound strength, he remained composed. As the gray stone beetle lunged at him, jaws agape, aiming for his calf, Lu Yuan, adept in military boxing and swordplay, sidestepped effortlessly, evading its attack. He swung the black light alloy sword, striking the beetle's head. The impact resonated like a dull thud against rock, the blade becoming lodged in its cranium. This was a stark contrast to the arrows he had witnessed from the feline archer. He comprehended that this was likely the disparity between genetic weaponry and ordinary arms. Yet, being financially constrained, he had no means to acquire such advanced weaponry. The gray stone beetle, sensing the injury, emitted a piercing shriek and writhed in fury. The immense force nearly caused Lu Yuan to lose grip on his sword, which slipped free from the wound as the beetle lunged at him once more. The distance was minimal, allowing Lu Yuan to see the gaping jaws up close. He leaped back suddenly. The mandibles snapped shut mere inches from his foot, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Encountering monsters in reality was a far cry from reading about them online. The strength contained within this seemingly diminutive creature was formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. Was this the nature of beasts in the origin land? Luckily, he hadn't ventured in immediately upon awakening. Otherwise, he would have met an untimely demise. Enraged by its wound, the gray stone beetle charged again. Its attacks were straightforward, and having gained experience, Lu Yuan adeptly dodged its advances. While evading, he managed to inflict several more cuts upon the beetle's head. After striking it 5 times, his sword finally penetrated the thick carapace, driving deep into its brain. With a final shriek, the gray stone beetle collapsed, its 8 legs twitching in death. Lu Yuan exhaled softly, gazing at the lifeless beetle. This struggle for survival was unlike the training sessions at the Martial Arts Academy. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Fortunately, they are ultimately creatures devoid of wisdom, rendering the task not overly challenging. At that moment, a white radiance shimmered from the deceased gray stone beetle, coalescing before it into a thumb-sized white crystal. His eyes sparkled with delight. This was one of the most alluring treasures of the origin realm. The crystallization of life energy upon a monster's demise, known as a spirit crystal, is not only readily absorbable, but also serves as the fundamental currency for trade among myriad races, holding significant value. Almost every monster yields spirit crystals, though the quantity may vary. For a feeble creature like the gray stone beetle, dropping a single crystal is already quite abundant. Previously, he had come across this information in a newcomer's post. Such a modest spirit crystal could be absorbed by a trainee-level genetic warrior in approximately 10 minutes to half an hour, equating to the training results of an average person over several hours, or even an entire day. He picked up the spirit crystal, contemplating its current lack of utility and deciding to absorb it to gauge its effects. However, he needed to find a secure location first, as remaining immobile for 10 minutes could pose a danger. He turned his attention back to the gray stone beetle. Utilizing his alloy sword, he severed a thick gray stone shell from the beetle's back, a material suitable for forging that could be sold for profit. After collecting the gray shell, the beetle lost its value, and he departed from the area. Before long, he discovered a secluded cave beneath a rocky expanse. Upon entering and settling down, he retrieved the spirit crystal. Following the guidance he had encountered in the previous post, he grasped the crystal in his hand and activated the chi manipulation technique. Instantly, the spirit crystal transformed into wisps of spiritual energy, which he absorbed, penetrating through the mist and ultimately merging with his genetic chain. The lowest tier of his genetic chain glimmered slightly, yielding results akin to an hour of diligent practice. As he shut his eyes, he opened them once more, bewildered as he stared at the powder of the spirit crystal in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Is it gone? Was that it? Wasn't he had said that absorption would take at least 10 minutes? Am I misjudging time? He found himself in a state of confusion. realizing that his experience differed from what had been described in the post. Previously, it had been stated that sensing and absorbing spiritual energy took several days. Yet he had absorbed it in an instant. Now, with the absorption of the spirit crystal purported to require a minimum of 10 minutes, he had completed it in mere breaths. Then, as he pondered, a sense of clarity washed over him. Indeed, during his first experience with absorbing spiritual energy, it had happened just as swiftly, without the need for preparation time. Surely, this exceptional talent must be attributed to me. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Wait. At that moment, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened with realization. While others needed 10 minutes to absorb a spirit crystal, necessitating the collection of several in a safe location for simultaneous absorption, he was different. He could complete the process in just a breath or two. Did this mean he could hunt monsters while simultaneously absorbing the spirit crystals they dropped? In that case, wouldn't his rate of growth surpass that of others significantly? Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within the spirit crystal can replenish his own expended energy. Currently, he does not require much spiritual energy, but in the future, when he inscribes genes and employs genetic combat techniques, a substantial amount of energy will be necessary. Does this imply that he can simultaneously consume and replenish spiritual energy? A perpetual motion machine? Lu Yuan momentarily entertained several audacious thoughts. Is this talent of mine truly remarkable? Calming his exhilaration, Lu Yuan exited the cave, resolved to continue his hunt. With the experience of a prior battle, he gained a clearer understanding of his current prowess. He could effortlessly handle a single greystone beetle. Manage 2, but against 3, he would likely need to flee. Continuing his search for prey, he sought out solitary greystone beetles. Fortunately, the greystone forest was vast, teeming with numerous beetles, many of which were stragglers. After over an hour, Lu Yuan located 7 isolated greystone beetles. After defeating them, he absorbed the spirit crystals. The spiritual energy gained rivaling that of a knight's diligent practice. His cultivation speed had now increased to nearly 10 times its previous rate. And this was merely the beginning. As his strength grew, his efficiency in hunting greystone beetles would only accelerate. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan plunged his sword into the skull of a solitary greystone beetle. Skillfully, he collected the spirit crystals from the ground and proceeded to slice off the greystone shell. Just as he was about to depart, footsteps echoed behind him. Turning, he saw 2 dog-headed men clad in black leather armor, brandishing long knives as they approached. The dog-headed men paused in surprise upon spotting Lu Yuan. They quickly tightened their grips on their weapons and scanned the surroundings. However, upon realizing that no one else was present, they exchanged glances, and their expressions transformed into menacing grins. Look what we have here. A solitary human. Human, what do you think we should do with you? Lu Yuan regarded the 2 advancing dog-headed men, his brow furrowing slightly. He had anticipated such a scenario, for this place was rife with danger. When genetic warriors perished, their possessions would drop from the battle pattern space, often leading to treachery. Hence, he endeavored to hunt monsters in secluded areas, fully aware of his own limitations. His current strength was still significantly inferior to those seasoned genetic warriors. To his dismay, despite his caution, he had encountered adversaries. Human, stand still and don't move. My knife is swift, and you won't feel a thing. One of the dog-headed men, grinning lewdly, brandished his long knife. The other dog-headed man laughed even more exaggeratedly, licking his lips. I would prefer if you resisted. It would certainly add to our amusement. Lu Yuan gazed upon the 2 dog-headed figures, a smile gracing his face. My friends are nearby. Are you merely 2 in number? Upon hearing this, the 2 dog-headed beings hesitated, casting uncertain glances around them. Your friends. One of the dog-headed creatures, oblivious to the unfolding situation, spoke while looking towards Lu Yuan, only to realize that Lu Yuan had already sprinted several dozen meters away. Instantly, the dog-headed creature's anger flared. Cursed human, how dare you deceive me? Pursue him. Eliminate him. Turning back, Lu Yuan saw the 2 dog-headed figures closing in on him and grinned. I shall remember you, he declared. Just you wait. However, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of distress, observing the gear adorning the 2 dog-headed beings. He recognized that he was no match for them. With no option but to flee, he was taken aback to find that these 2 creatures indeed pursued him with the fervor of hounds. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt quite overwhelmed. Chapter 12. A peculiar scene within the greystone forest. Immense and rugged stone pillars are scattered throughout, creating a labyrinthine terrain. Lu Yuan dashed swiftly between the crevices of the stone columns, where ahead, 2 greystone beetles were blissfully indulging in their rocky feast. As Lu Yuan approached, both beetles abruptly halted, their antennae quivering momentarily before they turned to face the rushing figure of Lu Yuan. Upon realizing the source of their interrupted meal, the 2 greystone beetles emitted furious shrieks, charging towards Lu Yuan with their fearsome mandibles wide open, intent on tearing him apart. Unfazed, Lu Yuan deftly maneuvered through the encircling beetles, his form shifting seamlessly as he continued his flight forward. Squeak! Squeak! The two greystone beetles, watching Lu Yuan's retreating figure, seemed to feel a deep affront, unleashing even more enraged roars as they pursued him. However, it was not long before two dark, blade-like flashes sliced through the air, sending the beetles crashing against the stone pillars, their backs hitting the ground while their 8 short legs flailed, struggling to right themselves. Two gloomy-faced gnolls cast a glance at the fallen beetles before resuming their chase after Lu Yuan. By the time the greystone beetles managed to flip themselves over, they surveyed their surroundings and found themselves without adversaries. Their antennae touched briefly, and they sluggishly returned to their rocky meal. Meanwhile, not far off, the two gnolls watched Lu Yuan's retreating form, one of the gray-skinned gnolls sneering, "Human, do not flee. You cannot escape. Haha, a mere alloy weapon? Such a pitiful genetic warrior is a rarity to behold. You might as well prepare for your demise." The gene refinement of the two gnolls was evidently superior to that of Lu Yuan, endowing them with greater physical prowess and speed. Although Lu Yuan had managed to gain some distance earlier, he was now gradually being caught up. A pallor washed over Lu Yuan's face. Was he truly destined to perish here? This was his first venture into the origin realm. If he were to die now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, upon death, his mental state would suffer, requiring time for recovery before he could re-enter, a delay he could not bear to accept. Casting his gaze around, Lu Yuan pondered his options. At that moment, 3 more greystone beetles appeared in the distance, sensing Lu Yuan's presence and abandoning their rocky morsels to charge at him. TSK. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue in irritation. Already being pursued, he now had to evade the onslaught of the greystone beetles, which would only slow him down and hasten the inevitable catch. Yet, his body was not as resilient as stone. If he failed to evade, he would surely be crushed. With no other choice, he once again shifted his form to evade the attacks of the 3 greystone beetles. Fortunately, the beetles' attack patterns were rather simplistic, and Lu Yuan had grown adept at dodging their assaults. Squeak! 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 The 3 greystone beetles lunged in vain, their furious screams echoing as they prepared to pounce on Lu Yuan. Just then, 2 gnolls approached the trio of greystone beetles, prompting the beetles to tremble and redirect their attention towards the gnolls, screaming as they charged at them. Troublesome insects. The gray-furred goblin furrowed his brow, swiftly dispatching a greystone beetle with a single strike, while simultaneously kicking another one away. Another goblin swiftly eliminated a 3rd greystone beetle. However, the 2 goblins found their pace impeded by the relentless greystone beetles. Nearby, Lu Yuan heard the commotion and turned to behold the scene, his eyes sparkling with a daring idea. The speed of the greystone beetles was surely inferior to his own. Moreover, these beetles would attack anyone who encroached upon their designated territory, irrespective of their identity. If that were the case, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He continued his sprint, bending down to collect some rubble. The 2 goblins, observing Lu Yuan's actions, exchanged puzzled glances. What was that human up to? I have no idea. He seems rather slippery. We must not let him escape. Fear not, he cannot flee. By the looks of him, he has likely just awakened. How could he possibly match us? Even if his speed were comparable, his stamina surely pales in comparison to ours. Once he tires, he will be at our mercy. A sinister grin spread across the faces of the 2 goblins. Yet, as they beheld Lu Yuan's next move, their eyes widened in disbelief. Between the stone pillars of the greystone forest, some areas spanned a width of 30 to 40 meters. Typically, greystone beetles would only feed on the surfaces of the pillars, though none could fathom why their appetites were so insatiable, perpetually consuming stone without growing weary. In instances where the areas were broader, one could traverse without alarming the beetles. However, Lu Yuan, after navigating past 3 clusters of greystone beetles, turned back and hurled a stone at one of the beetles, striking it squarely on the head. The beetle, momentarily halted in its gnawing, turned to see Lu Yuan, who had thrown the stone not far away. After a brief silence, the greystone beetle emitted a shrill cry, prompting the other 2 beetles to tilt their heads in confusion and join in the cacophony. The 3 beetles abandoned their rocky meals and charged toward Lu Yuan. The 2 goblins stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. What is he doing? I have no idea. Perhaps he wishes to perish at the hands of the greystone beetles rather than us? What a naive thought. As they conversed, they suddenly witnessed Lu Yuan hurling stones once more, drawing 4 additional greystone beetles from the opposite side. Now, with the previous 3, a staggering 7 greystone beetles appeared, a somewhat intimidating sight. Yet, given the inherent speed of the greystone beetles, they were no match for the 2 goblins, who quickly closed the distance. As the 2 goblins caught up to the beetles, the creatures turned, lunging toward them. These troublesome insects. Even they could not suppress a slight frown as they faced 7 gray stone beetles. Just then, the gray-furred goblin's pupils constricted as realization dawned. Curse it. I understand why that human lured these gray stone beetles here. He intends to use them as a shield against us. Another brown-furred goblin reacted with furious indignation, exclaiming, "What? Despicable humans! Utilizing such underhanded tactics. If you possess the courage, confront us openly." After they madly dispatched 7 gray stone beetles, Lu Yuan once again distanced himself from them. The gap now approaching 50 meters, further than before. The 2 goblins, witnessing the widening distance, roared in unison and resumed their pursuit of Lu Yuan. Upon turning, Lu Yuan beheld the enraged goblins, casually discarding a stone from his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. The outcome was promising. He casually tossed another stone, striking the head of a gray stone beetle that was blissfully gnawing on a stone pillar. Instantly, the beetle harbored animosity towards Lu Yuan for interrupting its meal and, with a shrill cry, charged towards him along with its 2 companions. At this moment, Lu Yuan had begun to hurl stones at other gray stone beetles. Before long, as the 2 goblins closed into about 30 meters from Lu Yuan, he had already amassed a following of 10 gray stone beetles behind him. The goblins, observing the multitude of beetles, wore glum expressions. Despicable human race. Resorting to such tactics, the brown-furred goblin cursed vehemently, brandishing his long knife in fury. The gray-furred goblin's expression remained icy as he fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan in the distance and remarked, "No worries. Let us maintain a slower pace and follow him like this." "Huh, brother, aren't we rushing in? If we charge in, we will provoke the gray stone beetles. With so many of them, it will take time to deal with them, giving him ample opportunity to escape. Then what shall we do?" The gray-furred goblin smirked coldly. "Does he not wish to flee? As seasoned hunters, we must exercise patience. We shall wait until he is utterly exhausted before we pursue." The brown-furred goblin suddenly enlightened, chuckling. "Indeed, his endurance is surely inferior to ours." The 2 goblins, grinning maliciously, trailed behind the throng of gray stone beetles, refraining from any reckless advances. Thus, an unusual spectacle unfolded in the gray stone forest, a handsome human sprinting ahead, a swarm of gray stone beetles in tow, pursued by 2 deviously grinning goblins. In another section of the gray stone forest, a quartet had slain 4 gray stone beetles. The handsome elven male, clad in yellow leather armor, glanced at the 4 spirit crystals in his possession, cleared his throat, and declared, "I shall hold on to these for now. We will distribute them later." The other 3 members included a tall, slender elf, a goblin, and a human. The ordinary-looking human scratched his head and inquired, "Boss, how many spirit crystals do we have now?" The goblin, with coarse grayish-yellow fur, grinned and replied, "I'm keeping track. We have acquired 46 spirit crystals this time. A commendable haul." The tall elf widened his eyes in disbelief. "Oh, Huang, you've miscounted. It's clearly 47. Is it?" Huang's eyes grew wide. The elven leader glared. "What are you 2 on about? It's obviously 44. Boss, why are you so reticent? Surely, you do not intend to embezzle?" The human man widened his eyes, visibly displeased. "How could that be? How long have we known each other? Do you not understand the kind of person I am? Embezzlement is out of the question. Do you still doubt my mathematical prowess? I was the top of my class back in the day. Is that true?" The tall, slender elf glanced at the elven leader and chuckled. "I can attest to that. I was his classmate." "Very well then." The human man and Huang nodded in agreement. At that moment, they heard a commotion in the distance and turned to look. They then saw Lu Yuan rushing over from a short distance away. Upon spotting Lu Yuan, the elven leader's eyes widened slightly. "That human isn't he the one we previously failed to invite?" Huang scratched his head. "Boss, do you remember what he looks like?" "To me, all you humans, elves, and catfolk seem rather alike, resembling hairless monkeys." "Of course, I remember. It is quite rare to see such an exceptionally handsome human. If it weren't for the distinct ears, I would have mistaken him for an elf. What could he be doing here?" The tall, slender elf inquired with curiosity. In the next moment, the answer revealed itself. A large swarm of gray stone beetles surged forth from the passageway Lu Yuan had just exited, scuttling after the direction he had taken. The incessant chittering filled the air. The 4 exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. Then, they noticed 2 dog-headed beings scurrying past, muttering to themselves in frustration. Chapter 13. Elite Beasts. Fortune and misfortune intertwined until the swarm of gray stone beetles and the 2 gnolls vanished from the sight of the 4 beings. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a hint of bewilderment. What was their situation? Previously, they had heard the human mention having companions. Could it be those 2 gnolls? It is indeed rare for a human to partner with gnolls. After all, do we not have a gnoll in our own team? What is so unusual about that? The elven leader remained unfazed. The gnoll Huang and the human exchanged a knowing look and broke into grins. Judging by their expressions, was it possible that the human had inadvertently provoked a beetle nest And now the two gnolls were assisting in vanquishing the greystone beetles? We gnolls are indeed loyal and righteous. A Huang's face beamed with emotion. Just like us. The tall and slender elf nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us not disturb them. We shall take a different route. With a wave of his hand, the elven leader led the way down another passage. As time elapsed, over an hour later, the two gnolls were panting heavily from their vigorous sprint. They glanced ahead, noticing that the swarm of greystone beetles had increased significantly, now numbering over 30, a truly formidable sight. After all, they had encountered many other greystone beetles along the way, and Lu Yuan had not been able to eliminate any. So naturally, they had to evade them, resulting in all those beetles merging into the larger horde, the Jin warriors they encountered on the road. Upon seeing such a multitude of greystone beetles, retreated in alarm. Everyone who witnessed Lu Yuan leading a throng of beetles looked upon him as if he were a specter. It was absurd. Were they truly so fearless? The two gnolls now gazed at the swarm, feeling a tingle of dread. If they were encircled, surely nothing would remain of them. Their eyes drifted beyond the swarm to Lu Yuan ahead. His pace remained unwavering, and he exhibited no signs of fatigue, which left the two gnolls in a state of shock and confusion. The brown-furred gnoll was so exhausted that his tongue lolled outside his mouth. Between gasps, he queried, "Brother, what is the matter with that human? His speed is clearly not superior to ours, yet how does he maintain such endurance?" The gray-furred gnoll furrowed his brow, his expression dark as he scrutinized Lu Yuan's retreating figure, an incredulous look in his eyes. This defied logic. How could this be? Our spiritual energy is nearly depleted. By all reasoning, you should be more fatigued than we are. Why does he appear unaffected? The gray-furred gnoll's mind raced in search of answers but yielded none. Brother, what shall we do next? Our internal energy is running low. If we continue like this, we will be in peril should we encounter an adversary. The gray-furred gnoll understood this truth well. He watched Lu Yuan's silhouette, his gaze flickering. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us consider it luck for that human. We shall not pursue him further. How, with so many greystone beetles trailing him? I refuse to believe he can survive. In due time, they would surely be consumed, leaving not a trace behind." The elder brother spoke wisely. "I too believe he cannot possibly survive. Even if it is a mere concession to him, let us cease this pursuit." The two dog-headed creatures halted, gazing as Lu Yuan departed with a swarm of greystone beetles. It was not until Lu Yuan and his entourage of beetles vanished that they chose to retreat in another direction. Lu Yuan occasionally glanced back to assess his situation. Upon turning once more and discovering the absence of the two dog-headed beings, he paused momentarily, then felt a surge of joy. Had those two wretched creatures finally given up? How on earth could they have persisted for so long? Lu Yuan was somewhat speechless. Those two had chased him for over an hour. Over an hour. Do you have any idea how I endured that hour? He had traversed a considerable stretch of the greystone forest, encountering numerous genetic warriors along the way. He could not fathom what had motivated the two dog-headed beings to maintain such relentless pursuit. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had prudently retained a spirit crystal for emergencies. And with the spirit crystal he had acquired during his earlier encounter with the dog-headed creatures, he possessed two crystals. By absorbing the spiritual energy from these crystals to nourish his body, he managed to sustain his stamina in continuous flight. Even so, he had already begun to utilize the second spirit crystal. Once the crystal was depleted, he would truly be out of options. Thankfully, those two dog-headed beings had finally surrendered. However, Lu Yuan turned to observe the vast swarm of greystone beetles behind him, his lips twitching slightly. How on earth? He had not anticipated gathering such a multitude of greystone beetles. "Are you not weary, my brothers? I am not a stone. Go feast upon stones instead." Fortunately, Lu Yuan's speed was still marginally superior to that of the greystone beetles. Previously, they had obstructed the two dog-headed pursuers, allowing Lu Yuan to conserve his energy by maintaining a slightly slower pace. Now, if he exerted himself fully, given a little time, he could effortlessly outpace this horde of greystone beetles. Lu Yuan began to accelerate. Gradually, he increased the distance between himself and the swarm of beetles. Although greystone beetles still appeared intermittently ahead, Lu Yuan's speed remained largely unimpeded, and the newly emerging beetles were also gradually left behind. After a few more minutes, there was no longer any sound behind him. He turned to glance back and found no greystone beetles in pursuit. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, leaning against a stone wall, and gradually sank to the ground, panting heavily. Both spirit crystals had been entirely depleted, leaving his body utterly fatigued in such sweltering heat. He felt as though he were drenched in sweat. Lu Yuan retrieved a bottle of water, gulping down several hearty mouthfuls, sighing in satisfaction, and then drenched himself from head to toe. He then produced 2 energy bars, consuming them, and feeling warmth spread through his body, he could not help but smile. The sensation of being alive is truly delightful. After a brief rest, Lu Yuan rose to his feet and began to survey his surroundings. In his vicinity stood 4 colossal stone pillars, which divided into 4 distinct passageways, while a small square, approximately 100 meters in circumference, lay at the center. The surrounding environment was tranquil, devoid of any sounds of combat. After a period of frenzied sprinting, he had lost track of his direction, regardless of where he had wandered. Survival remained paramount. With that thought, he could now resume his pursuit of prey with a calm mind. Lu Yuan casually selected a passage and ventured forth. Before long, he encountered a solitary gray stone beetle. He charged at it and swiftly dispatched the creature, collecting its gray stone shell and spiritual crystal. Upon absorbing the crystal, his stamina began to rejuvenate rapidly. Continuing along the path, Lu Yuan soon halted, eyes widening in astonishment at what lay ahead. Before him stretched a dead end. About 100 meters away, where 2 gray stone beetles were voraciously consuming rock. These beetles appeared markedly different from the one he had previously encountered. They stood nearly a meter tall, their gray carapaces adorned with a distinctive black stripe. Lu Yuan's realization struck him. These were the formidable black-striped gray stone beetles. A breed of elite beasts among the gray stone beetles. Unlike their ordinary counterparts, elite beasts of the same species possessed strength several times greater. Moreover, they harbored unique combat techniques, rendering them exceptionally powerful. Even the weakest of beasts, the gray stone beetle, had its elite counterpart, the black-striped variant, which was indeed a formidable entity. The presence of 2 such creatures was not what astonished Lu Yuan, however. What truly left him in awe was the sight of a wooden chest quietly resting behind the black-striped gray stone beetles. The chest, standing about half a meter high, appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet it quickened Lu Yuan's heartbeat. Chests from the Origin realm held a plethora of treasures. Precious extraordinary genes, gene armaments, potent special elixirs, and even invaluable knowledge could be found within. For any genetic warrior, stumbling upon a chest was akin to striking gold, signifying immense fortune. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. Lu Yuan never anticipated that after being pursued through hundreds of streets, he would inadvertently encounter a treasure chest. Such luck, was it not a testament to his fortune? Now, the pressing question loomed: what to do about the 2 black-striped gray stone beetles? Gazing at the imposing beetles, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Slaying even a single ordinary gray stone beetle posed a challenge, let alone the elite black-striped variants. One alone could easily overwhelm him, and together, they would surely present a formidable and perilous challenge. Chapter 14, 2 Pieces of Bad News. Experiment. Lu Yuan concealed himself in a corner. Observing the 2 black-striped gray stone beetles in the distance, his gaze flickering with determination. Confrontation offered no chance of victory. Thus, what must prevail? He surveyed his surroundings, contemplating a strategy. Before long, Lu Yuan lifted his gaze to the dim sky, then glanced at the expanse of the Gobi Desert above, narrowing his eyes slightly. A bold idea began to form. Approaching the stone wall, he sheathed his black light alloy sword and began to climb, utilizing both hands and feet. The wall was steep. Had Lu Yuan been an ordinary person, scaling it would have been impossible. However, as a genetically enhanced warrior, his physical capabilities far surpassed those of an average individual. With powerful limbs and coordinated muscles, he ascended the Gobi wall, reaching heights of 30 to 40 meters in no time. As his head emerged above the wall, he was met with a howling wind that lashed against his face, filled with stinging grains of sand. The tremendous force caused his head to tilt back unexpectedly. And in a moment of surprise, his hands slipped from the stone. Lu Yuan felt the emptiness in his arms, his pupils dilating in fear as his heart nearly ceased. A fall from such a height would surely result in obliteration, even for him. In this critical moment, the black light alloy sword materialized in his hand. With a forceful thrust of his waist, he drove the sword into the wall. The blade penetrated deep, allowing Lu Yuan to stabilize himself. He gasped for air, his eyes reflecting a hint of panic. What a fright. I thought I was done for. Regaining his composure, Lu Yuan steadied himself and continued his ascent up the Gobi. The wind and sand in this region were already formidable, and being several dozen meters in the air only intensified the assault. A moment's inattention could lead to being swept away. With the alloy sword plunged into the ground, he steadied himself with effort. Even so, he dared not open his eyes, his face stung by the abrasive sand. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had prepared for this. A smile crept onto his lips as he produced a pair of goggles. This was a tool acquired during his previous exploration of new recruit notices. The initial cities of the Land of Origins were notoriously harsh, with Windstorm City and Sandrock City both plagued by relentless gales. In such environments, goggles were essential. After all, they were merely fledgling genetic warriors, not yet at the point where acidic substances could infiltrate their eyes without consequence. As he donned the goggles, Lu Yuan marveled at his foresight and thorough preparation. Truly, I am remarkable. With the goggles in place, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The wind here was so fierce that no gray stone beetles would dare venture into such a place. For them, food could be found elsewhere. Why endure such torment in this wretched location? The expanse before Lu Yuan was barren, characterized by an uneven terrain marked by the traces of windswept debris. After traversing a certain distance, he arrived at the U-shaped gully, overlooking the dead end below. Leaning slightly forward, Lu Yuan peered down, observing two black-striped gray stone beetles from above. From this height, they appeared no larger than his thumb, as did the wooden chest nestled nearby. While Lu Yuan scrutinized the beetles from his vantage point, they remained blissfully unaware, indulging in the delectable rocks. Evidently, even the elite black-striped gray stone beetles lacked the sensory range to detect his presence, which assuaged Lu Yuan's concerns. This realization simplified his forthcoming strategy significantly. A smile graced Lu Yuan's lips as he approached a stone pillar, roughly the girth of a human embrace. With a deft motion, he grasped a protruding section of the pillar and effortlessly broke off a fragment. Upon squeezing it with force, the stone crumbled into fine granules. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and whistled softly. Weathering. Under such fierce winds, even the most resilient rock could not withstand the forces of nature. If water could erode stone, what chance did it stand against a tempest? Lu Yuan's plan took shape, growing more refined with each moment. He decided to test the reaction of the beetles. Glancing at the two black-striped gray stone beetles below, he furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity entering his gaze. In the next instant, he selected a basketball-sized stone that had not yet succumbed to the elements. Positioning himself a distance away from the beetles, Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, then, with a vigorous thrust, hurled the stone toward the ground, approximately 200 meters from the beetles. Thud. The stone struck the earth with a resounding crash. The noise reverberated through the air, prompting both beetles to lift their heads in unison, directing their attention toward the source of the sound. They exchanged glances, their antennae quivering. In a fleeting moment, the beetle on the right darted in the direction of the noise, while the other remained rooted in place. Observing this from his lofty perch, Lu Yuan could not help but frown slightly. Two pieces of disheartening news emerged. Firstly, such a commotion had only succeeded in diverting one of the black-striped gray stone beetles. Even with one beetle remaining, he was still unable to approach the wooden chest. Secondly, the speed of the fleeing beetle was astonishingly swift, much quicker than a typical gray stone beetle, by about 40 to 50%. At such a pace, should Lu Yuan be discovered, he would be left with no recourse but to await his demise. Even divine intervention would be futile. It was perplexing to Lu Yuan how, despite sharing a similar diet of rocks, there could be such a vast disparity in their capabilities. In addressing the second dilemma, there remains a viable solution. Yet the first conundrum poses a substantial challenge for Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan contemplated, the black-striped gray stone beetle, having ventured out, arrived at the area where stones had fallen. Upon noticing the debris on the ground, the beetle emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks, raising its head to survey the surroundings, its antennae quivering as it observed the environment. After a brief moment, failing to detect any threats, the beetle's small eyes mirrored a profound bewilderment. After a few more frantic squeaks, the beetle scurried back. Upon the beetle's return, Lu Yuan observed the two black-striped gray stone beetles resuming their feeding, a smile gracing his lips as he contemplated the next phase. It was time to initiate the second experiment. This time, Lu Yuan procured two stones, each the size of a basketball, and with both hands, hurled them towards the left and right directions of the two passages. Boom, boom. The resounding thuds echoed once more. The beetles, startled from their meal, lifted their heads, unleashing a cacophony of agitated cries. Clearly displeased by the disturbance, they skittered across the ground, their sharp claws leaving marks on the hard surface. The two beetles exchanged glances, their antennae trembling. Subsequently, the beetle on the left charged forward while its counterpart remained behind. Before long, the adventurous beetle reached the first impact site. Similar to its predecessor, it surveyed the vicinity, and upon finding no adversaries, it emitted a few cries before dashing to the second location. There, after again detecting no threats, the black-striped gray stone beetle let out a frenzied screech. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As it screamed, its claws scraped across the scattered stones, its sharp mandibles crunching through the debris with a resounding crackle. Once it had consumed the remnants, it scampered back with a sense of satisfaction. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Yuan commenced the third experiment. This time, he selected 3 rocks and tossed them in 3 different directions. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds reverberated once again. The 2 black-striped gray stone beetles, poised to enjoy their meal, instantly lifted their heads. This time, without any communication, both beetles simultaneously dashed towards the source of the noise, their cries echoing in unison. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile illuminating his face. One problem had been resolved. As for the second dilemma, concerning the swift speed of the black-striped gray stone beetle, Lu Yuan pondered how he might swiftly open the wooden treasure chest and make his escape after diverting the beetles. He had already devised a plan for this challenge. Chapter 15. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, a magnificent harvest, Lu Yuan refrained from casting a fourth stone. Instead, he ascended along the rocky wall, returning to the surface from the summit of the Gobi. He paused approximately 100 meters from the black-striped gray stone beetle. In the narrowest section of the passage, with a deft motion of his right hand, a modest plastic bucket materialized in his grasp. Upon opening the bucket, Lu Yuan poured out a viscous, transparent liquid. This was a novel type of combustible oil, colorless and odorless, capable of burning for an extended duration at an exceedingly high temperature. Its efficacy in particular scenarios was remarkable, and Lu Yuan had procured it as a precautionary measure. Never anticipating its actual application, he meticulously doused the passage with the burning oil, repeating the process several times to ensure the thorough obstruction of the corridor. Subsequently, he climbed back to the pinnacle of the Gobi. Once atop, Lu Yuan retrieved a roll of green plastic bags. These bags, crafted from robust, waterproof, and abrasion-resistant nylon, were indispensable items recommended for newcomers. Lu Yuan had acquired a roll containing 20 bags for unforeseen circumstances, and now he found them truly useful. He systematically opened each bag, filling them with weathered sand and stone. He managed to stuff every visible fragment of crumbled earth into the 20 bags. Afterward, he bound 4 bags together with rope, forming 5 bundles. Completing this task, a faint smile graced Lu Yuan's lips. His preparations were nearly complete, with just one final step remaining. Assessing the location, he positioned himself above the Gobi nearest to the wooden treasure chest. He drew forth the black alloy sword, forcefully embedding the blade into the Gobi, leaving only the hilt exposed. Next, he retrieved a lengthy rope, securing it to the hilt of the black alloy sword. After tugging to ensure a firm knot, he sprayed himself with a deodorizer to eliminate any lingering odors. Stowing away the deodorizer, Lu Yuan clapped his hands together and squinted against the light. Preparations were complete. Now, it was time to see if he could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Though a plan was in place, Lu Yuan could not guarantee a 100% success rate. However, fortune favored the bold, and with the treasure chest within sight, he was not one to neglect such an opportunity. As long as the odds were reasonable, he was willing to take the leap. Lu Yuan cast a glance at the 2 black-striped gray stone beetles below. Perhaps due to the absence of falling rocks, the beetles were indulging in their meal with great satisfaction. Yet soon, their contentment would turn to dismay. A smile crept across Lu Yuan's face as he returned to the spot where he had previously thrown stones, retrieving the 4 prepared stones. He tossed them in pairs towards different directions. Thud, 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 thud. The successive sounds of crashing stones startled the 2 beetles, who were blissfully gnawing on their morsels. They emitted furious shrieks in response to the incessant clamor of falling rocks, their anger palpable. The 2 black-striped gray stone beetles immediately charged forth. On the summit of the Gobi Desert, Lu Yuan stood, observing 2 black-striped gray stone beetles dart across the transparent lines drawn by the burning oil, heading towards the direction of the fallen rocks. Upon their arrival in the debris zone, a smile crept upon Lu Yuan's lips as he retrieved the torch, igniting it before forcefully hurling it towards the flammable oil. Boom! The moment the torch made contact with the burning oil, an intense heat surged forth, flames erupting violently, soaring almost instantaneously to the pinnacle of the Gobi. The heat radiated so fiercely that Lu Yuan felt a stinging sensation on his skin, and the high temperature consumed a significant amount of oxygen, rendering his breaths labored. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan did not falter for an instant. As if rehearsed countless times in his mind, he seized a bundle of 4 plastic bags, launching them with great force into the air above the fiery barrier. Boom! The searing heat caused the plastic bags to shatter immediately, scattering sand and gravel that danced in the heat wave and fierce winds. Without hesitation, he threw the second set of plastic bags, followed by the third and fourth, until he had cast all 5 sets, leaving the air thick with debris. In the inferno, a small portion of sand began to melt, trickling down, while the majority swirled in the tempest, forming an invisible barrier. The 2 black-striped gray stone beetles, sensing something amiss, abruptly turned, screeching as they charged back towards their previous direction. However, they halted before reaching the fiery wall. The blistering heat, even for such formidable creatures, rendered any attempt to pass unscathed impossible. Sensing danger, they hesitated momentarily. At that instant, a handful of melting sand fell, some landing upon the black-striped gray stone beetles. Hissing as it made contact, smoke began to rise from their carapaces, startling the beetles into retreating a few steps, frantically screeching at the fiery barrier. While the 2 beetles were in doubt, Lu Yuan had already made his way down the Gobi to the rope he had prepared earlier. Grasping the rope with both hands, he leapt down, his movements swifter than those of a special forces operative. Had it not been for the flames, the 2 beetles would have noticed Lu Yuan's actions. However, with the swirling yellow sands above, the sky turned murky, obscuring their vision, allowing Lu Yuan to infiltrate their lair unnoticed, intent on pilfering their treasures. Lu Yuan's speed was remarkable. He descended the 40-meter cliff in mere moments. Upon landing, he dashed directly towards a wooden chest. The chest was unlocked, and he opened it without hesitation. Inside, he discovered two luminous orbs, one white, intertwined with strange patterns, and the other a pale green, resembling a massive black sword. Without a second thought, Lu Yuan seized the two orbs and stored them within his battle pattern space. Then, he grasped the rope and began to ascend back up the gobi. The ascent was considerably slower than the descent, yet Lu Yuan managed to scale the gobi in merely a matter of seconds. Upon reaching the summit, he scarcely had time to catch his breath before he coiled the rope and extracted the black alloy sword lodged in the rock, fleeing with it in hand. Though the ignited oil would burn for a while, the limited space of the battle pattern constrained his supply, coupled with the relentless onslaught of sand and debris. It was evident that the wall of flames would extinguish before long, if, upon its extinguishment, he were to be detected by the two black-patterned gray stone beetles. His fate would be sealed. Should he linger and await his demise, or seize the moment to escape? With the fierce winds and roaring flames providing cover, Lu Yuan swiftly made his way across the gobi. After covering a considerable distance, he finally halted, collapsing atop the arid terrain, gasping for air as the tempestuous winds whipped sand against his cheeks. Though the duration of his exertion was brief, he found himself utterly fatigued. This weariness stemmed not only from the depletion of physical energy but also from the mental strain that compounded his exhaustion. However, glancing at the two luminous orbs within the battle pattern space, a euphoric smile spread across his face. As a newly awakened genetic warrior, pilfering a treasure chest from the guardianship of two elite beasts was an audacious feat, one that could scarcely be described as mere theft. Yet he had triumphed. Despite the peril, the adventure proved immensely worthwhile, for he had acquired treasures of staggering worth, an ordinary-level extraordinary genetic chain and an elite-level genetic armament, a longsword that he could wield himself. To say it was worth its weight in gold would be an understatement. Truly, I am destined to be a pillar of strength for humanity. Chapter 16. Armed with elite genetic traits. Extraordinary genes. Lu Yuan refrained from immediately examining the two spoils he had acquired. After taking a brief respite, he continued his journey across the gobi, seeking a sheltered spot to properly inspect his treasures. As Lu Yuan departed, in another part of the Greystone Forest, a quartet of human genetic warriors were resting. Scattered around them lay the carcasses of approximately 10 greystone beetles. Suddenly, a tall, lean man exclaimed, "Look over there." The other three turned their gazes in the direction he indicated, where they beheld a towering inferno. Their eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. What could have caused such a massive blaze? Could it be the emergence of a precious artifact? Perhaps an extraordinary beast had appeared. Shall we go take a look? The tall man suggested, seeking the opinions of his companions. The three of them turned their attention to a burly figure clad in black metallic armor, leaning on a massive sword. "Boss, what do you think?" they inquired. The stout man gazed at the distant flames, his eyes glinting thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, he squinted and said, "Let us go investigate. However, we must exercise caution. This area may not be devoid of other beings. Such a commotion would surely attract attention, and we could encounter others drawn to the scene. Remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down." The three responded with grins. "Don't worry, boss. We've been around the origin for a while. We know how to handle ourselves." "Then let us be on our way." The burly man stood, gripping his sword. As the others rose, excitement shimmering in their eyes, the four of them proceeded towards the source of the fire. Before long, the swirling sands above were entirely settled, and the flames began to wane. As the fire subsided, two black-patterned greystone beetles shrieked wildly, dashing into the wall of flames. Upon emerging from the inferno, they hurried back to the wooden chest. To their dismay, they discovered the chest had been opened, and its contents were utterly gone. With a series of furious screeches, the two beetles clawed at the ground, their bodies emanating wisps of ethereal white light. They then scurried off, desperately searching for the culprit who had taken their treasures. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan had erased all traces, leaving no scent behind. The black-patterned greystone beetles were, of course, unable to locate him. Meanwhile, the quartet of human genetic warriors drew ever closer to the area. The burly warrior, clad in metallic armor and wielding a great sword, led the way with vigilance, followed closely by his three companions. As they traversed a narrow passage, they abruptly halted. Not far ahead, three elves emerged, two males and one female. The two groups locked eyes, each regarding the other with mutual wariness. Before they could utter a word, three more dog-headed beings emerged from a different passage. The three groups encountered each other, exchanging glances. Subsequently, a gentle-voiced male elf, wielding a longbow, spoke. "I presume we are all drawn here by that blaze. We are yet unaware of what lies ahead." Perhaps we should unite to investigate the situation before making any decisions. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the human and dog-headed factions exchanged knowing looks. One towering over 2 meters, covered in dark fur, let out a sinister chuckle. Heh, I have no objections. The human warrior's expression remained cold. We can agree to that. The three groups, maintaining a respectful distance, continued onward. However, it was not long before two shadowy figures charged forth from the distance. As they discerned the nature of these entities, the expressions of all three groups shifted dramatically. It was the black-striped greystone beetles. Damn, there were two of them. Attention! The two black-striped greystone beetles swiftly detected the three groups not far away. Their eyes glowed red upon sighting them. You thieving scoundrels will pay. A radiant white light flickered around them, their bodies enveloped in a layer of stony armor as they shrieked and surged toward the three groups. Skill activated. Petrified skin. The three groups stood in stunned silence. They were initiating their skills right away. What on earth has possessed these black-striped greystone beetles? They had gone mad. Ranged attackers, engage. Several archers drew their bows and released their arrows. Yet the projectiles merely struck the beetle's stone armor, leaving only a faint mark before being deflected. The elven woman had already recorded her genetic data. A fireball, the size of a human head, materialized in her hands and shot toward one of the black-striped greystone beetles. Boom. The flames roared, and the beetle emerged from the inferno, its armor slightly charred, yet its ferocity remained undiminished. Instantly, the faces of all present turned pale. By the gods! Such formidable defense! Hold them back. Do not let them reach the rear. The scene descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the true instigator, a remarkably handsome man destined to become the pillar of humanity, had found a sheltered spot atop the Gobi Desert and began to hum a tune while inspecting his spoils. He first retrieved a pale green orb. Within the orb lay a great sword. With a firm grip, he crushed the orb, and the sword clattered to the ground. The sword was entirely black, approximately 1.5 meters in length, with two sections of the blade noticeably thicker, reminiscent of the joints of a greystone beetle. As his hand rested upon the hilt, information regarding the sword flooded into his mind. He felt no surprise. This was the peculiar magic of the Origin Realm, which provided insights into certain treasures. The Origin Realm was shrouded in mystery, and the reasons behind its wonders remained unknown. Even the origin of the land remained shrouded in mystery, perhaps lacking its own consciousness. However, this is not a matter that concerns Lu Yuan at present. Upon receiving the information, a faint smile graced his face. This magnificent sword, known as the Beetle Claw, is a weapon of exquisite quality, a genetic armament. Unlike ordinary weapons, genetic armaments are composed of unique materials that enhance the abilities of their wielders. For instance, the moment Lu Yuan grasped the Beetle Claw, he felt a significant surge in his strength, nearly doubling his power. This is quite remarkable. Of course, this enhancement is partly due to Lu Yuan's own relatively weak abilities, coupled with the formidable nature of the exquisite genetic armament, resulting in such a substantial increase. As Lu Yuan's strength grows, the impact of this enhancement will diminish. Nevertheless, for now, the Beetle Claw feels akin to a divine artifact to him. Moreover, as Lu Yuan plunged the Beetle Claw into the ground, it penetrated the rock as effortlessly as if it were tofu, its sharpness vastly superior to the black alloy sword he previously wielded. With this weapon in hand, he could easily vanquish the greystone beetle. Wouldn't that be a breeze? The prospect of rapid advancement is tantalizing. With a mere thought, the Beetle Claw transformed into a swirl of dark energy, merging into Lu Yuan's body, traversing through the white mist, and ultimately manifesting as a shadowy figure floating around his genetic chain. This is yet another remarkable effect of the genetic armament. The enhancements it provides can persist indefinitely, as long as his physical form can withstand them. If the power of the enhancement becomes too overwhelming, it could lead to the collapse of his original body. After all, the strength bestowed by the genetic armament is ultimately an external force. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt a sense of saturation merely from the enhancement of the Beetle Claw. Should he attempt to augment with additional genetic armaments, his body would likely be unable to bear it. After reviewing the genetic armament, the main event was yet to come. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, he retrieved the white orb of light. Within the orb, strange threads of energy intertwined and flowed, seemingly governed by an unusual pattern. The extraordinary gene, this is the very essence of genetic warriors. This marks Lu Yuan's acquisition of his first extraordinary gene. Chapter 17, Engraving Genes. The Battle of Extraordinary Gene, Petrified Skin. Lu Yuan had acquired information about this extraordinary gene and raised an eyebrow. Petrified skin, a technique of the greystone beetle, enables the construction of a layer of petrified skin on the body's surface, greatly enhancing defensive capabilities. The primary enhancement of engraving this extraordinary gene is defense, with a secondary boost to strength. As for its potency, It is, after all, an ordinary quality extraordinary gene, not particularly formidable. Nonetheless, its defensive capabilities are quite robust. However, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for an offensive-type extraordinary gene. After all, his desired path leaned towards a strong offensive style, while Petrified Skin was more inclined towards a defensive approach. Gazing at the extraordinary gene in his hand, his eyes flickered with indecision. After a moment, he steeled himself and decided to proceed. Given his current strength, acquiring another extraordinary gene would prove exceedingly challenging. He had no inkling of when the next opportunity might arise. Thus, it would be prudent to engrave this one now to enhance his capabilities. Besides, his original plan also required a defensive extraordinary gene with continuous evolution. Even an ordinary quality defensive gene could ascend to his supreme form. Having made up his mind, Lu Yuan resolved to begin the engraving process without delay. After all, the location he occupied was relatively secure, with little chance of intrusion. Moreover, the engraving of ordinary quality extraordinary genes posed minimal difficulty, easily manageable even for apprentice-level gene warriors. Unlike extraordinary genes of other qualities, which could result in catastrophic failure if the engraver lacked sufficient strength, leading to a violent demise. Such a death was distinct from others. Should one perish while engraving a gene, it would result in death in the real world as well, leaving no trace behind. Even if one did not meet an explosive end, failing to complete the engraving could leave lingering traits of the gene's biological essence, potentially leading to troublesome consequences, such as developing a tail or acquiring peculiar biological habits. Lu Yuan had gleaned this information from novice posts regarding the engraving of extraordinary genes. It was precisely this understanding that gave him the confidence to engrave this extraordinary gene directly. Taking a deep breath, he clenched the white light orb tightly and squeezed with determination. In the next moment, the orb shattered, and the strange lines within transformed into flowing light. Merging into Lu Yuan's body, the peculiar lines traversed the white mist and entered the gene chain. Awakening, the gene chain revealed a segment of emptiness. At that moment, the white lines continuously morphed and filled the void, completing that segment. As this occurred, Lu Yuan felt his body resonating with a series of cracks. His flesh seemed to grow more resilient, and his muscles tightened. Amidst the transformation, a wave of intense pain washed over him, causing cold sweat to beat on his forehead. Damn it, he thought to himself, cursing inwardly. Is this what that post meant when it said ordinary quality extraordinary genes were easy to engrave? This is excruciating. The process of completing the blank chain of the extraordinary gene endured for an extended period, during which Lu Yuan was unable to perceive the passage of time. Once the blank chain was fully completed, the remaining lines began to integrate into other gene chain regions, initiating subtle adjustments within those areas. A wave of intense pain surged through him once more, yet this time, the sensation was somewhat milder than before. Lu Yuan, having already endured considerable discomfort, felt a peculiar sense of relief, leading him to suspect that perhaps something was amiss. As time progressed, the fine-tuning of the other gene chain regions reached its conclusion. However, Lu Yuan remained tense, aware that one final step awaited him. A frantic scream echoed in his mind. Jolting his spirit awake, this was the last phase of inscribing the extraordinary gene. The original sentient will of the extraordinary gene had not yet entirely perished. As the inscription approached its climax, the biological instinct began its final resistance. Only by completely erasing this entity's will could he fully assimilate the extraordinary gene into his being. Those gene warriors who failed to inscribe the extraordinary gene entirely did so because they lacked the capacity to obliterate the creature's will. Should the will of the extraordinary gene prevail, overpowering that of the gene warrior, it could lead to terrifying mutations, with death being merely the most lenient outcome. In this battle of wills, it was a matter of mutual destruction. For gene warriors, the path to power was beset with thorns. Only through a trail of blood could they proceed. The strength of the gene creature was directly correlated to the quality of the extraordinary gene. Ordinary quality extraordinary genes corresponded to the will of a typical ferocious beast. Thus, even apprentice-level gene warriors could easily inscribe such genes. After all, if a gene warrior could not even overcome an ordinary beast, it would be better for them to perish. Lu Yuan's extraordinary gene manifested as ordinary quality petrified skin, corresponding to the ordinary quality greystone beetle. At the moment the familiar scream of the greystone beetle pierced the air, Lu Yuan's consciousness wavered, and when he regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in a sea of white mist. Behind him loomed an immense gene chain, while before him, the mist surged, revealing a greystone beetle approximately half a meter in height. The creature's eyes were wild with frenzy, its instinctual awareness informing it that failure meant utter annihilation. A cornered rabbit will bite, so how much more ferocious is a beast? In this moment, the greystone beetle succumbed to complete madness. As its will solidified, it charged toward Lu Yuan's own essence. Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive, His will possess the power derived from the inscribed extraordinary gene. Though still in the process of inscription, and thus somewhat diminished in strength, he could easily slay an ordinary greystone beetle even without the gene inscribed, how much more so in his current state. Moreover, Lu Yuan's right hand extended, and the ethereal silhouette of the clawed sword, floating alongside the genetic chain, vanished before materializing in his grasp. His willpower surged once more, fortifying his ethereal form. The genetic armament could indeed be wielded, even by the embodiment of will. As the greystone beetle charged toward him, Lu Yuan gripped his sword with both hands and swung with fervor. A flash of dark light streaked by, cleaving the beetle's ethereal form in two. Without pausing, he continued his relentless assault, shattering the greystone beetle's essence entirely. The fragmented creature dissolved into specks of light, a burst of white luminescence merging with the genetic chain behind him. A wave of exquisite warmth enveloped Lu Yuan, a manifestation of biological transcendence. Only after inscribing the extraordinary gene could one rightfully be termed a true genetic warrior. This marked the metamorphosis from mortal to extraordinary being. As Lu Yuan's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, he closed his eyes, savoring the moment of transcendence, a faint smile gracing his lips. The inscription of the extraordinary gene was completed. He clenched his fists, feeling the resilience of his skin, the profound transformation of his bones, muscles, and veins. Drawing forth the black light alloy sword, he brushed his fingers across its surface, encountering no harm. Even with increased exertion, there were no marks to be found. Only when he summoned immense strength did his fingertip break skin, revealing a delicate wound. Observing the minute injury, Lu Yuan felt a surge of pleasure. His defenses had now surpassed those of a typical greystone beetle. Not only that, but he could also sense a significant enhancement in his strength, comparable to the empowerment of the beetle's claw. However, it was essential to note that the extraordinary gene was of ordinary quality, while the beetle's claw was an elite genetic armament. The similarity in enhancement intensity underscored the vast disparity between the two. Furthermore, the inscription of the extraordinary gene represented an elevation of Lu Yuan's very essence, distinct from the external augmentation provided by genetic armaments. Yet, this was not the end. The spiritual energy within him surged, white light flickering as it coalesced into a grayish-white stone-like skin upon his surface. Skill, petrified skin. Clenching his fists, he struck them together. Boom. The sound echoed like stones colliding. Lu Yuan unleashed a punch against a stone pillar behind him. Crash. Spiderweb-like cracks spidered across the pillar, yet he felt no pain. He then took the black light alloy sword and struck his own arm. Clang. The grayish-white skin merely bore faint white marks, and he felt nothing at all. The defense was astonishingly formidable. Lu Yuan's heart brimmed with joy. This was an unmitigated windfall. Fortuitously, he had not forsaken that treasure chest, had he not taken the risk. Achieving this level would have taken an unfathomable duration. With his current prowess, vanquishing the greystone beetle posed no challenge whatsoever, allowing him to effortlessly acquire spiritual crystals and refine the genetic chain. The pace of his advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The most pivotal moment has arrived. Lu Yuan gazed at the cerulean cube encircling the genetic chain, a smile gracing his lips. Evolution. He was determined to evolve the extraordinary genes embedded within the petrified skin. Only after this evolution would he attain the ultimate reward for his daring adventure. Chapter 18. Evolution. Encountering the knoll once more with a mere thought, the evolution cube, which had been revolving around the genetic chain, suddenly radiated an ethereal azure glow. This luminous azure light cascaded upon the genetic strand, which had previously stabilized, causing it to undergo a profound transformation once again. This alteration was far more intense than the previous recording. It felt as though every muscle, bone, and organ within Lu Yuan's body was being torn apart and reformed anew. Accompanying this metamorphosis was an excruciating pain that rendered Lu Yuan's mind nearly vacant. The evolution commenced. Time slipped away, and as Lu Yuan grappled with the searing agony that penetrated his very soul, the azure luminescence gradually faded, and the pain began to dissipate. The once brilliant glow of the evolution cube diminished considerably, rendering it somewhat translucent. It had originally housed energy intended for evolution. Although some remained, a substantial portion had been expended. The means of recharging it was simple. One merely needed to infuse it with spiritual energy. As the pain subsided, an overwhelming force surged forth from the depths of Lu Yuan's being. The pleasurable sensation akin to the earlier genetic sublimation reemerged. The evolution was complete. No biological consciousness manifested, as the extraordinary genetic consciousness had been eradicated by Lu Yuan previously. This was indeed fortuitous news for him. In the future, when inscribing genes, he could entirely ensure the quality of the recording, proceeding with evolution thereafter without a hint of danger. With this thought, a smile graced his lips. How marvelous! The sublimation sensation lingered for a while before ultimately fading, imparting to Lu Yuan the understanding of what the extraordinary gene was post-evolution, the black iron body. This primarily enhanced his physical defense and strength, while also providing a slight boost to agility and burst capability, compared to the ordinary quality of petrified skin. The black iron body offered a more comprehensive enhancement, including increased agility. Furthermore, all aspects of augmentation nearly doubled compared to before. This was an enhancement that had been applied after the addition of the beetle's claws. One could only imagine how much stronger the elite quality extraordinary gene was compared to the ordinary quality, if the elite quality was already this formidable. How terrifying would the subsequent chief genes, leader genes, lord genes, and even the extraordinary genes of the sovereign be? The very thought filled Lu Yuan with anticipation. Regrettably, the energy within the evolution cube was insufficient to further evolve the current extraordinary gene. Moreover, even if he wished to evolve, his current physical strength could not withstand such a transformation. To achieve another evolution, he surmised he would need to refine the genetic chain to a certain extent first. However, he was already considerably strong. With elite genes complemented by elite weaponry, he could almost stride confidently through the gray stone forest, a novice area. Lu Yuan felt confident that he could take on the black-striped gray stone beetle single-handedly. Reflecting on the two he had encountered previously, he wondered how they were faring now. Perhaps it was time to pay them a visit? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that it was indeed a good idea, and thus departed from his sheltered spot. Retracing his steps, had it been earlier, Lu Yuan would have had to tread cautiously atop the Gobi Desert. However, following a significant enhancement in his abilities, the fierce winds that once posed a threat now felt like a gentle breeze upon his face, allowing him to traverse the terrain with ease, even at a sprint. The once painful sands that stung his skin now caressed his cheeks like tender hands offering a soothing massage, leaving him with a rather mixed emotional response. Although I have grown stronger, it appears my resilience has also thickened. With renewed determination, Lu Yuan quickened his pace towards the previously explored area. In no time, he returned to the U-shaped section of the Gobi. As he approached, he sensed a lingering warmth, remnants of the intense heat left by the extinguished firewall. Glancing below, he paused in surprise. The two black-striped gray stone beetles lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies having been cleared and their precious shells harvested. Clearly, they had encountered another adversary. He had anticipated vanquishing the beetles himself, only to discover that someone else had claimed the prize. It was likely the genetic warrior drawn by the flames moments earlier. Relief washed over Lu Yuan. He felt fortunate. He had been swift in his retreat, as genetic warriors possessed a higher intellect compared to the black-striped gray stone beetles. Given their cognitive abilities, they would likely have discerned something amiss on the Gobi had he lingered. With the demise of the beetles, Lu Yuan had no intention of remaining any longer. He descended from the Gobi and, while passing the remains of the black-striped gray stone beetles, cast a lingering glance before casually seeking an exit. Shortly thereafter, he encountered two gray stone beetles gnawing at the rocks beneath a stone pillar. His eyes gleamed with excitement. It was time to test his newfound prowess. Summoning the insect claw sword into his grasp, Lu Yuan strode towards the two gray stone beetles. As he approached within 20 meters, both beetles halted. Turning their gaze towards him, they emitted high-pitched shrieks and charged at him, observing their menacing mandibles. Lu Yuan felt no trace of the anxiety he had experienced during his first encounter with the gray stone beetles. As they drew closer, he swung his sword, the dark blade slicing through the air to meet the beetles. Their charge abruptly ceased, and their bodies glided past him, collapsing behind him, their little legs twitching in death's grip. A smile of delight spread across Lu Yuan's face. Truly, I am remarkable. What once posed a challenge now fell before him with surprising ease, as he dispatched the two gray stone beetles with such alacrity. He collected the spirit crystals and stripped the gray stone beetles of their shells before moving on, resuming his hunt. 2 hours later, in an area of the gray stone forest, with a swift stroke, Lu Yuan felled a solitary gray stone beetle and exhaled softly, stepping forward to retrieve the spirit crystal. At that moment, he heard footsteps. He paused, lifting his gaze towards the source of the sound echoing from the passageway. The sound of footsteps drew near as two dog-headed beings clad in black leather armor, wielding long blades, emerged from the shadows. One was cloaked in a coat of gray fur, while the other bore a rich brown hue. They appeared somewhat familiar. Upon catching sight of Lu Yuan, the two dog-headed figures froze momentarily, their gazes locking in mutual recognition, before breaking into radiant smiles. The brown-furred dog-headed creature's expression twisted into a menacing grin as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Human, did you ever expect this? We meet again. This time, let us see how you escape. Lu Yuan chuckled in response. I was wondering if I might encounter you again. It seems fortune favors me. Fortune? You think encountering us is a stroke of luck? It seems the genetic enhancements have emboldened your confidence, but let me assure you, it is utterly worthless. The gray-furred dog-headed figure shot a sidelong glance at the insect claw sword in Lu Yuan's hand, sneering as he approached, blade in hand. The brown-furred creature followed suit, closing in as well. Are you not aware that we too wield genetic enhancements? He taunted, but we must thank you for the unexpected bounty you've provided. As the two dog-headed beings advanced toward Lu Yuan, a group of 4 handsome elves passed by in the corridor and noticed the unfolding scene. Isn't that the fellow who was chased by the greystone beetles? And his 2 dog-headed companions? One tall, slender elf remarked, momentarily taken aback. What are they up to? Are they about to clash? Another elf observed with a smirk, it could be infighting among them. His lips curled into a sly smile. Let us not intervene just yet. Let us wait and see who emerges victorious. Upon hearing their leader's words, the other 3 instantly comprehended the plan. He the chief. He. What a delightful stroke of luck we've stumbled upon. Such opportunities are rare, especially with the recent downturn in scamming newcomers. The 4 elves concealed themselves behind a distant stone pillar, watching the confrontation unfold between Lu Yuan and the 2 dog-headed adversaries. The dog-headed beings charged at Lu Yuan. And the brown-furred creature, seeing Lu Yuan standing still, sneered, Human, it seems you realize there is no escape. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Don't worry. I shall be swift. As he spoke, he lunged forward, raising his long blade high to strike down at Lu Yuan with astonishing speed. Previously, Lu Yuan would have found such an attack nearly impossible to evade. However, after imprinting the extraordinary genes, his capabilities had significantly improved, including his dynamic vision. He raised his hand slightly. Clang. The insect claw sword met the long blade effortlessly, producing a resounding clatter, while Lu Yuan remained steadfast. The brown-furred creature felt the recoil reverberate through his arms, a sense of disbelief washing over him as he stared at Lu Yuan. You blocked it. How is that possible? What is impossible? Lu Yuan replied with a subtle smile. Another gray-furred gnoll, slightly lagging behind the brown-furred one, narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Soon after, a fierce expression overtook his features. Can you withstand one, let alone 2? He exclaimed. Suddenly, he surged forward with explosive speed, swinging his blade horizontally towards Lu Yuan's waist. Lu Yuan smiled, exerting force with his right hand, causing the brown-furred gnoll to involuntarily stagger backward from the immense power. After repelling the brown-furred gnoll, Lu Yuan deftly rotated his wrist, positioning his long sword defensively. Clang. The razor-sharp blade of the beetle-shaped sword firmly parried the gray-furred gnoll's assault. Such speed. Witnessing Lu Yuan's swift movements, the gray-furred gnoll's fur bristled in alarm, as Lu Yuan's displayed prowess far exceeded his expectations. A sense of retreat began to creep into the gray-furred gnoll's heart. They were no match. At that moment, Lu Yuan's longsword trembled once more, forcing the gray-furred gnoll back a step, the dark blade flashing across his neck. Blood gushed forth, and the light in the gray-furred gnoll's eyes slowly faded. His body swayed before collapsing to the ground. The brown-furred gnoll, who had intended to assist, halted in his tracks upon witnessing his companion fall. Brother. He stared fixedly at Lu Yuan, shock etched across his face. How is this possible? Just moments ago, we were pursuing you, and in such a brief span. How could you have grown so immensely powerful? Lu Yuan regarded the brown-furred gnoll, whose fur stood on end, a benevolent smile gracing his features as he approached step by step. What do you think? Chapter 19. Shadows in the night, please. Don't come any closer. The brown-furred goblin's eyes widened with terror as he turned to flee. Yet, he had barely taken 2 steps before Lu Yuan swiftly caught up, delivering a lethal strike across his throat, ending his life. Glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, Lu Yuan inhaled deeply. This marked his first kill of an intelligent being. However, thanks to his prior experience in slaying gray stone beetles, he felt no discomfort. Rather, a sense of elation filled his heart. After all, these 2 goblins had pursued him with malicious intent. As the 2 goblins fell lifelessly, several items slowly materialized from the void, a collection of spirit crystals and gray stone armor. These were the spoils the goblins had gathered during their venture into the origin land. Should they perish, their gains would be rendered irretrievable, scattering from the battle space. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of regret. Had he acquired the genetic armaments of these goblins, it would have been a significant boon. The most modest of such armaments could fetch tens of thousands. Despite his slight disappointment, his spirits lifted quickly. He gathered the spirit crystals and gray stone armor dropped by the goblins, counting them briefly. There were 45 spirit crystals and an equal number of gray stone armors, more than he had collected from a day of battling gray stone beetles. Stowing away his newfound wealth, Lu Yuan reveled in the unexpected fortune. Meanwhile, as Lu Yuan assessed his gains, the leader of the elves and his companions remained ensconced in silence from a distance. Gulps. Goblin Huang glanced at the bodies of his fallen kin and couldn't suppress a nervous swallow. Boss, should we go? The elven leader's lips twitched as he could not restrain himself from slapping Huang on the head. You want to die? Then go ahead. Huang, cradling his head, shook it vigorously. No, I don't wish to die. The human male continued to gaze in Lu Yuan's direction, astonished. Is this person truly a newcomer? Are all newcomers this formidable nowadays? The tall, slender elf cast a glance at the human and remarked, among humans, the disparity is indeed vast. The human's lips twitched as he retorted, he must hail from a prominent family. Otherwise, how could his strength be so immense? He must have inscribed extraordinary genes. Perhaps even of an elite caliber. I am but an ordinary individual. How can I compare? During the apprenticeship stage. Isn't the ability to inscribe elite genes a mark of skill? You would succeed even if given the chance, the tall elf scoffed. Can you? The slender elf fell silent. Enough of this bickering. We must depart swiftly. He has likely finished collecting his belongings, and if we linger and are discovered, we may find ourselves in peril. Upon hearing their leader's words, the three immediately regained their focus and stealthily retreated in the opposite direction from Lu Yuan. Having dispatched the two goblins, Lu Yuan resumed his hunt for gray stone beetles, continuously absorbing spirit crystals. After inscribing the extraordinary gene, Lu Yuan's speed of absorbing spiritual crystals has accelerated significantly. He can now absorb a crystal in almost a single breath. The spiritual crystals contributed by the two dog-headed creatures were consumed entirely in no time. This led Lu Yuan to discover a pressing issue after inscribing the elite gene. The amount of spiritual energy required for each refinement of his gene chain has notably increased. Previously, with such an abundance of spiritual crystals, his refinement rate might have reached 10, yet now it barely exceeds 3. This signifies that to fully refine the gene chain, he would need even more spiritual energy and, consequently, an increased number of greystone beetles to hunt. Fortunately, the difficulty of hunting these beetles has diminished considerably for him. Moreover, with his current prowess, he could venture into other regions to hunt ferocious beasts and procure even more spiritual crystals. It seems that he wouldn't be wandering aimlessly for much longer. He would postpone such thoughts for another time. While immersed in contemplation, Lu Yuan sensed a disturbance in his consciousness. Within the white mist, a luminous gate materialized once more. He felt a compelling force emanating from the gate, drawing him in with increasing intensity. A flicker of realization crossed Lu Yuan's eyes. The 24-hour mark was approaching. Having already amassed considerable gains, he chose not to resist the pull. As his consciousness entered the luminous gate, a fleeting moment of disorientation ensued. When Lu Yuan regained his senses, he found himself back in his modest room. He glanced outside, where the night had enveloped the surroundings, and the distant neon lights continued to flicker. Retrieving his phone, he checked the time. He had entered the origin land at 9 in the evening. It was now 11 o'clock. 2 hours had passed. The flow of time in the origin land differs from that of reality, as noted in the posts. Having confirmed the time, he dismissed further contemplation. Clenching his fist, he felt the surge of power coursing through his body. The strength acquired from inscribing genes in the origin land had accompanied him back. A smile graced his lips. The first step had gone well. Although fraught with danger, the foundation was solidly laid. Overall, he had taken flight. Lu Yuan proceeded to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, then settled cross-legged on his bed to continue practicing the guiding technique. The spiritual crystals had already been fully absorbed, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the guiding technique for his cultivation. He noticed that after inscribing the elite gene, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy had significantly improved, although it still paled in comparison to the rate of crystal absorption. Nonetheless, he deemed any progress worthwhile. Diligent cultivation could never be in vain. As time elapsed and midnight approached, the darkness outside thickened considerably. In the corner of Lu Yuan's room, a shadow began to materialize. It was a peculiar, distorted silhouette. Once the shadow emerged from the darkness, it gradually moved closer to Lu Yuan, silently encroaching upon him. As it neared, it began to seep into his body through his chest. While Lu Yuan was engrossed in his practice, he suddenly felt a chill wash over him, accompanied by an unsettling wave of nausea and tightness in his chest. He was suddenly jolted, his entire body surging with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, as he activated the martial prowess of his black iron physique. Intricate, profound black iron patterns adorned his body, extending from his neck to the sides of his face, where 2 additional black iron markings appeared. As the black iron physique operated, his physical constitution and defensive capabilities soared, causing the shadow to scream as it was expelled from his body. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the grotesque shadow twisting and dissipating into the darkness, his pupils constricting and his scalp prickling. What in the world was that? With a final, piercing scream, the shadow transformed into black smoke and vanished. Yet, he remained vigilant, rising to illuminate the room, surveying his surroundings. In the simplicity of the cramped chamber, everything appeared as it should, as if the eerie shadow had never existed. What was that thing? He sat back on the bed, his brow furrowed, still shaken. If he had not recently acquired the black iron physique, he might have been unable to escape that ghastly entity. Would he have perished? Wait a moment. A shiver coursed through his body as he widened his eyes. That nauseating sense of suffocation. Had he encountered it before? He furrowed his brow in recollection, and suddenly, a realization struck him. When he first traversed into this realm, the last memories of his predecessor were of dying from that very sensation of chest constriction. That feeling was eerily reminiscent of what he was experiencing now. His scalp tingled with alarm. Surely, could that thing be the cause? He had previously found it perplexing that his predecessor, despite being in good health, had succumbed so suddenly. It turned out that this entity was the culprit. His predecessor had been an ordinary person. How could they have attracted such a bizarre being? Feeling somewhat bewildered, he recalled something else. The aberration incident. Could it be that the previous encounter with such an event had returned to haunt him? Years had passed since that incident, yet it had resurfaced in his life? His brow knitted tighter, nerves beginning to fray. Although the shadow had dissolved into smoke, he sensed that the entity was likely not vanquished. It could very well re-emerge. His mood grew heavy. Had he possessed some knowledge of this entity, he might have devised a strategy. Yet, the truth remained. He was utterly ignorant of the peculiar shadow. The unknown is often the most terrifying of adversaries. The only solace he found was in his black iron physique, whose formidable defenses seemed capable of withstanding the Shadow's attack. His current course of action was to continuously enhance his strength, refining his gene chain. The stronger the gene chain became, the more potent his black iron physique would grow, ultimately rendering him safer. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he once again sat cross-legged on the bed, commencing his cultivation. However, this time, he left the light on. The specter had truly frightened him. He felt reluctant to plunge into darkness. It reminded him of the fear he felt as a child while watching Death's Little Student when encountering the figure in dark attire. The psychological shadow lingered. Thankfully, he was now financially secure and unconcerned about the electricity bill. At long last, he found a modicum of psychological comfort. Chapter 20, The Black Rat Gang. Conflict. The night following the tumultuous events passed without incident. Lu Yuan awoke to the soft light of morning. Rising from his bed, he stretched languidly before entering the bathroom to freshen up, then stepped out of his room. He intended to find a shop to sell the gray stone armor he had acquired the previous day, hoping to earn some money. As he left, he noticed that Li Qinghe had not yet returned, concluding that she was likely working late. There had been instances before where he had not encountered her in the morning. The streets of the impoverished district were bustling, with many ragged individuals already scavenging for refuse by the roadside. Lu Yuan arrived at a roadside stall selling breakfast. Observing the thin, dark-skinned proprietor. "Boss, I would like 2 meat buns and a serving of sweet soy milk, please." "Certainly, just a moment," the owner replied, bowing slightly with a humble smile. Lu Yuan chuckled, "No rush." While Lu Yuan awaited his order, 2 young ruffians with flamboyantly dyed hair and clad in leather armor approached. "Hey boss, 5 fried dough sticks. Hurry it up." "Yes, yes," the proprietor responded, nodding and moving swiftly. Lu Yuan glanced at the 2 ruffians. In the past, he would have avoided such troublemakers whenever possible. After all, Li Qinghe had warned him that these individuals were often affiliated with gangs, whose nefarious activities were shrouded in mystery, perhaps drug trafficking or organ smuggling. Many missing homeless individuals in the district had likely fallen victim to such gangs. It was wise to steer clear of them, but now Lu Yuan found himself relatively unconcerned. After all, he was a genetically enhanced warrior, imbued with elite genetics, and was not one to shy away from petty thugs. At that moment, the ruffian with red hair suddenly exclaimed, "What happened yesterday was truly bizarre." The one with green hair chimed in, "Indeed, I heard Xiao Man say he saw old Dao possessed by a malevolent spirit, then he just dropped dead." Lu Yuan paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes upon hearing their conversation. A malevolent spirit? Sudden death? He recalled the ominous shadow from the previous night. Could it be that someone else had encountered that ghostly presence? He listened intently. Damn it, old Dao sold his daughter a few days ago. Could this be retribution? One ruffian speculated. What kind of trivial matter could warrant retribution? Another countered. But what if he truly angered something sinister? I don't know. The boss and the others are investigating personally. It should be fine. They are formidable genetic warriors. I hope they uncover the truth soon. It's quite unsettling. As they spoke, the proprietor had finished preparing the buns and soy milk, handing them to Lu Yuan. "Young man, here are your buns and soy milk." Lu Yuan smiled as he reached out to take them. "Thank you. How much do I owe you?" "Wait." Suddenly, the green-haired ruffian shouted, squinting at Lu Yuan and the owner. "Boss, didn't you see that we were still waiting? How dare you serve someone else first? Are you blind? It seems you do not regard our Black Rat Gang with any seriousness, do you?" The boss, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Stammering as a hint of a fawning smile crept across his face. "Gentlemen. Brother?" The red-haired thug slammed his hand onto the stall, causing a tremor that knocked over several condiments, spilling them onto the table. The boss's lips twitched, yet he maintained his obsequious smile. "My apologies, esteemed brothers." Your breakfast is on the house. I shall prepare it right away. Upon hearing the boss's words, the two thugs merely snorted and nodded in satisfaction. At least you are perceptive. Then, the green-haired thug turned his gaze towards Lu Yuan, a smirk gracing his lips. You seem quite young, lad. Have you reached maturity yet? You're looking rather fine. Which establishment do you belong to? I shall pay you a visit next time. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, effortlessly grasping the green-haired thug's hand. The thug was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hostility crossing his face. You've got some guts. He attempted to pull his hand away with force, but found it gripped as if by a vice. The green-haired thug strained against Lu Yuan's hold, his face flushing red from exertion. The red-haired thug, observing his comrade's struggle, could no longer bear to watch. Green hair, what is going on? What are you playing at? Let go, or I swear I will kill you. The green-haired thug's face contorted with fury as he glared at Lu Yuan, shouting in desperation. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing. He tightened his grip incrementally. The chilling sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. The anger on the green-haired thug's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a piercing scream of agony. The intense pain caused him to tremble. His complexion paling while beads of sweat poured down his face. He collapsed, kneeling on the ground. The green-haired thug's screams drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity, who turned to witness the scene. Upon seeing the state of the green-haired thug, their eyes widened in terror. Parents hurriedly scooped up their children, retreating swiftly. Others looked on with a mix of curiosity and fear. The breakfast stall owner stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the kneeling green-haired thug, utterly bewildered. Lu Yuan released his grip, and the thug's arm lay twisted, bones shattered. Yet, Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Recalling the memories of his predecessor, he harbored no fondness for such gangsters and showed no mercy. The green-haired thug's cries startled the red-haired thug, who widened his eyes at the sight of his companion's deformed arm, his own eyes reddening with rage. You bastard, do you want to die? He swiftly drew a folding knife, lunging it towards Lu Yuan's abdomen. For him, killing seemed as commonplace as the daily routine, and his actions were executed without a hint of hesitation. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and grasped the knife-wielding hand of the red-haired thug, applying a fierce squeeze. The sound of bones cracking was even more pronounced than before. With added force, he nearly crushed the thug's hand completely. The red-haired thug emitted a cry more pitiful than that of his green-haired companion. The folding knife slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground as he fell to his knees, overwhelmed by pain that quelled his earlier fury. Terror washed over his face as he looked up at Lu Yuan, stammering, "A little brother, please don't." Before he could finish, Lu Yuan struck his face with a resounding slap, sending him sprawling to the ground. He glared menacingly at the red-haired thug. "Little brother? Is that what you called me? Call me father." "No, never mind. I'm afraid you might die of filial piety. Just call me big brother." The red-haired thug lay stunned on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After a moment of dazed silence, he cried out with a mournful expression, "Big brother, please, don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. It was my fault." Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to the still quaking green-haired thug. Clutching his twisted arm, the green-haired thug was already in tears. Upon noticing Lu Yuan's gaze, he sobbed, "Father. No, I mean, big brother. Big brother. I was wrong." Lu Yuan nodded approvingly. "Very good, quite obedient. Why are you still kneeling? It makes it look like I'm bullying you. Stand up." The two of them struggled to rise, their bodies trembling from the intense pain. Lu Yuan glanced at them before turning to the breakfast stall owner, who stood frozen in shock. "Boss, you still haven't told me how much my breakfast costs," he remarked with a smile. The owner, startled, looked as if he might burst into tears. He shook his head vigorously, and "No, young man, I mean, big brother. How could I possibly take your money? You must accept it. How much is it? Rest assured, I am a good person." Observing the owner's fearful demeanor, Lu Yuan's lips twitched as he felt compelled to clarify. He was merely displeased with the two thugs, not some malevolent entity. Yet the owner continued to refuse his money. After a few attempts to persuade him, Lu Yuan resigned himself and scanned the payment for 10 yuan. "There, I've paid. Don't refuse me. Otherwise, I will hit you." The owner stared at Lu Yuan, opening his mouth but ultimately lowering his head in submission. Lu Yuan turned back to the two thugs. "You toppled his stall. Aren't you going to compensate him?" The thugs, now pale-faced, exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded. "We will pay. We will pay." Under the disbelieving gaze of the owner, they completed the payment. Only then did Lu Yuan smile. "Come, follow me." As the two thugs watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure, they nearly burst into tears. They exchanged a reluctant glance and followed him, albeit with great reluctance. The proprietor, remaining in place, gazed at the departing figure of Lu Yuan, a flicker of emotion glimmering in his eyes. He wiped the corner of his eye, then swiftly began to tidy up the spilled condiments on his small stall. Resuming his labor, without work, There would be no money for rent, and without money for rent, he would be reduced to the status of a vagrant. In the slums, a homeless person can vanish at any moment, and no one would care. Chapter 21. Side effects. Lu Yuan arrived at a desolate alley accompanied by two small-time delinquents. The corners of the alley were littered with black garbage bags, while deeper within, refuse lay strewn about, swarming with flies and exuding an unpleasant odor. A few stray cats and dogs rummaged through the heaps of trash. Upon noticing Lu Yuan and his companions, they glanced over, arched their backs, and emitted a few low growls, likely perceiving the trio as potential threats to their meager food supply. Lu Yuan paid little mind to the animals, deterred by the overpowering stench that pervaded the area, fearing he might regurgitate. He remained at the entrance of the alley, turning to face the two delinquents. At that moment, they were clutching their broken arms, pallid and drenched in sweat. Lu Yuan chuckled. Does it hurt? The red-haired delinquent whimpered. Boss, please let us go. Our arms are ruined. Lu Yuan, finding amusement in their plight, pressed harder, causing the already bruised arm of the red-haired thug to darken further, blood pooling beneath the skin. He grinned. You had the audacity to brandish a knife earlier. Why the sudden cowardice? If your arm is broken, just get a mechanical prosthetic. Don't fret. The two delinquents fell silent. Lu Yuan continued. I find myself rather intrigued by the ghostly incident you mentioned earlier. If you provide me with the details, I may consider sparing you. Upon hearing his words, the two delinquents perked up. Ghost, boss, are you referring to that old knife? Indeed, that's the one. Go ahead and ask, please. The red-haired delinquent urged eagerly. Lu Yuan smiled. Did you witness the old knife's demise? He added, think carefully before answering. Should I discover you are deceiving me? Consider the consequences. They exchanged glances, the green-haired delinquent stammering. We did not see it with our own eyes, but we heard about it. We heard it from others. They wouldn't lie to us. Oh, what did they say? They said that the old knife was out with a few others, looking for trouble. When they passed through a narrow alley, a strange shadow sprang forth from the darkness. It lunged at the old knife's chest. He clutched his heart, turned pale, and then he died. As the red-haired delinquent recounted the tale, his complexion mirrored his fear, compounded by the numbing pain in his arm. Listening intently, Lu Yuan gradually narrowed his eyes. It was corroboration. This incident mirrored the encounter he had previously faced with that spectral entity. A thought struck him, and he inquired, at what time did this occur? The green-haired delinquent hesitated. It was around midnight. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. He had also noted the time during his own attack the previous night. It was indeed midnight. 2 assaults at the same hour. Could it be that there was more than one of these ghostly entities? Or perhaps, could it possess the ability to create duplicates? Lu Yuan was somewhat perplexed by the situation. It certainly did not bode well. After the demise of the old knife, were there any unusual occurrences? Following his death, the others fled in terror and subsequently informed their leader. When the leader arrived, the body of the old knife remained, devoid of any anomalies. Lu Yuan nodded. Had the old knife ever crossed paths with anyone of consequence? Had he encountered any extraordinary events in the past? Crossed paths with people? Well, it's hard to say how many in our line of work. One must keep their wits about them at all times. As for any extraordinary events, I don't believe so. If there had been, would he still be alive? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, it was somewhat hasty to inquire. In the world of gangsters, how could one avoid antagonizing others? Death could come at any moment, rendering such questions futile. For Lu Yuan, this individual seemed to hold little reference value, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. At that moment, Lu Yuan heard the subdued groans of 2 small-time thugs. He glanced over to see their faces tinged with a pallid hue and waved his hand dismissively. Scram, I don't want to see you again. The 2 thugs froze momentarily in disbelief, then nodded vigorously, bowing as they exclaimed, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. We're leaving right away. They hurriedly scurried away from the alley. As Lu Yuan watched them depart, he pondered the earlier questions. There was likely more than one shadow lurking about, and it was probable that the old knife was not the only casualty. At the very least, his predecessor had met his end. In impoverished areas like this, when someone dies, often no one is aware of their demise. Such occurrences elicit little concern from anyone. Yet, what exactly did that malevolent entity intend? After much contemplation, Lu Yuan was unable to discern the reasons behind it. He shook his head, resolving not to dwell on it further. Once he exited the alley, he retrieved the bun he had set aside earlier and began to nibble on it. It was quite palatable. In the northern district of Shili City, within the Juhu commercial zone, which is in proximity to the Gene Warriors Association branch, the area was bustling with towering skyscrapers, and hovering vehicles ascended and descended from the building platforms, creating a scene of opulence. As Lu Yuan walked down the street, observing the elegantly dressed elite and various opulently attired socialites, he felt as though he had stepped into another realm. The disparity between this place and the impoverished district was akin to heaven and hell, despite the two areas being merely a few streets apart. Lu Yuan's purpose for venturing here was to sell the gray stone armor he had previously acquired. He quickly located a modest storefront along the street. The neon sign read Wolf Materials Shop, adorned with the image of a wolf's head howling skyward. Pushing open the door, he stepped inside. The interior was compact, with counters lining the walls, each displaying an array of materials, most of which Lu Yuan did not recognize. However, it was evident that these items were produced from the origin land. Within the confines of the store, a slender young man clad in a floral shirt and beach shorts, sporting a mohawk hairstyle, sat on a chair, engrossed in his mobile device. Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, he lifted his gaze and cast a glance at Lu Yuan. Despite the dim lighting in the room, the young man was wearing sunglasses. Can he even see? Lu Yuan could not help but scoff inwardly. The youth glanced at Lu Yuan before promptly returning to his game. What is this kid doing here? Just go on and play. Lu Yuan approached the counter and tapped his fingers lightly on the surface. I have materials to sell. The young man paused momentarily, raising his head again to scrutinize Lu Yuan with a hint of seriousness, before putting away his phone. Are you a gene warrior? Lu Yuan nodded. Yes. Here to sell materials. Oh, that's fine. What do you have? Lu Yuan produced a pile of gray stone armor. With a clatter, the gray stone armor tumbled onto the counter, causing it to creak under the weight. Goodness, could you not just place it on the ground? This counter is quite fragile. The young man hurriedly stood up, tossing the gray stone armor onto the floor. He then surveyed the pile. Gray stone armor? Material from the gray stone beetle, a low-grade material of ordinary quality, priced at 150 each. The price is absolutely fair. No haggling. Lu Yuan had already researched the prices on the battle network prior to his visit. Indeed, 150 was quite reasonable. He nodded. That works. Count how many there are. I'll sell them all. Howl, howl, woof, woof. Lu Yuan. He stared at the young man, who had suddenly emitted a sound resembling either a wolf's howl or a dog's bark, his mind filled with questions. Is this person perhaps a bit unhinged? The young man also froze momentarily. The two exchanged glances over the sunglasses, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After a brief silence, the young man cleared his throat, as if to dismiss the incident. Ahem, let me count how many there are. Woof, woof. Lu Yuan. He pondered his choice of words and gently suggested, Brother, do you need to see a doctor? The young man paused before responding. This is a side effect of the gene imprinting. It's an old issue, nothing to worry about. Detecting the bitterness in the young man's tone, Lu Yuan fell silent, momentarily lost in thought. So that's it. If the gene imprinting is not fully completed, it can indeed lead to side effects bearing extraordinary biological characteristics. The thought of the young man suddenly barking like a dog while conversing with others made Lu Yuan feel a pang of embarrassment for him. He was curious about the quality of the extraordinary gene this person had imprinted, one that caused him to sound both canine and lupin. However, he refrained from asking. Generally, unfamiliar gene warriors would not disclose the specifics of their imprinted genes, as keeping their techniques hidden is one of their trump cards. The two did not linger on the topic further, and the young man quickly counted the quantity, a total of 102 pieces. I'll give you a discount. Let us say 100 pieces, totaling 15,000. Lu Yuan, are you applying a bone fracture discount? Rounding it off, that comes to 20,000. The young man adjusted his sunglasses, a warm smile gracing his lips. Ah, it's merely a trifling sum. Let it go. After all, you can continue your hunt. Lu Yuan also revealed a friendly smile. Get lost. Could it be that this fellow's remarkable luck is somehow linked to his extraordinary genes? The young man sighed. Very well then, 15,300. Please make the payment. The young man transferred the amount to Lu Yuan. Upon witnessing the arrival of 15,003, Lu Yuan felt a surge of emotion. Father, mother, your son has finally made something of himself. I have money at last. Chapter 22. Once again, the humorous proprietor managed to amuse the young man. Without granting Lu Yuan any excessive time for sentiment, he chuckled and said, It's a fair exchange. Should you have more goods, feel free to seek me out next time. I assure you, I won't deceive you. Since you say so, I shall indeed return when I have more goods, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. He found the proprietor's unexpected canine mimicry rather entertaining, and it successfully piqued his interest. It would not be amiss to consult this merchant again in the future. After departing from the Wolf Materials store, Lu Yuan made a trip to the shopping center to replenish his previously consumed necessities. Had it not been for the burning oil and rope acquired during his last visit, he would have been unable to unlock that treasure chest. Essential supplies are indeed quite useful at critical moments. However, these items are only effective at lower levels. When confronted with formidable beasts of higher ranks, their efficacy diminishes significantly. In addition to replenishing the necessities he had exhausted, Lu Yuan also procured new items. such as a tent and sleeping bag. The duration of stay in the origin land correlates with one's personal strength. During the initial visit, everyone was newly awakened, and thus the duration was limited to 24 hours. However, on subsequent visits, the length of stay is contingent upon one's capabilities. With Lu Yuan's current strength, remaining for several days poses no issue. It is likely that he will need to camp outdoors. Hence, it is prudent to prepare items like tents and sleeping bags. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's strength has seen some improvement, and as his prowess has grown, so too has the space within his battle insignia, now approximately 2 meters in size. Otherwise, accommodating all his possessions would have proven somewhat challenging, especially given the volume of items he purchased this time around. Consequently, the expenditure was substantial. The 15,000 he had just acquired was quickly dwindling, leaving him with less than 4,300. Observing the money in his possession, Lu Yuan felt the sting of poverty keenly. The aspiration to relocate beyond the impoverished district still felt like a distant dream. Taking a deep breath, he resolved firmly. He must move out next time. Upon leaving the shopping center, Lu Yuan returned to the impoverished district. The trivial incident from that morning had caused no ripples in the community. Life continued as usual for the residents. On his way, he stopped by the Daming Martial Arts School. Yuan Gu, you've come. Why so late today? Yuan Gu, I heard you entered the origin land. How was it? You didn't perish, did you? As he stepped into the Daming Martial Arts School, the sounds of training surged forth like a warm wave. The martial arts students, upon seeing Lu Yuan, greeted him with respectful nods. Some even jested with him. Their demeanor was markedly different from when he first arrived. Lu Yuan's recent achievements had earned him the respect of all. He smiled and nodded in return to those who greeted him, making his way deeper into the school. Xiaohu was engaged in striking a metal punching bag. His colossal fists landed upon the metal, producing a series of thudding sounds as the material dinted under his tremendous force. Noticing Lu Yuan approach, he paused, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck, and walked over. Yuan, what brings you here so late? I want to purchase some items. Lu Yuan replied, glancing around curiously. Where's Minggu? I haven't seen him. On ordinary days, Fangming typically practices boxing here. Yet today, Lu Yuan noticed an absence of people. Brother Ming left last night and has tea returned, came the reply. Lu Yuan paused, momentarily perplexed, and inquired, he left last night? What happened? I am uncertain, however. Brother Ming occasionally ventures out for a while, sometimes for days, other times he returns the same day. The specifics elude me. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. All right then. Xiaohu clashed his fists together, gazing at Lu Yuan with a grin. Shall we ascend the ring for a practice session? Lu Yuan regarded Xiaohu with a hint of peculiarity. Are you certain? What? I feel I have made significant progress over the past few days. Are you afraid? Xiaohu provocatively challenged Lu Yuan, raising his middle finger. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Lu Yuan replied, since you've said that, I suppose I shall humor you with some practice. But let it be known, I made some advancements after entering the origin realm last night. You can only enter for 24 hours the first time. How much progress could one possibly make? Do you think I am so easily deceived? Xiaohu seemed unfazed by Lu Yuan's words. Observing Xiaohu's dismissive demeanor, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Let us head to the ring. The two approached the arena where two burly men were engaged in a boxing match, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Upon seeing Lu Yuan and Xiaohu, the audience parted to make way. Brother Yuan, you've arrived. And Xiaohu too? Are you two preparing for another match? One muscular man queried, uncertainty evident in his voice. Xiaohu crossed his arms and grinned. This time, it's my quest for vengeance. Watch closely. Today I, Xiaohu, shall send this fellow to the hospital. At Xiaohu's declaration, the crowd's eyes lit up, erupting in excitement. Hey, you two, hurry and get down. Yes, yes. Don't you think you should make way for Brother Yuan and Xiaohu? They exclaimed in a cacophony of voices. The two fighters in the ring, unfazed, quickly leapt down at the crowd's urging. The audience clamored for Lu Yuan and Xiaohu to ascend the ring. Once on stage, they stood opposite each other, while the spectators began to chatter. So, who do you think will emerge victorious? That is obvious. It's Brother Yuan. Nonsense, it's clearly Brother Yuan, all right? Although I acknowledge Xiao, who has been training diligently and has improved greatly, I still choose Brother Yuan. Isn't it evident? Brother Yuan is a genetic warrior, and having emerged from the origin realm yesterday, he surely has made considerable progress. One burly man could not help but defend Xiaohu. Isn't there anyone who believes Xiaohu can win? Poor Xiaohu. Do you truly think Xiaohu can prevail? The man scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Ahem. Of course, it's Brother Yuan who will win. Humph. The crowd responded by raising their middle fingers at him. In the ring, Xiaohu and Lu Yuan were well aware of the discussions taking place below. On the innocent visage of Little Tiger, a shadowy expression emerged, his face marred by gloom. Lu Yuan could not help but chuckle. Come on. Humph. Youngster, allow me to showcase the fruits of my labor over these past few days. With a roar, Little Tiger lunged towards Lu Yuan, his momentum akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Compared to the previous days, he had indeed made some progress. However, Lu Yuan's countenance remained impassive, his heart devoid of any tumult. This modicum of advancement was insufficient against the chasm that lay between them. He raised a single finger to intercept Little Tiger's fist. The forceful blow, imbued with a tempestuous energy, seemed to collide with an insurmountable barrier, coming to an abrupt halt. Little Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the solitary finger that thwarted his strike, rendering him frozen in place, momentarily dazed. The onlookers below were equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, a stillness so palpable it was almost suffocating. After a brief interlude, someone finally exclaimed, "Goodness! Lu Yuan is truly a god among men. He managed to block such a ferocious punch with just a single finger. Is he even human? Wasn't he less formidable just yesterday? Could this remarkable progress have stemmed from the origin land? This is utterly preposterous." Frustration rippled through the crowd as they realized once again how Lu Yuan had outshone them. Their gazes towards him were laced with a hint of reverence. Hailing from the impoverished district, those training in the martial arts academy were inherently straightforward. Strength commanded respect. Overwhelming prowess garnered admiration. In such a bleak environment, where the law scarcely reached, power nearly epitomized everything. Lu Yuan, in merely a few days, had attained a level of strength that many members of the academy could scarcely aspire to, thus earning their adulation, despite his youth being considerably less than theirs. On the arena, Lu Yuan regarded the bewildered Little Tiger with a subtle smile. With a gentle push of his finger, Little Tiger was sent staggering backward, nearly teetering off the edge of the platform. Observing the astonished expression on Little Tiger's face, Lu Yuan inquired with a smile, "Shall we continue?" After a moment of silence, Little Tiger sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. "No more, no more. I am no match for you." He cast a slightly dejected glance at Lu Yuan, scratching his head in confusion. "It's strange. How have you elevated your strength so rapidly? Is the origin land truly that remarkable?" Lu Yuan replied with utmost seriousness. "This is all the result of my own diligent efforts." In truth, he had not even exerted his full strength. He had barely utilized a third of his potential. The leap in his abilities had been astonishing. His reason for employing just a finger was the concern that if he unleashed his full might, he might inadvertently injure Little Tiger severely. Chapter 23. One's Own Life. The eccentric tycoon after Xiao Hu conceded defeat, the two descended from the arena. Lu Yuan was immediately surrounded by a throng of admirers. "Yuan Gu, you are truly formidable. Indeed, Yuan Gu, with your prowess, I dare say only Minggu could hope to best you in our dojo. Haha. When Minggu returns and witnesses your current strength, he will surely be astonished. When will you challenge Minggu, Yuan Gu?" Lu Yuan chuckled. "I still have a long way to go before I can compare with Minggu. I shall focus on my training for now." In truth, Lu Yuan believed he would soon surpass Fu Langming. After all, Fu Langming was merely a newly minted genetic warrior who had just broken into the warrior rank. Given Fu Langming's talent, his recent breakthrough suggested that the genes inscribed during his apprenticeship were of ordinary quality. Such strength was hardly exceptional. With the elite genes he had inscribed, once he honed them sufficiently, defeating Fu Langming should not pose too great a challenge. However, Lu Yuan preferred to maintain a low profile, being merely competent sufficed. In the shadowy depths of the impoverished district, standing out was not always advantageous. He believed in a philosophy of steady development. After all, Lu Yuan considered himself a prudent and unassuming man, with a heart of a fierce tiger, yet delicate as a rose. "Ah, indeed, that is me." Once free from the throng, Lu Yuan resumed his practice of military boxing and military sword techniques. As time passed into the evening, Fu Langming had yet to return. Lu Yuan departed from the great Ming martial arts school. The nighttime atmosphere in the impoverished district was far more chaotic than during the day, with few souls wandering the streets, primarily those working the night shift. As he traversed a street, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted from a nearby alley. Passers-by hastened their steps, heads bowed in haste to vacate the area. On the street corner, a heavily made-up young woman seemed accustomed to the turmoil. Muttering a curse under her breath, she swiftly relocated to solicit patrons elsewhere. Lu Yuan cast a glance towards the alley but chose not to intervene, quickening his pace to leave the gunfire zone. Upon returning to his community, Lu Yuan spotted a familiar silhouette along the pathway. Raising an eyebrow, he quickened his stride towards it. "Qin He Jia?" The figure turned, revealing Li Qin He, her face weary and a cigarette in hand. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, she exhaled a puff of smoke, a smile breaking through her fatigue. "Yuan Didi, Why are you still out so late? Lu Yuan replied with a grin. I just returned from the Great Ming Martial Arts School. Hee. Yuan Didi is truly diligent. Indeed, one must strive to progress, earn a living, and escape this impoverished district. And how fares your training? Did you not mention entering the Origin Realm? Lu Yuan's eyes brightened as he responded, I made significant progress. My foray into the Origin Realm yielded substantial rewards, netting over 10,000. Oh, is it truly that much? Li Qinghe's pupils dilated in surprise. The prices for low-level beast materials hover around a mere 1 or 200, yet over 10,000. Could it be that Yuan has slain nearly 100 beasts? This young man, I have indeed underestimated him. Li Qinghe felt a genuine shock. Not due to the bounty itself. She had witnessed many individuals achieve greater fortunes during their initial forays into the Origin Land. In her own first venture, she had nearly wiped out an entire region's elite beasts. However, given her status and innate talent, her experience could not serve as a benchmark. Achievements like Lu Yuan's would be regarded as commendable by external standards, especially since most of those individuals had familial support. Li Qinghe was well aware of Lu Yuan's circumstances. For him to achieve this was no small feat. Observing Li Qinghe's astonishment, Lu Yuan, who regarded her as a caring sister, smiled with a hint of pride. Regrettably, the funds would primarily be allocated for necessary adventuring supplies, leaving little remaining. Next time I venture into the Origin Land, I shall surely amass sufficient funds to take you along. Li Qinghe beamed at Lu Yuan, saying, Your intentions alone bring me joy. Let us discuss it once you have saved enough. By the way, Qinghe, you did not return during the day? Have you just arrived home now? Lu Yuan inquired, noting the fatigue etched on her face. Yes, I just got back, Li Qinghe replied, taking a drag from her cigarette and stretching her graceful figure. Why are you so late today? A peculiar smile danced on her lips as she scrutinized Lu Yuan, her tone teasing. Someone must not want to let sister sleep. Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He opened his mouth but found no means to continue the conversation, opting instead to shift the topic. It seems, Qinghe, that you are quite tired. Let us return so you can rest properly. Li Qinghe shot Lu Yuan a sidelong glance, a mischievous grin appearing on her face. Hee. Yuan, you are now of age, yet you remain so bashful? Perhaps sister could lend you a hand? Fear not. I shall not charge you for it. Lu Yuan halted, looking intently at Li Qinghe. Sister Qinghe, you have always been the one to assist me, while I lacked the means to reciprocate. But now, I am capable. I shall ensure you no longer have to undertake such burdens. I will provide you with the life of an ordinary girl, one with a job, love, and her own path. Li Qinghe was taken aback by Lu Yuan's words, momentarily rendered speechless. She appraised the earnestness in his demeanor, took a puff of her cigarette, and chuckled softly. My little brother has become quite understanding. I am somewhat touched. But let us postpone that for a while. I must first bid farewell to my clients. After all, they have supported me for over a year. Without them, I would not be here today. As she spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in Li Qinghe's eyes. Lu Yuan pondered if she was referring to those like Fran Ming. However, upon becoming familiar, he realized that Fran Ming was quite benevolent towards his own. It seemed Qinghe had indeed received considerable support. He did not dwell on this thought for long and simply nodded. Very well then. Let us go. Returning home, my dear sister, I find myself somewhat peckish. Since you have earned some money, why not treat your sister to a delightful meal? Fear not, dear Qinghe. Feel free to express your culinary desires. Hee. Then I shall not hold back. By the way, have you truly no intention of allowing your sister to assist you in entering the adult world? Oh. Qinghe, please do not jest. Ha. The two shared laughter as they faded into the night. They ventured out for a late-night snack before returning to their respective rooms. Li Qinghe entered her chamber, reclined upon her bed, and gazed at the pristine ceiling, narrowing her eyes slightly. After a brief moment, a smile crept upon her lips. That insufferable brat. Should he glimpse my true self, I cannot fathom him refusing me. Humph. Soon, however, her smile faded. That matter has begun anew. But with me here, you shall not escape. Lu Yuan returned to his own quarters, powered on his antiquated computer, and logged into the gaming platform, as was his custom, to peruse the forums. This had become a habit for him over the past few days. The posts on the platform proved to be quite beneficial to him. Alas, some required payment, while others necessitated a certain level of account status. This diminished Lu Yuan's enjoyment of the free access. Fortunately, the posts that demanded money and rank were not of immediate concern to him. If I cannot enjoy free access, so be it. Soon enough, I, too, shall have ample funds. As Lu Yuan scrolled through the forum, he soon stumbled upon a post titled, Twisted Humanity. Unbelievably, someone has committed such acts in the Greystone Forest. Greystone Forest? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as his current location. What had transpired? Curiosity piqued, he clicked on the post. Today, I wish to share a most infuriating incident. It unfolded thus. My team and I were hunting greystone beetles in the greystone forest when we stumbled upon a location emanating a fierce blaze. Driven by a sense of adventure, we approached, only to encounter two frenzied black-striped greystone beetles. The two creatures seemed to have lost their wits, attacking us with abandon. Alongside us were a band of elves and goblins, and it took all three teams considerable effort to slay those two black-striped beetles, resulting in the loss of two of my comrades. Yet, this was not the most vexing part. The most infuriating revelation was that the black-striped beetles were guarding a wooden treasure chest, which we discovered to be empty upon our arrival. Clearly, someone had pilfered the chest beforehand, leaving the two black-striped beetles behind to ensnare us hapless newcomers. I must pose this question. Do such individuals possess no conscience? How depraved. Humanity has become distorted. Morality has deteriorated. I implore those on the forum to weigh in. Lu Yuan. After reading the post, his expression turned peculiar. The blazing light, the two black-striped greystone beetles, and the open wooden chest, didn't this all seem eerily familiar? Could it be that the chest he had opened previously was indeed the same one? Instantly, he felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He was utterly wronged. Was he not? If he had the capability to slay those two black-striped greystone beetles, would he still allow them to cause harm? Surely. He would have hunted them down himself, perhaps even acquiring a battle soul in the process. It was evident that he could not defeat them, which is why he left them be. To his astonishment, he was accused of having a twisted nature, moral decay, and a lack of compassion. Lu Yuan was instantly engulfed by frustration. Beneath this post, there were hundreds of replies, and he scrolled through the comments. Wow, that individual truly possessed a dark heart. They did not seem like a good person. The original poster is rather weak. Isn't it easy to slay such insignificant beasts as the black-striped greystone beetles? It is quite amusing that the original poster's 3 teams suffered casualties while besieging 2 of these beetles. However, one cannot dismiss the fact that everyone starts from a position of weakness and gradually grows stronger. The black-striped greystone beetle is, after all, a novice killer. Nonetheless, someone who can unlock a wooden treasure chest while leaving behind a guardian beast must surely be a formidable figure, right? How else could they have opened the chest while the guardian beast still lived? I too believe they are a powerhouse. Have the contemporary elites developed such a morbid sense of humor, specifically targeting newcomers for amusement? After perusing several posts, Lu Yuan was suddenly filled with mirth. These individuals indeed possessed keen insight, recognizing that he, Lu, was a significant player. His spirits lifted instantly. He closed the post and glanced through others. After some time, Lu Yuan finally exited the site. His consciousness melded with the gene battle patterns. In an instant, amidst the white mist of awareness, a luminous portal emerged. The portal appeared somewhat dim, a consequence of the mental energy expended during his entrance into the origin land. However, this dimness was swiftly recovering, and it would not be long before he could re-enter the origin land. It was fortunate to emerge alive. Had he exited in death, the damage to his spirit would have rendered recovery much more arduous, requiring significantly more time to re-enter the origin land than if he had emerged alive. After waiting a few minutes, the portal fully regained its brilliance, and Lu Yuan stepped once more into the origin land. Chapter 24. The strong as Lu Yuan's vision darkened momentarily, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Upon regaining his senses, he realized he had reappeared in the greystone forest, surrounded by towering stone pillars, the very place he had departed from previously. Beneath a stone pillar close to him, 3 greystone beetles were contentedly gnawing at the rocks. The sudden appearance of Lu Yuan caused the beetles to freeze in their tracks, slowly turning to face him. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the air as their gazes locked. Suddenly, the 3 beetles let out sharp, piercing screams and charged at Lu Yuan. In response, a black longsword materialized in his hand as he too lunged toward the oncoming beetles. Although the enhancement of his iron body did not significantly increase his speed, it was still relatively swift compared to the greystone beetles. He deftly maneuvered between the 3 beetles, his black sword slicing through their bodies. Dark green blood gushed forth as the beetles collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lu Yuan approached and collected the 3 spirit crystals that lay on the ground, then proceeded to sever the 3 greystone carapaces, a smile playing on his lips. What a rewarding start to his venture. He effortlessly absorbed the 3 spirit crystals, glanced at the sun to orient himself, and began moving towards the exit of the greystone forest. With his current strength, he was fully capable of hunting more formidable beasts, which would yield greater quantities of spirit crystals and hasten his progress. Along the way, Lu Yuan dispatched every greystone beetle he encountered, no matter how many there were. They proved no match for him. Soon, he entered a spacious clearing, approximately 100 meters wide. Upon entering, he spotted a black-striped greystone beetle alongside 4 greystone beetles, all lined up and happily consuming the rocks on the right side of the clearing. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened. To his surprise, a black-striped greystone beetle. In the past, he would have stealthily retreated at the sight of such a creature. However, things were different now. He felt he was no weaker than the black-striped beetle. It was an opportune moment to test his own strength. As Lu Yuan contemplated advancing, a group of 5 goblins emerged from a nearby passage. They paused momentarily upon noticing Lu Yuan. Then their eyes lit up upon spotting the black-striped greystone beetle. Instantly, their faces broke into smiles. What luck! A black-striped greystone beetle. They could attack. And there's a human. Let us deal with him first to avoid any interference. Bari, keep an eye on things. If you startle the black-striped beetle, just hold it off. No problem, one of them replied. As they spoke, their cold gazes shifted toward Lu Yuan, their expressions gradually turning sinister. Lu Yuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Why did he always encounter goblins? As he observed the 5 goblins slowly approaching with weapons drawn, his own expression hardened, and he tightened his grip on his sword, ready for battle. Kill. A female gnoll, standing at the rear with a longbow in hand, drew back the bowstring and initiated the assault with a resounding horn. Whoosh. The arrow pierced the air, hurtling towards Lu Yuan. His pupils constricted as he beheld the projectile, lifting his long sword in response. Clang. The arrow struck Lu Yuan's sword and was deflected away. The assembly of gnolls observed the scene with a flicker of keen interest. The leader, a burly gnoll wielding a massive axe and towering over 2 meters, bared his teeth. Be cautious, he is a skilled fighter. Understood. With a thunderous roar, the stout gnoll charged at Lu Yuan, resembling a tank in its advance. Flanking him were 2 gnolls, one brandishing a longsword and the other wielding twin daggers, both surging towards Lu Yuan in a simultaneous assault. In that instant of confrontation, the distant black-striped greystone beetle and its 4 greystone companions were stirred into action. They turned their gaze towards Lu Yuan and his companions, and with a piercing shriek, the black-striped greystone beetle lunged at them. Remaining behind was a robust gnoll named Barry, clad in gray armor and bearing a shield taller than a man and a long blade. As he observed the oncoming greystone beetles, a sinister smile crept across his face. You shall not disturb them, he muttered, and patches of greystone armor emerged upon his skin, manifesting his petrification skin skill. He boldly advanced to confront the black-striped greystone beetle and its 4 greystone allies. Upon witnessing Barry's approach, the black-striped greystone beetle roared and activated its own petrification skin. It lunged forth with its claws aimed at Barry. He raised his shield to intercept the strike. Clang! Barry staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained his footing. A wicked grin adorning his face. My defensive capabilities are beyond your reach. Ignoring the enraged beetle, he swung his blade at the other 4 greystone beetles, effortlessly holding them at bay. Meanwhile, the burly gnoll had reached Lu Yuan's front, unleashing a furious roar as he gripped his battle axe tightly, raising it high and bringing it crashing down towards Lu Yuan. The axe shimmered with a faint white light, a manifestation of his genetic skill. Heavy strike. The axe, imbued with frenzied spiritual energy, hurtled towards Lu Yuan. His pupils dilated, a wave of gravity settled in his heart. To encounter 2 genetically enhanced warriors in such a place as the Greystone Forest was unexpected. The ferocity of the descending axe raised the hairs on his neck, and he sensed imminent danger. He tightened his grip on the heavy sword and positioned it to block the axe. Clang! Lu Yuan felt a tremendous force impact him, his chest constricting as he staggered back several steps, his hands slightly tingling. At that moment, the 2 sword-wielding gnolls, flanking the burly one, launched their own assault on Lu Yuan. The gnoll on the left swung his longsword towards Lu Yuan's waist, while the one on the right, gripping 2 daggers, aimed one at Lu Yuan's eye and the other at his heart. Flowing like the clouds, seamlessly connected, Lu Yuan sensed the imminent danger, his entire being thrumming with spiritual energy. The technique of the black iron body activated, enveloping his form in a shadowy hue, while 2 dark patterns emerged upon his cheeks. As the black iron body surged within him, his strength surged dramatically. A glint of ferocity flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he extended his left hand, grasping the short sword aimed at his eyes. He allowed the other 2 swords to strike his body without resistance. Witnessing this, the 3 dog-headed men revealed sinister smiles. Clang! 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 The resounding echoes of metal clashing caused the grins on the faces of the 3 dog-headed men to freeze. Lu Yuan firmly grasped the short sword with his left hand, while the other 2 blades merely sliced through his garments, becoming lodged against his skin, unable to penetrate further. The 2 dog-headed assailants felt the impact acutely, as if their weapons had struck steel, their hands tingling from the recoil. The pupils of the 2 dog-headed men constricted sharply. What? No breach in defense? This is impossible. The robust dog-headed man, lagging behind, widened his eyes and exclaimed, Misai. Be careful. Misai, wielding 2 short swords, seemed to realize something. A flicker of dread crossed his eyes, prompting him to retreat. Yet, it was too late. The reason Lu Yuan had not parried the long sword was precisely for this moment. The clawed sword transformed into a beam of light, slicing through the dog-headed man Misai's neck, blood gushing forth. Misai's pupils dilated, still harboring an expression of terror. His body swayed before collapsing to the ground. Aside from Bari, who was entangled with the gray stone bug, the other 3 dog-headed men stared in disbelief at the fallen Misai, their eyes flickering with incredulity. Damn it! He has a hidden powerhouse. The other sword-wielding dog-headed man's fur bristled in alarm as he hastily retreated to the side of the robust dog-headed man, watching Lu Yuan with trepidation, as if anticipating an imminent strike. The robust dog-headed man glared at Lu Yuan, his expression darkening. You bastard. How can someone with your strength be in the Greystone Forest? Lu Yuan rubbed his chest and waist, still feeling the lingering pain from the earlier attacks. However, his black iron body was remarkably resilient, and the 2 dog-headed men lacked the proficiency in combat techniques, their attack power insufficient to cause him any significant harm. He regarded the grim-faced, robust dog-headed man with a smile. Aren't you all quite formidable as well? If you can remain here, why can't I? The dog-headed men were left speechless. Lu Yuan massaged his neck, revealing a radiant smile. Enough with the idle chatter. I shall send you on your way to join your fallen comrade. Chapter 25. The laborer among the Jin warriors. Upon hearing those words, the 2 dog-headed creatures before Lu Yuan immediately tensed their bodies. Lu Yuan stomped his foot on the ground, wielding his longsword, and charged towards the 2 dog-headed beings. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he stood before them, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, channeling all his strength as he unleashed a military sword technique, striking at the dog-headed warrior bearing a longsword. The robust dog-headed creature had indeed recorded its genes. Although only ordinary quality, its strength surpassed that of an unmodified warrior. Naturally, one would seek to crush the weaker opponent first. The black sword transformed into a fleeting shadow, slashing towards the sword-wielding doghead, the gust of wind ruffling its fur. The creature's pupils constricted sharply, fear flashing in its eyes. Captain, save me. Bastard. How dare you? The burly dog-headed warrior roared, lifting its battle axe once more to strike at Lu Yuan. A flicker of white light danced upon the axe as it unleashed a powerful strike. Faced with such a technique, Lu Yuan knew better than to withstand it head-on. Despite the formidable defense of his black iron body, a direct confrontation would surely result in injury, which he wished to avoid, especially as he had no restorative potions at hand. With nimble footwork, he sidestepped and withdrew his sword, evading the battle axe's attack. As his body pivoted in a graceful arc, his long sword slashed horizontally once more. While the battle axe possessed greater striking power, it lacked the agility of the longsword. As the axe struck the ground, Lu Yuan's longsword had already found its mark against the sword-wielding doghead. In that fleeting moment, the dog-headed warrior managed to react. Its face contorted in rage, gritting its teeth as it raised its sword defensively. The clash of swords resonated with a deafening ring, and the dog-headed warrior's expression shifted as it coughed up a mouthful of blood, its body propelled backward by the sheer force. The burly dog-headed warrior's expression darkened, lifting the battle axe once again to strike at Lu Yuan. With deft movements, Lu Yuan evaded the assault effortlessly, his footfall echoing as he pursued the injured sword-wielding doghead. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. Lu Yuan noticed an arrow hurtling toward him. It was the attack from a distant female doghead. Unfortunately for her, the force of her arrow was insufficient to pose a threat. He reached out, grasping the arrow mid-flight, and with a firm squeeze, he snapped it in two. The female doghead, now wide-eyed in disbelief, could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. Yet Lu Yuan did not pause, even as he grasped the arrow. He had already advanced to the side of the sword-wielding doghead. Oh! The creature howled, swinging its sword in a desperate attack. Unfazed, Lu Yuan swiftly kicked the doghead's wrist. Crack! The creature's wrist shattered, sending the long sword flying from its grasp. Fear flickered in its eyes. In the next heartbeat, a dark flash of sword light swept across. Blood gushed from the creature's neck as the light in its pupils faded, its body swaying before collapsing heavily to the ground. With a rush of wind behind him, Lu Yuan grounded himself, shifting sideways with precision. The battle axe swept past Lu Yuan's side and struck the ground, its blade embedding deeply into the earth, sending shards of stone flying. Damn it! Bellowed the burly gnoll, intent on raising the axe for another strike. Just then, Lu Yuan placed his foot upon the weapon. The burly gnoll's eyes widened in shock. This is bad, he thought, swiftly relinquishing the axe and delivering a powerful kick toward Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan had honed his martial skills to a considerable degree. Instinctively, he raised his palm, deflecting the gnoll's leg aside, and with a swift motion, His sword cut down upon the gnoll's thigh. A deep wound appeared, draining the color from his face. The excruciating pain caused the burly gnoll to stagger. And Lu Yuan's left fist, propelled by a fierce wind, struck the gnoll's face. Crack! The impact distorted the gnoll's visage, and blood gushed forth. The sheer force left the gnoll momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, the sword's gleam had already flashed across his neck. The burly gnoll clutched at his throat, blood seeping through his fingers. You, just wait. Someone will come to avenge us. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, delivering a kick to the gnoll's chest. Boom. His body was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Yuan glanced at the fallen corpse and muttered, "Whether anyone comes for vengeance, I know not. All I know is that you are dead now. There are still 2 left." Lu Yuan turned his attention toward the direction of the female gnoll who had been shooting arrows. He paused, taken aback, as he witnessed her fleeing figure. She had already reached the passage they had entered. It dawned on him that the female gnoll had also undergone gene encoding. Yet, judging by her appearance, it seemed her enhancement was in speed. She ran swiftly, even faster than him. He found himself unable to pursue her. Lu Yuan sighed. He turned his gaze toward the gnoll still battling against the black-striped greystone beetle, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. How unfortunate for this fellow, abandoned by his companions. At that moment, Bali was still fending off the onslaught of the black-striped greystone beetle. Utilizing combat techniques drained spiritual power, and he had already exhausted a significant portion of his energy. The battle raged fiercely in the distance, and he felt a sense of urgency, roaring in frustration. Are you all incompetent? It's just a single human. Can't you handle him? As he spoke, he turned to observe the battle. Bali's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the lifeless bodies of the trio of gnolls sprawled on the ground, with Lu Yuan casting a sympathetic glance in his direction. Bali. He was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. The black-striped greystone beetle, unperturbed by Bali's confusion, seized the moment and swiped a claw at him. The claw struck Bali's waist, shattering his petrified skin, delivering a heavy blow that drained the color from his face and sent him staggering backward. Regaining his composure, he hastily raised his great shield to block the beetle's next excited strike, while incredulity bubbled forth from him. Captain! He began to turn his head in search of his remaining archer companion. However, after searching for a considerable time, he realized that his comrade had vanished. The continuous distractions led to a series of defensive blunders, and he was struck several times by the black-striped greystone beetle. His complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Lu Yuan approached with a radiant smile. Rest assured, your 3 companions have perished, and the last one has fled. Now, it is your turn. Wari felt a chill run down his spine. He blocked a claw from the black-striped greystone beetle and glared at Lu Yuan. Damn human! How dare you kill my captain and the others? We are the genetic warrior squad of the Vimy Consortium, tasked with accompanying the 3rd miss on our training. You dare to attack us? Our consortium will not let you off the hook. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Genetic warriors of a consortium? The 3rd miss? The one who just fled? He couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. He hadn't expected to encounter members of a consortium. Where there are people, there are always interests and rivalries. The origin land is rich with treasures, and the esteemed families and large consortia from various races across the universe would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip by. They recruit genetic warriors to explore the origin land and unearth its treasures. Each major consortium and family establishes their own influence within the origin land. Even the humans of the Great Chi Star do the same. He had seen recruitment advertisements from the Johoo Consortium in Shili City on the Battle Network. The recruitment conditions were generous. Even newly awakened genetic warriors could receive startup funds ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. If one possessed exceptional talent, they might even be gifted elite-level extraordinary genes free of charge. However, every gift comes at a cost. Genetic warriors who join the Johoo Consortium must commit to working for the consortium for at least 30 years. In fact, when he first awakened, he had received calls from interested parties. Clearly, various factions kept a close watch on the awakening ceremonies. However, Lu Yuan awakened in his 3rd year, and others deemed his potential limited, leading to contact only from small companies and families with rather mediocre offers, startup funds of merely 100,000. Naturally, he rejected them without a second thought. It was absurd. With his talent, coupled with the evolution cube, why would he need to join such consortia and serve them? In his previous life, he had already been a beneficiary of fate, and in this life, he would rather die than be a mere worker. In truth, it was not only the large consortia and esteemed families that sought to establish their own influence in the origin land. Various official and unofficial organizations also did so to cultivate their own genetic warriors. Within the origin land, the number of genetic warriors from various factions was not insignificant. In fact, solitary genetic warriors were the true anomaly. For these lone warriors, encountering those affiliated with factions could be troublesome. Provoking one might lead to a swarm. Clearly, Lu Yuan had already stirred trouble, and now, he had crossed paths with the third miss of a consortium. This left Lu Yuan with a slight headache. He could only hope that the haughty leader would be magnanimous. After all, he hadn't harmed her, had he? Let it be regarded as a minor adventure. A fleeting moment to smile and move on. As for the guardian dog-headed warrior before him, Lu Yuan revealed a radiant smile, regardless of what may come. Your fate is sealed. Lu Yuan charged at him, decisively swinging his longsword. At that moment, Barry was preoccupied with fending off the onslaught of the black-striped greystone beetle. Without adhering to the rules of combat, Lu Yuan launched a surprise attack from behind. And Barry could only widen his eyes in shock as Lu Yuan's blade sliced through his neck. In his final moments, his eyes were filled with resentment, and his expression was far from serene. Chapter 26. Forging Limits. The black-patterned greystone beetle emitted an excited shriek as it vanquished its adversary. It then turned its gaze towards a new foe, Lu Yuan. Once more, the beetle let out a furious cry and lunged at Lu Yuan with a claw. Lu Yuan raised his longsword to block the incoming strike. Clang! The blade met the claw with a resounding clash, and Lu Yuan felt the heavy force behind the attack. Raising an eyebrow slightly, tolerable, within acceptable limits, he stepped forward, pivoting his body to leverage the force, and arrived at the side of the black-patterned greystone beetle. With a sweeping slash of his sword, he cut through the beetle's petrified skin. A dull thud echoed as the hardened exterior was breached, leaving a gash from the beetle's claw. The sword, forged from elite-quality genetic materials, combined with Lu Yuan's own strength, proved formidable enough that even the black-patterned greystone beetle struggled to withstand such an onslaught. For the first time, the beetle experienced tangible damage. Its body jolting as a shrill cry escaped it, becoming increasingly frantic in its movements. Its two sharp foreclaws flailed wildly, targeting Lu Yuan. He deftly dodged, evading the attacks while launching counterstrikes. Moments later, the beetle bore numerous wounds. Though shallow, they bled a dark green ichor that stained its body. As the injuries accumulated, the beetle's movements grew stiff and tremulous, its assaults less ferocious than before, making it easier for Lu Yuan to evade. In a brief interval, he sidestepped another claw strike, thrusting his sword into the beetle's eye, penetrating its skull. Squeak! The black-patterned greystone beetle let out a piercing shriek before collapsing, its small legs twitching as life ebbed away. Lu Yuan glanced at the lifeless form on the ground and exhaled a breath of relief, dispelling the heaviness of his ironclad body. Though this battle had drained much of his spiritual energy, the rewards were significant. He had slain 4 dog-headed men and 1 elite beast. Truly, I am formidable. The deceased beetle shimmered with a white light, which soon coalesced into a spirit crystal. Unlike the greystone beetle, the black-patterned variety yielded 20 spirit crystals, an astonishing 20-fold. Moreover, a white orb floated above its corpse, housing a somewhat rudimentary set of gray armor. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Genetic armament. While the probability of elite beasts dropping ordinary quality genetic armaments is not negligible, to acquire one on the first attempt filled Lu Yuan with joy. He collected the orb, and the information regarding this genetic armament flooded into his mind. Dubbed the Gray Beetle armor, it was forged from the shell of the greystone beetle. Being of ordinary quality, it merely provided substantial defensive capabilities, unlike elite-quality armaments which could amplify his strength. The design of this armor is rather rudimentary, merely safeguarding vital areas such as the shoulders, chest, and knees, while the majority of its surface remains exposed. Lu Yuan harbors suspicions that this armor may be a product of shoddy craftsmanship. Nevertheless, the protection of critical regions can sometimes be a matter of life and death. After all, this is the first gene-enhanced armor he acquired from vanquishing an elite beast, and his expectations are not exceedingly high. As long as it serves its purpose, he is content. Previously, when Lu Yuan augmented his long sword with the claws of a beetle, his physical form struggled to bear the enhancement. However, having now inscribed extraordinary genes, his physique has become significantly stronger. Coupled with the fact that this armor is of ordinary quality, which does not provide a substantial boost in strength, he finds himself capable of donning it. With a mere thought, he absorbs the gray beetle armor into his being. It, like the longsword, transforms into a phantom that hovers around his genetic chain. Instantly, Lu Yuan feels a modest enhancement in his defensive capabilities. Yet, considering that his original defense was already formidable, this improvement is not particularly pronounced. With another mental command, the armor materializes around him, shielding his vital areas. He glances down, noting, the design is somewhat unattractive. I shall replace it at the first opportunity. Subsequently, Lu Yuan collects the black-patterned carapace from the beetle and gathers the spirit crystals and gray stones from the other 4 gray beetles. Finally, he retrieves the spoils dropped by the 4 dog-headed creatures. Perhaps due to their recent entry into this realm, their yield is rather meager, totaling merely 112 spirit crystals and an equal number of gray stones. This realization dampens Lu Yuan's hopes for greater rewards. Nonetheless, overall, this haul surpasses what he would have acquired from several hours of solitary hunting of gray beetles, which he grudgingly accepts. After gathering the items, Lu Yuan departs from the battlefield. In the Greystone Forest, a distance away from the combat zone, Bursa Vimy glances behind her, relieved to see no pursuers. Gritting her teeth, a fierce expression crosses her face as she tightens her grip on her longbow. Those wretched humans! How dare they attack me? This grievance shall not go unpunished. With a flick of her wrist, a translucent crystal materializes in her hand. This is a communication crystal, obtainable from the city shops in the land of origin, albeit at a considerable cost in spirit crystals, allowing communication within a certain range of the current city. Bursa Vimy channels her energy into the crystal, and with a mental command, it glows with a white light. The light pulses, and soon, an image appears within the crystal. It depicts a dog-headed figure with black fur, gazing at Bursa Vimy with respect. "Third miss, what can I do for you?" Bursa Vimy clenches her teeth, her voice laced with fury. "My expedition team was attacked. Everyone except me perished." The black-furred, dog-headed creature is momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening. "They all died. What about Lajin? Is he also dead?" "I told you, they are all dead." Bursa Vimy furrows her brow, her impatience evident as she raises her voice. The black-skinned, dog-headed man quickly lowered his head. "Yes, Miss San. Have you encountered a powerful faction?" "No, it was just a single human." "A human? Miss San, isn't your training ground the Greystone Forest? How could a solitary human possess the strength to annihilate your training squad?" The black-skinned, dog-headed man appeared utterly bewildered. "I wish to know as well. How do you conduct your affairs? There is no record of this human in the data on the Strong and Shine City. You are using my father's resources yet accomplishing nothing. I shall inform my father of this." Bertha Weemy exclaimed with indignation. "Please, Miss San, calm your anger. This is our oversight. Allow us to rectify this mistake." The black-skinned, dog-headed man quickly interjected. "Humph. I seek vengeance. I will have that human torn to shreds. Send more people. His strength is formidable. Do not let him escape." "Rest assured, Miss San, I will gather personnel immediately," the black-skinned, dog-headed man assured her. "Humph. I will wait for you here." Upon hearing this, the cold expression on Bertha Weemy's face softened slightly. She uttered a few words before severing the communication. Gazing at the transparent crystal, memories of her previous humiliation flooded back. Gripping her longbow tightly, she gritted her teeth. "My elder brother and second sister have fared well. Why must I encounter such misfortune? That wretched human. Just wait. I will make you regret crossing paths with Bertha Weemy." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan journeyed onward, absorbing spirit crystals along the way. Having gathered approximately 130 spirit crystals, he quickly absorbed over 100. At that moment, a segment of his gene chain within glimmered with brilliant white light, achieving a refinement level of around 8. However, Lu Yuan noticed that his efficiency in absorbing spirit crystals was diminishing. Moreover, he felt a vague discomfort in his body. He suspected that the rapid absorption of an excessive number of spirit crystals within a short time was the cause of this sensation. After all, who else, besides him, could absorb over 100 spirit crystals in merely 10 minutes for the purpose of refining their gene chain? Such speed would surely terrify others. Even if his absorption rate kept pace, his body could not endure the ensuing refinement speed. He believed he had reached the limit of short-term refinement. Continuing further might lead to his physical collapse. He needed to take a break. Nevertheless, even without refining the gene chain, Lu Yuan could continue absorbing spirit crystals. He needed to charge the evolution cube in preparation for the next evolution of his black iron physique. Although he was uncertain how many spirit crystals would be required to evolve from elite genes to chief genes, he knew it would be a considerable amount. One must invest to reap rewards. The opportunity to use spirit crystals for evolving extraordinary genes was unique, and Lu Yuan felt relatively content. After absorbing another 10 spirit crystals, a thought struck him, causing him to pause. "That's right. I have now attracted the attention of the consortium. They might be coming to trouble me. I must retain some trump cards." He glanced at the remaining 20 or so spirit crystals and decided against further absorption. Meanwhile, he quickened his pace, sprinting towards the outskirts of the Greystone Forest. As long as he departed from the forest, let the members of that consortium seek him as they pleased. Chapter 27. The Sandstone Catacombs. Ambush. This is the place, the Sandstone Catacombs. At this moment, Lu Yuan finds himself far from the Greystone Forest, standing instead in a parched expanse of cracked wilderness. Before him lies an opening descending into the depths, a gaping void roughly 4 to 5 meters wide. with a series of stairs spiraling downwards. Torches are affixed to the walls at regular intervals, their flames dancing in the dim air. Below lies the most expansive subterranean labyrinth of Sandstone City, the Sandstone Catacombs. Within, ferocious beasts of varying strengths abound, not to mention their considerable numbers. Moreover, should fortune favor him, he might stumble upon relics within the catacombs, treasures of considerable value. However, Lu Yuan's primary reason for venturing here is the labyrinthine pathways of the Sandstone Catacombs. Having previously drawn the ire of a powerful consortium, he finds his current strength insufficient. Navigating such a convoluted territory offers him a greater chance of retreat. There are dozens of entrances leading to the catacombs, and this is one among them. The entrance buzzes with activity, as numerous genetic warriors linger outside. We require a control-type warrior to hunt the lizard beasts in the northern sector. Rewards will be shared. Antidotes for sale. The effects of black scorpion venom are well known. Possessing an antidote brings peace of mind. Limited quantities available. Purchase swiftly. Ordinary quality short swords. Get them while you can. 180 spirit crystals. No negotiations. The cacophony of shouts transforms the entrance into a bustling marketplace. However, Lu Yuan understands the dynamics at play. The Sandstone Catacombs are one of the regions with the highest concentration of genetic warriors in Sandstone City. Where there are people, opportunities abound. As he surveys the scene, he notices that most of those preparing to enter the catacombs are clustered in small teams. Among the solitary wanderers like himself, he spots only 3 or 4. Each of these lone adventurers is clad in leather or armor, wielding weapons, fully equipped, exuding an air of confidence. The Sandstone Catacombs are far more perilous than the Greystone Forest. Only those with considerable skill dare to venture alone, for to enter unprepared is to court death. Naturally, Lu Yuan's solitary presence draws attention. Some genetic warriors glance his way, only to quickly avert their gazes. Paying them no heed, he strides into the passage, descending the staircase. Alongside him is a party of 4 catfolk and another team comprising 2 elves and 2 catfolk. The atmosphere remains quiet as the 2 teams and Lu Yuan proceed, each casting wary glances at one another. After traversing a short distance, the sounds of commerce fade away, leaving only the echoes of armored boots striking the ground. A heavy silence envelopes them. Eventually, they arrive at the foot of the stairs, where they find a small clearing of approximately 50 meters in diameter. 4 passageways branch out from one side of the clearing. Lu Yuan scans the area, disregarding the opinions of the other teams, and resolutely strides toward the rightmost passage. Until Lu Yuan departed from the edge, the members of the other 2 teams exchanged glances and proceeded into the other 2 passages. Upon entering the far right passage, Lu Yuan soon encountered several forks in the road. Unfamiliar with the layout, he chose a direction at random. The deeper he ventured into the underground palace, the wider the corridors became. After traversing a distance, the passage expanded from several meters to over 20 meters in width. However, despite his lengthy journey, Lu Yuan had yet to encounter a single ferocious beast, which did not surprise him. After all, this area was still close to the entrance. Although the labyrinthine paths were numerous, it was likely that others had traversed this region before him. With a long road ahead, Lu Yuan felt no urgency. After navigating through several more forks, the corridor he found himself in had widened to about 30 meters. He surveyed his surroundings, still oblivious to any signs of ferocious beasts. Raising an eyebrow, he continued onward. Just as he passed a pile of rubble, a stone the size of a human head suddenly soared upward from above the debris, hurtling towards the back of Lu Yuan's head with remarkable speed. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Lu Yuan was startled. He forcefully pressed his feet against the ground and swiftly sidestepped. In an instant, the stone whizzed past him. His pupils constricted. From where had the stone attack originated? He had thoroughly scanned the area moments ago and found no traces of ferocious beasts. Turning to the direction from which the stone had come, he widened his eyes in disbelief. In the corner by the wall, a pile of rubble began to levitate, and all the fragments coalesced into an imposing figure, an 8-foot-tall stone man. Could such a creature truly exist? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a whooshing sound erupted behind him once more. He quickly dodged again. Another stone, comparable in size to a human head, flew past and ultimately landed in the right hand of the stone man. The stone man lifted its massive stone fists, each resembling a hefty sandbag, and emitted a low growl. Although Lu Yuan struggled to comprehend the nature of the stone man's vocalizations, he had no time for contemplation. The stone man was already charging towards him, fists swinging. The heavy thuds of its footsteps resonated through the air. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow as his long sword materialized, his expression grave as he regarded the stone man. The stone man quickly closed the distance, launching its right fist at Lu Yuan. The punch, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, carried an impressive force. While its speed was considerable, it still fell slightly short in comparison to Lu Yuan. He deftly sidestepped the stone man's fist, then swung his long sword towards the connection point of its head. Clang! The blade met stone with a resounding clash, leaving a deep fissure in the surface. The immense force caused the stone man to stagger back several steps. Observing this, Lu Yuan assessed the creature's strength. It was significantly stronger than the gray stone beetle, yet it fell short when compared to the black-striped gray stone beetle. If we were to consider the prowess of a Jin warrior, it would be akin to that of an apprentice-level combatant with approximately 40 refinement. Without the infusion of extraordinary genes, such strength poses little threat to Lu Yuan at present. The sole complication arises from the treachery of this stone creature, which has the audacity to transform into a pile of rubble for ambush. Its true nature is entirely concealed from outward appearance. One must not judge a stone by its facade. Having assessed its power, Lu Yuan unsheathed his sword and launched a fierce assault. In a brief span, he shattered the head of the stone creature. Following the destruction of its head, its body seemed to disintegrate, scattering into debris across the ground. A flash of white light signaled the emergence of 3 spirit crystals from the rubble, a significantly greater yield than that of the gray stone beetles. A faint smile crept across Lu Yuan's face as he collected the spoils. In addition to the spirit crystals, he also discovered a round, white pebble resembling a smooth stone. Raising an eyebrow, he gathered it as well. Information flooded into Lu Yuan's mind. Heart of the little stone man, a material of ordinary quality, suitable for the crafting of gene armaments and gene potions. So this is what the little stone man is. Lu Yuan glanced at the scattered rubble, a look of realization dawning upon him. He recalled having encountered the types of ferocious beasts within the Sandstone Dungeon's introduction, including the little stone man. However, the post provided no detailed insights into their behaviors. He had never anticipated the cunning nature of the little stone man. Fortunately, his capabilities were commendable. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to its guile. Having learned from this experience, Lu Yuan resolved to maintain the activation of his black iron body throughout his subsequent explorations, ensuring his defensive capabilities were always at the ready, lest he be ambushed by an unforeseen beast. In such a scenario, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. For others, the constant activation of combat techniques is simply impractical, as such sustained defensive maneuvers demand a continuous expenditure of spiritual power, which would be unsustainable. However, Lu Yuan was different. His rapid absorption of spirit crystals allowed him to replenish his spiritual energy continually, rendering the uninterrupted use of the black iron body effortless. With his black iron body activated, Lu Yuan ventured deeper into the dungeon. This time, he remained vigilant of the rubble piles lining his path. Not long after, he spotted 2 more piles of debris ahead. Raising an eyebrow, he approached cautiously. Indeed, as he drew near, 2 stones from the tops of the piles hurtled toward him. Huh, do they still wish to ambush me? Lu Yuan deftly evaded the little stone man's attack and swiftly dispatched both creatures. Each little stone man yielded 3 spirit crystals, yet only one dropped the heart of the little stone man. Clearly, this material was not a guaranteed drop from every stone creature. Lu Yuan pressed onward. Shortly thereafter, he was abruptly alerted by the sounds of battle emanating from the passage ahead. He raised an eyebrow, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the corridor before him. If possible, Lu Yuan wished to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him. After all, encountering a formidable figure could lead to significant trouble. However, there were no alternative paths to circumvent this situation. Only this singular route remained. He found no refuge to evade. Reluctantly, Lu Yuan could only proceed further, determined to ascertain the circumstances. Chapter 28. The Hunter. As Lu Yuan ventured a mere few steps into the abyss, a flash of crimson light pierced the darkness. A fireball hurtled forth from the depths of the passage, prompting Lu Yuan to instinctively shrink his pupils and evade to the side. Boom! The fireball struck the stone wall nearby with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tempest of flames that surged toward him. Glancing at the charred and shattered rock, Lu Yuan's lips twitched slightly before he directed his gaze deeper into the passage. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and 4 human warriors were seen fleeing in his direction, pursued by 3 catfolk. Among them, one catfolk donned a robe and wielded a wooden staff, radiating a pulse of arcane energy. Atop the staff, a fireball, the size of a head, materialized and shot forth. The 4 humans scrambled to evade, but the fireball was aimed directly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan thought to himself, this is truly an unwarranted disaster. He too hastily sought refuge. Boom! The fireball again collided with the wall, exploding with force. Lu Yuan observed a new crater formed in the stone, the sheer power rendering him momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, the human warriors initially froze. But the tallest among them, a guardian-type warrior, spoke urgently. Friend, the catfolk behind us are hunters. We must flee. At these words, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Hunters referred to a specific class of genetic warriors. Within the origin, if a genetic warrior perished, their accrued gains would be lost, and their spirit would suffer, delaying their next entry into the origin for a considerable time. Most genetic warriors harbored an aversion to fighting to the death. However, some genetic warriors were decidedly different. Instead of seeking to hunt ferocious beasts and risk acquiring treasures, they focused their predatory instincts upon other genetic warriors, specifically hunting them to seize various resources. This class of genetic warriors was labeled as hunters. Generally, hunters possessed greater strength than ordinary genetic warriors. Without such prowess, they would stand little chance of preying upon their peers and gathering resources. Thus, encountering a hunter typically meant that an ordinary genetic warrior might escape by sheer luck, while misfortune could lead to their demise. Now, Lu Yuan found himself unexpectedly facing hunters upon his arrival at the sandstone tomb. As the human warriors recognized Lu Yuan, the catfolk hunters behind them also took note, revealing sinister smiles. Didn't he anticipate another one? Let us kill him too. Despite the trio of catfolk hunters confronting Lu Yuan and the 5 warriors, they bore the demeanor of predators eyeing their prey. A catwoman clad in black leather armor, brandishing a longbow, licked her lips and remarked, "This human lad is rather handsome. What a pity." Drawing back her bowstring, a faint crimson glow flickered upon the arrow. Upon release, the arrow whistled piercingly through the air, hurtling toward Lu Yuan. The 4 human warriors widened their eyes in alarm. "Be careful. That arrow is formidable." They recalled how several of their comrades had previously fallen to its lethal strike. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, positioning his long sword defensively. The resonating clang reverberated through the air, and his arm quivered slightly, numbed by the tremendous force. To his astonishment, this power far surpassed that of the previous arrow fired by the goblin's 3rd daughter, a testament to the prowess of a genetically enhanced archer. It was likely that this individual had recorded extraordinary genes specifically designed to amplify the potency of arrows. Observing Lu Yuan's unwavering stance against the arrow, the 3 feline hunters narrowed their eyes, recognizing his formidable strength. Caution prevailed. This man was no ordinary foe. The 4 human warriors were momentarily taken aback by Lu Yuan's ability to deflect the projectile, only to be replaced by expressions of elation. A strong ally indeed. "Friends, we shall assist you." The leader of the Guardian warriors, sensing Lu Yuan's formidable capabilities, gritted his teeth and resolved to counterattack. Predominantly agile and swift, the hunters were adept at striking decisively before retreating far from danger. Faced with the prospect of an escape, they now had an opportunity for retaliation, one that seasoned warriors would not let slip away. Despite the numerous wounds adorning the Guardian warrior's body, hesitation was not an option. The other genetic warriors paused momentarily upon hearing his declaration, yet their trust in the Guardian warrior was evident, and they promptly readied themselves for battle. "Damn it! Those 3 vile creatures have slain Xiaoqi and the others. We shall avenge them." Upon witnessing the 4 genetic warriors preparing for combat, the feline hunters displayed faintly disdainful smiles. "Humph! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. I shall engage that human warrior, while you deal with the others." The female feline archer revealed a sly smile, her sharp, emerald feline eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. The other 2 hunters included an elemental warrior skilled in fireball techniques and a powerful melee combatant wielding a longsword. The melee warrior activated his combat skill, his skin glowing faintly red as his speed surged, charging toward the 4 genetic warriors. With an icy demeanor, he declared, "That Guardian is quite competent. Let us eliminate the others first, starting with the one wielding the sword. Fear not, as long as you disrupt their formation." The elemental warrior, clad in a robe, smiled faintly as he began to coalesce another fireball. Among the 4 genetic warriors, the sword-wielding melee fighter appeared the youngest, his features still bearing a hint of boyishness, resembling Lu Yuan in stature. When he noticed the feline hunter's gaze directed at him, his complexion paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The Guardian warrior, a composed middle-aged man, scoffed and thrust his shield, nearly as tall as himself, forcefully into the ground. "You shall first pass through me." The longsword-wielding feline hunter smirked. His speed augmented as he lunged toward the Guardian warrior. Adopting an unusual stance, he gripped his heavy sword with both hands, inhaled deeply, and let out a fierce roar. With a sweeping strike, a white gust of energy materialized along the blade. Clang! The long sword clashed against the great shield, causing the Guardian warrior's complexion to pale. With a muffled groan, he staggered back a step. His body was already marred with numerous wounds, and the impact caused them to rupture, blood gushing forth. The feline swordsman spoke with a nonchalant tone, "Combining my blood frenzy combat technique with the heavy sword slash, it is commendable that you managed to withstand it. Alas, your injuries are a detriment. Let us attack together." The remaining 3 human warriors, witnessing the Guardian warrior being overwhelmed, widened their eyes and launched a coordinated assault on the feline swordsman. With a slight grunt, the feline swordsman nimbly evaded their attacks. At that moment, a fireball hurtled toward the young human swordsman. Feeling the intense heat, the human's pupils constricted, panic flashing across his face. He rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the fireball. Boom. The fireball erupted upon impact with the ground, scattering the formation of the three human warriors. Seizing the opportunity, the feline swordsman let out a sinister laugh and unleashed a flurry of slashes from various angles towards the guardian warrior. The guardian, weary from the relentless onslaught, found his wounds becoming increasingly grievous, blood seeping profusely, and his complexion growing ever more ashen. Noticing the guardian warrior's defenses faltering, the feline swordsman smirked maliciously. Meanwhile, the other three, eager to assist, were held at bay by the feline elementalist's fireballs, forced into a constant state of evasion. Just as the situation turned dire for the human genetic warriors, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The feline warrior and elementalist expressions shifted dramatically. They turned to behold another scene unfolding. The feline woman, her visage pale, had a black longsword plunged into her abdomen. Lu Yuan gripped the sword, his expression cold and resolute. An arrow was lodged in the armor on his shoulder. The feline woman possessed formidable strength, her arrows potent, and her agility remarkable. In an open area, Lu Yuan would find her a challenging adversary, as his recorded genes leaned towards defense, rendering his speed rather average. He could withstand the arrow's assault but struggled to catch up with the feline woman. However, this was a dungeon, with the passageway measuring only about 30 meters in width, constricting her maneuverability due to the ongoing battle in adjacent areas. The feline woman had to delay Lu Yuan, preventing him from reaching that battlefield and applying pressure on the feline swordsman, thus significantly reducing her evasion space. Lu Yuan, capitalizing on his formidable defensive capabilities, relentlessly pressured the feline woman, eventually cornering her. Even so, when he charged, the feline woman managed to shoot an arrow, making it difficult for him to evade. Fortunately, he slightly twisted his body, causing the arrow, initially aimed at his heart, to strike his shoulder instead. Clad in gray beetle armor, he absorbed part of the arrow's force. And combined with his robust black iron physique, the arrowhead merely pierced his flesh, not even grazing the bone, resulting in nothing more than a minor wound. Jasmine. The two feline hunters, witnessing this scene, gasped in disbelief, their voices rising in furious unison. Damn it. The feline swordsman swiftly abandoned the nearly exhausted human guardian and turned towards Lu Yuan with determination. Meanwhile, another distant feline elemental mage, with a frigid expression, began to conjure a fireball aimed at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his countenance devoid of emotion. He unsheathed his beetle claw longsword, while Jasmine collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, blood poured rapidly from her abdomen, staining the earth beneath her. Chapter 29. Repulsion. The feline swordsman had already charged to the forefront of Lu Yuan. With a peculiar rhythm of breath, the air shimmered around his longsword as he swung it towards Lu Yuan. In response, Lu Yuan employed his military combat technique to meet the feline swordsman's strike. Clash. Sparks erupted upon collision, and both warriors were forced to retreat a step. Lu Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly. This adversary possessed considerable strength. It is worth noting that he was a product of meticulously recorded elite genes. To his surprise, he could not overpower this cat-like warrior in terms of strength. This could also be attributed to Lu Yuan's insufficient gene refinement. Had his gene refinement reached 50 or higher, he would not have encountered such difficulties. Alas, the refinement process requires time to accumulate, and he had no other recourse. His rate of refinement was already remarkably swift. Following the initial clash, the feline swordsman swiftly pivoted, his body gliding a short distance. A fireball erupted from behind him, hurtling towards Lu Yuan. The intense heat caused Lu Yuan's pupils to constrict sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively propelled himself to the left, narrowly evading the fireball that whooshed past him, singeing his hair with its scorching heat. Even with Lu Yuan's robust defense, taking such an attack head-on would result in significant injury. As Lu Yuan evaded, the feline swordsman advanced once more, swinging his longsword. At that moment, Lu Yuan's stance was unstable, forcing him to hurriedly raise his sword in defense. Clash. He staggered back several steps. No sooner had he retreated than another fireball was launched towards him. Lu Yuan could only dodge once more. The coordination between the feline swordsman and the elemental warrior was remarkably seamless. Their attacks flowed harmoniously, and Lu Yuan found himself under considerable pressure. At that juncture, the human guardian warrior regained a measure of strength. Striding forward, he charged towards the distant elemental feline warrior. The elemental warrior's expression shifted upon noticing the advancing guardian. In response, he launched a fireball towards the guardian. The guardian raised his large shield to intercept the fireball. Boom. The fireball detonated upon impact with the shield, causing the guardian to grunt and take a step back. He bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Let us overwhelm this elemental foe together. The other three warriors, having regained their composure from their previous disarray, charged towards the elemental feline warrior. Witnessing this, the elemental warrior furrowed his brow. Shi Yi, the feline swordsman, Shi Yi, who was engaged with Lu Yuan, reacted to the call with a flash of determination. Ha! He roared, his arm swelling as his skin flushed a deeper shade of red. Gripping his longsword tightly, he brought it down with ferocity. A powerful gust of sword wind surged forth, causing Lu Yuan's hair to flutter wildly. In a moment of clarity, Lu Yuan tightened his grip on his longsword, channeling his full might into his black iron physique. His spiritual energy surging forth as he positioned his sword before him. Clash! The force of the strike was even more formidable than before, propelling Lu Yuan back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the feline swordsman retreated to the side of the fallen feline female warrior, Jasmine. He lifted Jasmine effortlessly and retreated swiftly. The elemental warrior unleashed a torrent of magical energy, conjuring fireballs in rapid succession without regard for his own energy consumption, effectively suppressing everyone in the vicinity. Simultaneously, he retreated alongside the feline swordsman. The trio soon vanished into the depths of the corridor. Lu Yuan, whose speed paled in comparison to that of the feline swordsman, hesitated to advance under the onslaught of fireballs, his brow furrowed as he watched them escape. The remaining four human genetic warriors, witnessing the departure of the three hunters, heaved a collective sigh of relief, their bodies seemingly collapsing with the weight of their fear. In particular, the guardian warrior leaned heavily against his large shield, gasping for breath. Lu Yuan cast a glance at him and noted the bloodstains marring his form and the pallor of his complexion. After a moment, the guardian warrior produced a crystal vial containing a red liquid, deftly biting off the cap before drinking its contents. Almost immediately, Lu Yuan observed a slight improvement in the guardian's complexion and a reduction in his labored breathing, as the bleeding from his injuries ceased in a remarkably brief span of time. Lu Yuan recognized this as a healing potion, a type of genetic serum that accelerates recovery. He had contemplated purchasing a vial himself. But the healing potions intended for novice warriors were priced at 8,000, far beyond his means. After consuming the healing potion, the guardian warrior turned to Lu Yuan, offering a faint smile. Friend, we owe you our gratitude. Without you, the four of us might not have escaped. Lu Yuan shook his head. Even in your absence, the hunters would not have spared me. To be candid, had Lu Yuan encountered the three feline warriors alone, without the distraction provided by the others, he would have likely incurred significant costs to evade them. The synergy displayed between the feline swordsman and the elemental warrior indicated a strong rapport, and each of them likely matched his strength. Confronting all three simultaneously would be exceedingly challenging. Lu Yuan felt a pang of inadequacy. He realized he must continue to strive for improvement. As for today's events, he considered it merely a stroke of misfortune. He glanced at the arrow lodged in his shoulder, yanking it free with determination. The pain elicited a wince, and as he observed the blood trickling from the wound, he recognized the necessity of preparing some potions. Beyond mere healing potions, he required speed-enhancing and strength-boosting potions as well as contingencies for various scenarios. All of this demanded financial resources, and Lu Yuan suddenly faced a stark realization. He was exceedingly impoverished. At that moment, an uncertain voice broke the silence. Are you, Lu Yuan? Both Lu Yuan and the guardian warrior were taken aback, turning toward the source of the voice. It belonged to a youthful, somewhat delicate-looking assault warrior wielding a longsword. His features strikingly youthful. The boy regarded Lu Yuan with an expression tinged with uncertainty. Lu Yuan studied the boy, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to place him. Who are you? The young boy widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Are you really Lu Yuan? I am Zhuoming. Zhuoming, the one from your class. The Zhuoming who awakened in the second year. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan suddenly recalled something. Zhuoming? So it was you. The awakening ceremony for genetic warriors occurs once a year, and throughout high school, one naturally awakens 3 times. Zhuoming was the genetic warrior who awakened in Lu Yuan's class during the second year. Due to the rigorous training required for genetic warriors and their need to venture into the origin land, they attended school infrequently. The last time Zhuoming had come to class was 4 months ago. Moreover, Lu Yuan himself was somewhat of an outcast, leading to a complete disconnect between him and Zhuoming. He couldn't clearly remember Zhuoming's appearance. In that moment, he found himself unable to recognize his classmate. The guardian warrior could not help but interject. Little Zhua, do you know each other? Zhuoming nodded. Yes, Captain, he is our classmate. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with astonishment. I heard in the student group that you awakened this time. But you've only just awakened a few days ago. How could you be so strong? What? The others exclaimed in unison, their astonished gazes fixed on Lu Yuan. The guardian warrior wore a look of disbelief. Friend, you just awakened? A slender youth wielding two short swords gazed at Lu Yuan with envy etched across his face. I've been awakened for 3 years, and I still haven't broken through to the first tier. You're remarkably strong. Another young woman, elegant in appearance and armed with a longbow, fixed her gaze on Lu Yuan and remarked with a smile, Lu Yuan, you are incredible. Could you teach me how you improved? Lu Yuan understood that the prowess he had displayed was indeed impressive. He chuckled softly. I was just lucky. I opened a treasure chest and gained a bit. So my strength is decent, I suppose. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. The matter of treasure chest was entirely reliant on fortune. It could only be said that Lu Yuan's luck was enviable. Lu Yuan had no intention of delving further into such matters with the others. He smiled and inquired, it seems your situation is not very favorable. Is it time for you to return? The group snapped back to reality, and the guardian warrior nodded, offering a wry smile. This trip to the underground palace has been a total loss. Not only did we gain nothing, but we also used up most of our potions and lost 3 teammates. We plan to return and regroup. Zhuoming turned to Lu Yuan. What about you? Lu Yuan replied, I just arrived and intend to continue exploring. The guardian warrior, after a moment of contemplation, cautioned, you must be careful. Those 2 cat-like hunters have fled. If they encounter you alone, they may very well attack. Additionally, it seems that the cat archer is still alive. They should have potions, and they might recover. Lu Yuan nodded. I understand. When he saw the guardian warrior take out healing potions, he had already considered this possibility. He should have struck again earlier. Regrettably, at that moment, the thought of an available remedy eluded him, and indeed, the cat-like swordsman arrived with remarkable swiftness. A sudden throb of headache washed over him. Had he not entered the dungeon to evade the relentless pursuit of the Vimy Consortium? Yet here he was, embroiled in yet another predicament. Was this not an insurmountable challenge? He had merely sought a tranquil environment to develop his abilities. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Exercise caution. Do you possess a communication crystal? Shall we exchange contact details? I have yet to procure one. Lu Yuan had not returned to Cheyenne City and lacked the spirit crystals necessary for such an item. The guardian warrior exhibited a look of regret. Very well, then we shall take our leave. Zhuoming glanced at Lu Yuan and chuckled. Lu Yuan, I shall depart now. Take care of yourself. By the way, once we exit, I will add you, and we can stay in touch. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan did not refuse and nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 30. The sound of doors opening at dawn after bidding farewell to Lu Yuan and Zhuoming. The 4 continued their exploration of the underground palace. As they ventured deeper, Lu Yuan grew increasingly cautious, apprehensive of encountering 3 cat-like hunters at any moment. With each step further into the depths, the ferocious beasts he encountered multiplied, and his bounty of spiritual crystals and materials expanded correspondingly. He reserved a portion of the spiritual crystals for replenishing his energy, while the remainder was devoted to charging the evolution cube, preparing to enhance his black iron physique. Lu Yuan contemplated the swift elevation of his powers. Refining his genetic chain was one avenue, yet the evolution of his extraordinary genes was paramount. Once he evolved his black iron physique to the level of a leader, he would likely surpass most genetic warriors in the apprentice stage in terms of combat prowess. Those capable of inscribing leader genes at the apprentice level must be among the most exceptional talents, he mused, filled with anticipation. In a secluded corner of the underground palace, Shi and a cat-like elemental warrior halted, bearing the gravely injured Imoli. Imoli had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Shi gently laid her upon the ground. The elemental warrior cast a glance at Imoli's abdomen, where the grotesque sword wound had ceased bleeding, leaving behind a twisted scar. How is she? The elemental warrior inquired. She has consumed the healing potion. She is no longer in mortal danger, Shi replied, eyeing the unconscious Imoli with a slight frown. However, her injuries are severe, and it may take several days for a standard quality healing potion to restore her completely. Humph. I never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent. What bad luck. The elemental warrior's expression soured. That human is undeniably powerful. I observed his strength, which seems formidable, and his defenses were sufficient to withstand Imoli's arrows, suggesting he may be even stronger. Yet, his speed appears rather average. He likely inscribed a guardian-type extraordinary gene. In an open area, we could exploit our advantages at will. But the underground palace bestows significant benefits to such guardian-type warriors. Ignoring the elemental warrior's complaints, Shi settled on the ground and retrieved a piece of dried fish to gnaw on. A loss is a loss. After being a hunter for so long, one will inevitably become prey one day. Once Imoli recovers, we shall seek new quarry. The elemental warrior perched beside Shi, casting a glance at the dried fish in his hand and swallowing hard. Did your aunt make that? I would love a piece. Shi shot him a glance and handed him a piece of dried fish. The elemental warrior bit into it with delight. Then, his expression turning cold, remarked, "Given that human warrior's demeanor, he likely won't leave the underground palace anytime soon. There may yet be another opportunity for us to confront him and exact our revenge." Shiyu narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flickering within. Indeed. Meanwhile, in another part of the underground palace, Lu Yuan cautiously navigated a corner. A slender, dark shadow darted from the side, striking with alarming speed. Lu Yuan barely had time to react, raising his hand just in time to block. Clang. The shadow collided with Lu Yuan's arm, producing a resounding clatter. Lu Yuan felt a formidable force, causing him to take a step back. A piercing, shrill cry echoed through the air as he beheld a black scorpion leaping down from the shadows of the wall. Its entire body was a deep black, nearly indistinguishable from the color of the dungeon walls in the absence of candlelight. Its pincers were nearly half a meter long, and its tail glimmered ominously. The slender shadow he had previously seen was evidently its tail. As Lu Yuan retreated a step, he narrowly evaded the scorpion's pincers aimed at his head. The black scorpion wasted no time. Missing its attack, it lunged at Lu Yuan once more, its large pincers raised high. Upon nearing Lu Yuan, it aimed its pincers at his legs, while simultaneously thrusting its tail forward. With a deft movement, Lu Yuan dodged its pincers, and with a swift strike of his sword, he severed the scorpion's tail. Dark blood gushed from the wound as the scorpion emitted a wretched cry, furiously retaliating with its pincers. Lu Yuan, agile on his feet, easily evaded the scorpion's assault, ultimately delivering a fatal thrust to its head, bringing it down. The lifeless scorpion dropped 3 spirit crystals, which Lu Yuan promptly collected along with its tail and pincers. The tail of the black scorpion was classified as a common quality material, highly toxic, suitable for concocting genetic potions. Its massive pincers were also of common quality, usable for crafting genetic weaponry. Upon reading this information, a cold sweat broke out on Lu Yuan's brow. So, this was the notorious black scorpion? Earlier, outside the dungeon, he had heard a vendor shouting about antidotes for black scorpion venom. He had taken heed of the warnings regarding the black scorpion but never anticipated its treachery. Its pitch-black shell blended seamlessly with the dungeon walls, in the shadows far from any torchlight, who would be able to discern its presence. Such ambush tactics would prove challenging for any genetic warrior. Fortunately, his defensive capabilities were robust enough that the scorpion's venomous stinger failed to pierce his skin. Otherwise, he feared that succumbing to its poison would have been his end. Lu Yuan realized that the beasts within this dungeon were cunning and deceitful. The small stone golem was one, and the black scorpion was another. It seemed prudent that he conduct more thorough research on the behavioral traits of the creatures inhabiting the Sandy Rock dungeon before his next venture. After all, who could predict what other treacherous beasts lay in wait? Following this encounter with the black scorpion, Lu Yuan felt a renewed sense of pride in his own prowess. He was grateful for having chosen a guardian-type genetic evolution. Had he opted for an offensive type, he might have already met his demise. While the guardian type may lack an offensive power compared to the assault type, its survivability was truly unmatched, making it ideal for a solitary adventurer such as himself. With newfound confidence, Lu Yuan resumed his exploration. As he delved deeper, the number of scorpions increased, much like the small stone golems, becoming a frequent encounter. Lu Yuan's tally of slain beasts grew, as did his collection of spirit crystals. He hunted within the dungeon, consuming food when hunger struck, quenching his thirst when needed, and seeking a secluded corner to pitch his tent for rest when fatigue set in. In the subterranean realm, the concept of time is far less distinct than in the outside world, for the environment remains almost unchanged. Lu Yuan had amassed a collection of over 600 or 700 spirit crystals. Of these, more than 500 were utilized to energize the evolution cube, while nearly 100 were slowly used to refine his genetic chain. He had managed to enhance his genetic chain to approximately 10, resulting in a further augmentation of his strength. The remaining spirit crystals were reserved for supplemental spiritual energy. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lu Yuan encountered a pressing dilemma. His supplies were nearly depleted, and the cubic space of the battle pattern chamber, measuring about 3 meters in width, was now filled to the brim with various materials. Even if he continued to hunt fierce beasts, there would be no space left to store additional materials. Contemplating this predicament, Lu Yuan resolved to venture out to the small marketplace at the exit to sell the materials. The small marketplace at the exit was frequented by those willing to purchase materials, with transactions conducted in spirit crystals. At that moment, the area surrounding Lu Yuan's genetic chain began to stir once more, and a shimmering portal materialized. A jolt of realization surged through him. Was it time to depart? It seemed rather fortuitous. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan connected his thoughts to the portal. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped his vision. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in his modest room. Feeling the surge of power within him once more, Lu Yuan exhaled, revealing a hint of an excited smile. At this rate, it would not be long before his refinement reached 100. At that juncture, he could contemplate breaking the genetic lock and ascending to the next level. Based on his current speed, he estimated he would need no more than 11 or 12 additional attempts. Surely, that would not take a full month? Perhaps he could elevate his strength to the rank of a first-level warrior before the college entrance examinations, which would enable him to gain admission to a prestigious genetic warrior academy. He pondered why so many individuals had spent over a decade without achieving first-level status, as it seemed relatively straightforward. With a sense of confusion, Lu Yuan dismissed his thoughts and glanced at his phone to check the time. It was 4 in the morning. He had entered the origin land at 10 the previous night, meaning he had spent 6 hours there. 2 hours corresponded to a full day in the origin land, suggesting he had been inside for 3 days shorter than he had anticipated. He had initially believed he would remain there for about a week. However, the duration was ultimately dictated by the origin land itself, and he had no control over it. With a sliver of time remaining, he contemplated resuming his cultivation. Just then, he was startled by the sound of a door opening outside. Lu Yuan paused, perplexed. His housemate, Sister Qingha, had returned with him the previous night and was likely still asleep. The other 2 tenants were employed during the day and should also be resting. Who could possibly be entering the door? Chapter 31. Bare-handed bullet catching in the living room outside the room belonging to Lu Yuan. 3 figures were scrutinizing their surroundings under the dim light filtering through the window. Among them, 2 were the small-time thugs that Lu Yuan had previously dealt with. Their arms, once crushed by him, had been replaced with mechanical prosthetics, their faces still pallid from the encounter. The 2 were nervously scanning the area, as if anticipating an imminent threat. The red-haired thug spoke in a hushed tone. "Brother Peter, we inquired earlier. That kid is a senior at Rose High School, an orphan living in poverty. Hence he rents a room here. However, he recently awakened as a gene warrior, and he is likely on the brink of prosperity." As he spoke, a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. In front of them, a tall man with brown hair surveyed the surroundings with an impassive expression before nodding slightly. That kid seems particularly interested in the cause of Old Dao's death. He might know something. We should capture him and interrogate him. Furthermore, anyone daring to lay hands on members of our Black Rat gang must be prepared for retaliation, regardless of their status as a student. The 2 thugs nodded vigorously, visibly moved by his words. "Which room does that kid occupy?" one asked. "We do not know. Should we search one by one?" "Then let us proceed to search one by one." Peter nodded, producing a handgun. The other 2 thugs followed suit, drawing their weapons, with murderous intent gleaming in their eyes. They prepared to locate Lu Yuan's room. Meanwhile, in Li Qinghe's room, she was seated cross-legged on her bed, meditating, when she suddenly opened her eyes. A slight frown marred her brow, revealing a hint of icy malevolence. "How dare those vermin in the gutter set their sights on me? They seek death." Rising to her feet, she intended to step out but paused, arching an eyebrow with a spark of interest. In Lu Yuan's room, he heard the sound of the door opening and frowned. Living in the slums, late-night door openings often heralded home invasions. Such incidents occurred daily, and it was not uncommon for robbers to turn lethal if provoked. Though he had been living here for a while and had not personally encountered any, he had certainly heard enough stories. In the past, he might have felt fear, but now, a chilling glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he opened the door and stepped outside. In the living room, Peter and the 2 thugs, poised to commence their search, turned their attention towards Lu Yuan upon hearing the noise. The 2 thugs instinctively widened their eyes, a mixture of tension and fear flickering within them, as a dull ache pulsed from their newly fitted mechanical arms. The red-haired thug hastily pointed at Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "Brother Peter, that's him. He is the one." Seeing the 2 thugs, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, allowing a cold smile to creep across his face. "So it's you too? It seems my previous leniency was wasted on you." He scoffed. "Young man, do not presume that this encounter will mirror our earlier one. Your end is nigh. Prepare to meet your fate. The Black Rat gang will not spare anyone who dares to harm its members." Peter paid no heed to the threats of the 2 ruffians. He raised his firearm, directing it towards Lu Yuan, his expression cold and unyielding. "Come with us, now." Lu Yuan cast a glance at the gun in Peter's hand and smiled faintly. "What if I refuse?" Peter narrowed his eyes. "This is an order, not a request. I am aware you are a genetic warrior, but you have only just awakened. Haven't you? Firearms are not something you can withstand." Lu Yuan smiled again. In an instant, his body surged with energy, propelling him towards Peter and his companions. Peter's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the night. In the next moment, Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Yuan had transformed into a shadowy hand, gripping the muzzle of the gun. The bullet was stopped mid-flight. In Peter's astonishment, Lu Yuan exerted force, crushing the barrel of Peter's gun, rendering it utterly useless. Lu Yuan withdrew his hand, and a flattened bullet fell to the ground from his palm, producing a crisp sound. This is impossible. How could someone just awakened catch a bullet with their bare hands? Peter's eyes bulged with disbelief. Lu Yuan inspected his palm, noting a minor abrasion with a trickle of blood. However, it was merely a flesh wound. His black iron physique had never failed him. The lethality of such a firearm was inherently limited, thus its damage to his black iron body was negligible. He looked up at the astonished Peter and smiled. What is impossible? Did you not witness it with your own eyes? His gaze shifted back to Peter and then to the two ruffians. Do you recall my warning not to let me catch sight of you again? The two ruffians, shaken from their stupor by Lu Yuan's words, quickly raised their guns towards him. What do you intend to do? Stay back. Lu Yuan swiftly extended his hands, aiming for the ruffians' firearms. The two, their faces contorted with malice, desperately attempted to fire. Yet, Lu Yuan's speed eclipsed that of ordinary men. He seized their guns and lifted them upward. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted in succession, with all bullets directed at the ceiling. Soon, the gunfire ceased, and the ruffians pressed the triggers, only to discover that their weapons were devoid of ammunition. Lu Yuan gripped firmly. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed as he crushed the barrels of their guns. Releasing the now useless firearms, he flashed a smile at the two ruffians. Upon seeing Lu Yuan smile, they trembled violently, fear etched across their faces. The green-haired ruffian screamed, hurling his broken gun at Lu Yuan before turning to flee. Lu Yuan effortlessly caught the firearm and tossed it back at the ruffian. The gun struck the green-haired thug's back, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. He stumbled forward, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. The red-haired thug, upon witnessing the scene, was seized by a profound terror. Even the previously indifferent Peter broke into a cold sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter seized the red-haired thug and thrust him towards Lu Yuan. He then dashed towards the window, leaping through it and shattering the glass. Escaping into the outside world, the red-haired thug, completely unprepared for Peter's betrayal, wore a look of bewilderment in his wide eyes. Lu Yuan delivered a swift kick to the thug's chest, the sound of crunching bones echoing as the thug was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall before collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. Without sparing him a glance, Lu Yuan approached the window and observed Peter already on the ground. Sprinting away, he raised an eyebrow slightly. The residence Lu Yuan occupied was on the third floor, while not excessively high. It was still a considerable drop that would likely injure an ordinary person. To his surprise, Peter was still remarkably agile, supporting himself against the window ledge. Lu Yuan jumped down as well. After landing with ease, he surged forward in pursuit of Peter. Noticing Lu Yuan gaining on him, Peter spun around and hurled a small knife at him. Lu Yuan deftly caught the knife and, with a swift motion, tossed it back. Whoosh! The knife shot towards Peter's chest with remarkable speed. Suddenly, Peter's eyes transformed into slits as he rolled to the side, narrowly evading the blade. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, realizing that Peter was also a genetic warrior, though his abilities seemed rather lacking, and the genes he possessed did not appear to be oriented towards combat prowess. Accelerating his pace, Lu Yuan closed the distance, landing a punch aimed at Peter's back. Reacting quickly, Peter turned, raising his hands defensively. Lu Yuan's fist connected with Peter's palms with a resounding thud, resulting in a muffled grunt from Peter as he staggered back, his complexion paling as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Regaining his footing, Lu Yuan advanced once more, ready to strike again. Wait, I surrender. I have something to say, Peter shouted suddenly. Lu Yuan squinted, halting his fist just before Peter's face. Gulping nervously at the sight of the imminent threat, Peter broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Yuan withdrew his fist, regarding Peter with a smile. What is it? Let us see if it can save your life. Peter forced a grin, taking a deep breath before responding. Friend, do you wish to know about the shadowy figure? Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Peter, smiling. You know, while our black rat gang may not be the largest in the slums, we are quite well informed. We have some knowledge, and we have victims among our ranks. We have been seeking information about that entity as well. Speak of what you know. Friend, will you spare me once I finish? Do you believe I want to end your life right now? I will speak. I'll tell you everything. Peter quickly raised his hands, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. Chapter 32. The Night Watchman. The humble pest Lu Yuan gazed at Peter and urged, speak quickly. Peter lowered his hands and replied, our black rat gang has indeed uncovered some information regarding the shadow that has been haunting the slums. Several years ago, there were sightings of this shadow committing acts of violence within the impoverished areas. Initially, the casualties were few and witnesses were scarce. However, in the past 2 years, the death toll has escalated significantly. Just from our investigations, over 100 individuals were killed by this shadow last year alone. This year, the numbers are likely to be even higher. Over 100? So many? And even more this year? Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. While it was true that the annual death toll in the slums exceeded this number, most fatalities were due to gang conflicts, starvation, or illness. The notion that such a mysterious entity could claim so many lives was alarming, especially considering that this was merely the figure reported by the Black Rat Gang. Was no one alerting the Night Watchmen about this unusual occurrence? The Night Watchmen were an official organization established to address various anomalies, such as aberrations or foreign spies. Not only the Red Maple Empire, but other nations also maintained similar organizations. To Lu Yuan, these figures resembled special police or agents from his previous life. Such a situation was indeed grave. It baffled him that the Night Watchmen had not been notified. Peter shrugged. In the eyes of those lofty figures, we are merely insignificant pests from the slums. They hardly care about our lives. With so many deaths occurring annually, a mere 100 this year would hardly draw their attention. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. In the case of such anomalies, wouldn't the local governing officials face repercussions for failing to report to the Night Watchmen? Who says they haven't reported? Our contacts within the organization informed us that they did report it last year, but there has been no response since. It is clear that those high-ranking individuals do not concern themselves with our plight. Peter flashed a grin, however. It seems that this wretched entity primarily targets ordinary folk and poses no threat to us genetic warriors. Perhaps we need not worry too much. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. Just a few days ago, that wretched thing sought me out. Had it not been for my considerable strength, I might have perished. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lian, momentarily speechless. The two shared a silence, and Peter swallowed hard, managing a nervous laugh. That is not good at all. If it has shifted from targeting ordinary people to attacking genetic warriors, it's evident that something significant has changed. Is there any other information? Lu Yuan inquired further. Peter shook his head. None. We, the Black Rat Gang, are equally intrigued by this entity, so we are actively investigating. This is all we have uncovered thus far. Lu Yuan nodded and smiled. Well then, it's time to send you on your way. Startled, Peter stumbled back 2 steps, exclaiming, Wait, my friend, this is not what we agreed upon. Did you not say that once I finished speaking, you would let me go? Lu Yuan tilted his head. When did I ever say that? I merely stated that should you choose not to speak, I would kill you on the spot. You have already lived longer than expected. You ought to express some gratitude. Lu Yuan advanced towards Peter, who widened his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he continued to retreat. Wait. My friend, let us discuss this calmly. We can sit down and have a proper conversation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a thought struck him. Hold on. I still have value to you. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What value? Look, you are already being targeted by that shadow, are you not? As far as I know, no one who has attracted its attention has survived. Surely, you do not wish to meet the same fate? A heaviness settled in Lu Yuan's heart. To be honest, he felt a twinge of unease. That entity seemed rather sinister. He had no inkling whether it would pursue him further. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Yuan was so preoccupied with the matter of the shadow. Otherwise, why should it concern him? Seeing Lu Yuan pause, Peter felt a surge of hope and hastily continued, Our Black Rat Gang possesses influence and intelligence channels that you lack. If you spare me, I assure you that any information we acquire will be relayed to you without delay. Does that not seem like a lucrative arrangement? Lu Yuan regarded Peter in contemplative silence. Truth be told, he found himself somewhat tempted. After all, he was merely a destitute student and could not possibly compete with the local gang's power. Having the Black Rat Gang to scout intelligence would indeed be advantageous for him. Noticing Lu Yuan's wavering resolve, Peter pressed on, Moreover, my friend, our Black Rat Gang wields considerable influence within the slums. Should you ever wish to join a gang? Get lost. Lu Yuan shot Peter a glare. He had no intention of joining such dubious organizations. He stated firmly, I can grant you clemency this once. But you must inform me of any news regarding that shadow immediately. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Relieved to have gained Lu Yuan's agreement, Peter eagerly nodded. I understand. I will be sure to notify you at the first opportunity. Lu Yuan pulled out his phone, smiling at Peter. Share your contact information with me. Peter, smiling nervously, retrieved his phone, and the two scanned each other's codes to add each other as friends. It was then that Lu Yuan noticed another friend request on his phone. He glanced at the note. Zhuoming, a classmate he had encountered in the Shine Underground Palace. He casually accepted the request. After adding Peter as a friend, Lu Yuan tucked his phone away. Peter, feeling a sense of relief, continued to smile at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remarked, You will handle those 2 individuals, right? Peter quickly nodded. Rest assured, I will manage it well. Very well, follow me. Lu Yuan led Peter back to the residential building. The entire residential building was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of sound. The series of gunshots that had erupted earlier could not have gone unnoticed. However, in a slum, the safest approach in such circumstances is to remain silent and keep a low profile. Interfering can be fatal. This is the unwritten law of survival in the impoverished quarters. Lu Yuan opened the door to his rented apartment and was met with the sight of Li Qinghe emerging from her room, adorned in a simple white nightgown. She cautiously surveyed the two thugs lying on the ground, a mobile phone clutched in her hand, her expression betraying a hint of shock. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Sister Qinghe, why are you out here?" Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Li Qinghe's eyes lit up, her face breaking into a delighted smile. "Yuan, I was startled awake by the gunfire. After a long silence, I thought I should check on you." She added, "I also called the police." A warmth spread through Lu Yuan's heart. Who else would risk their life to ensure his safety? The doors of the other two tenants remained firmly shut, the interior shrouded in silence, suggesting no signs of life. "I'm fine, Sister Qinghe, don't worry. Just give me a moment to handle this," he assured her with a smile. Li Qinghe nodded, glancing at Peter before saying, "Then I'll return to my room." She walked back and shut the door behind her. Lu Yuan turned to Peter. "You take care of this." Peter nodded and crouched down before the two thugs. The red-haired thug had already lost consciousness, while the green-haired one, despite several broken bones, was still awake. Upon seeing Peter approach, hope flickered in his eyes. "Brother Peter." Peter cast a glance at the green-haired thug, his face devoid of expression as he reached out to grasp the thug's neck. Under the incredulous gaze of the green-haired thug, he tightened his grip. A sickening crack echoed through the air, and the thug fell lifeless. Peter swiftly dispatched the still unconscious red-haired thug as well. Turning back to Lu Yuan, he smiled. "Mr. Lu, shall I take their bodies away?" Lu Yuan nodded. "Yes." Peter hoisted each body over his shoulders. Just as he was about to exit, Lu Yuan spoke up again. "Oh, right. What about the payment for the window repairs?" He was currently financially strapped and unable to afford such expenses. He was hoping to save for gene therapy. "I'll pay. I'll transfer the money to the landlord," Peter assured him eagerly. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Then you may go. Keep me updated on any information regarding that matter." "Rest assured, Mr. Lu. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity," Peter affirmed, and with that, he left, gently closing the door behind him. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply and glanced out the window. The night before dawn was at its darkest, with only the brilliant neon lights remaining unchanged. After a moment of contemplation, he rapped on Li Qinghe's door. She seemed to have been waiting by the door, for as soon as Lu Yuan knocked, it swung open. "Yuan, what just happened?" Chapter 33, Class Gene Warriors. "Nothing much. Those were members of the Black Rat Gang who sought to trouble me, but I managed to defeat them." "The Black Rat Gang?" A flicker of light danced in Li Qinghe's eyes, swiftly replaced by a look of astonishment and fear. "That is quite a formidable gang. You won't encounter any further troubles, will you?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "No, it's fine. They won't come after me again." On his way back, he had inquired about the Black Rat Gang's strength from Peter. In such impoverished districts, the most powerful leader of a gang would merely be a first-tier gene warrior. Peter, being a trainee-level gene warrior, already held a high position within the Black Rat Gang. It was only logical, if they were indeed powerful gene warriors, they would not be holed up in such a desolate area. Status, reputation, and wealth were all within their grasp, should they desire them. Lu Yuan did not harbor much fear towards a first-tier gene warrior. Moreover, such a warrior would not bother with trivial matters like this. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Qinghe sighed in relief, her tension dissipating. Curiously, she gazed at Lu Yuan. "Brother Yuan, why did they seek to trouble you?" Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment, contemplating whether to disclose the matter concerning the shadow to Li Qinghe. He then thought that since the shadow had been appearing more frequently in the impoverished district, it might be prudent to inform her, allowing her to exercise caution. He spoke up. "Recently, an eerie shadow has been manifesting in the impoverished district. This shadow attaches itself to individuals, leading to sudden death. I heard this morning that someone from the Black Rat Gang had encountered such a shadow. I casually inquired about it, and to my surprise, they came looking for me that same night." Li Qinghe's pupils constricted slightly, and a look of fear washed over her face. She wrapped her arms around her shoulders. "I never imagined there could be such a peculiar entity. Is it possible that we are haunted? What ghost could there be?" Observing Li Qinghe's frightened demeanor, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "It's likely some bizarre phenomenon, perhaps something related to aberration." Furrowing his brows, Lu Yuan continued, "Generally speaking, such matters should be handled by the night watchers. Unfortunately, I've heard that even when reported to the authorities here, no night watchers have come to take charge." Lu Yuan shook his head. "There is a reason for the chaos in this impoverished district." Li Qinghe replied with a smile. "Perhaps the night watchers have indeed arrived. They may just be unaware of the situation." Lu Yuan cast a puzzled glance at Li Qinghe. "How do you know that, Qinghe?" Hee, I'm merely speculating. After all, if it truly were some aberration, the Night Watchers would undoubtedly intervene, Li Qinghe said with a grin. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, finding some merit in her reasoning. He nodded. Let us hope that is indeed the case. If the Night Watchers can manage it, then I would have no need to live in fear. Well, since it appears there is no issue, I shall return to my slumber. It is a rare occasion for me to enjoy a beauty sleep at night. Li Qinghe covered her mouth, stifling a yawn, her drowsiness evident. Then, Sister Qinghe, please continue to rest, Lu Yuan smiled. Yes, good night. You rest as well. Li Qinghe waved at Lu Yuan and closed the door. Returning to her room, Lu Yuan glanced at the time. It was just past 5 o'clock. Daylight would soon break, and she felt no inclination to continue her cultivation. Moreover, a message from Guangxin had arrived. It was from Zhuoming. Hello, Lu Yuan. You are quite impressive. You have only awakened for a week and already possess such strength. I am adding you to our group. It's a small assembly of genetic warriors from our class, all of whom have awakened. If they knew of your prowess, they would surely be astonished. Haha. Lu Yuan? Are you there? Lu Yuan, the Great One? The messages began flooding in shortly after Lu Yuan accepted the friend request. After several messages without a response, Zhuoming sent another one after about 10 minutes. Lu Yuan, feeling helpless, had been preoccupied with matters concerning Peter and had hardly glanced at her phone. She replied, I was a bit busy earlier and didn't check my phone. Barely seconds after her message was sent, Zhuoming replied, so that's why you weren't responding. Hurry and join the group. I'm boasting about you in there. I said you're very strong, but they don't believe me. Zhuoming sent a group invitation link, Future War God Group. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What a ridiculous group name. War God. Is that even appropriate? There are no war gods among the human race. She couldn't help but smirk. Nonetheless, she clicked to accept. After all, this name was practically tailored for her. Wasn't she, Lu Yuan, destined to be the future war god of humanity? Upon entering the group, Zhuoming immediately exclaimed, Welcome the new war god, Lu Yuan. Send red envelopes. After Zhuoming's shout, several messages followed suit. Welcome the new war god, Lu Yuan. Send red envelopes. Lu Yuan felt a wave of exasperation. The incessant request for red envelopes nearly tempted her to respond. Yet, as the embodiment of a war god, she needed to maintain her dignity. As for the red envelope requests, she simply ignored them. After all, she resided in a dilapidated area. Did these people have no shame in asking her for money? Lu Yuan glanced at the names in the group. Zhuoming, Wang Xiangxiang, Guyu, and Wen Ni. She recognized them all. Zhuoming and Guyu were male, while Wang Xiangxiang and Wen Ni were female. Among them, Zhuoming and Wen Ni had awakened last year, during their sophomore year, while Wang Xiangxiang and Guyu had awakened in their freshman year. From the memories of her previous self, she recalled that both Wang Xiangxiang and Wen Ni were strikingly beautiful, with Wang Xiangxiang's long legs particularly etched in her mind. Zhuoming sent another message. It seems that Chao Yin and Mo Li are still in the origin place and cannot welcome the new war god. Lu Yuan recognized those two familiar names once again. Chao Yin and Mo Li both awakened during their first year of high school. In their class, for students awakened in the first year, 2 in the second year, and only Lu Yuan in the third year. Compared to the entire class, the awakening rate was quite high. However, both Chao Yin and Wang Xiangxiang came from families of genetic warriors, where the likelihood of their offspring becoming genetic warriors is significantly increased. Thus, their cases are somewhat atypical. Among those from ordinary families, only 4 awakened. Wang Xiangxiang, Lu Yuan, Xiaomingzi claims you're incredibly strong. Is that true? Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had thought Zhuoming was joking. To his surprise, he actually said it. Guyu, Zhuoming must be boasting again. Lu Yuan has only just awakened. How strong can he be? His refining degree is likely at most 5. Wen Ni, Xiaomingzi, come and take a beating. Zhuoming, no, I'm serious. Lu Yuan is truly impressive. I encountered 3 hunters in the Sandrock dungeon, and it was Lu Yuan who helped me. Otherwise, I would have perished once more. Wang Xiangxiang, heh. Guyu, heh. Wen Ni, heh. Zhuoming, Lu Yuan, big shot, say something. Lu Yuan smiled and replied, Zhuoming is correct. I indeed encountered 3 cat-like hunters last time, and it was then that I saw Zhuoming. The group fell silent for a moment. Zhuoming, ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Lu Yuan himself said so. Wang Xiangxiang, really? You actually encountered hunters? You've only awakened for a week and survived an encounter with them? Wen Ni, if this is true, then Lu Yuan must have already inscribed extraordinary genes, and they must be quite powerful. Lu Yuan glanced at Wen Ni's message, surprised by her perceptiveness. However, this could not be concealed. Zhuoming was no fool. With a slight observation, he could tell Lu Yuan had indeed inscribed high-level extraordinary genes. Fortunately, While his current strength was somewhat advanced, it could still be classified as that of a genius rather than being excessively extraordinary. After all, geniuses are merely those who surpass common understanding, and though they are rare, they inevitably appear. He would just have to accept the title of genius. What was wrong with being a genius in the future war god group? It would be odd if one were not a genius. He replied with a smile. When an I is right, I have indeed inscribed extraordinary genes, and they are of elite quality. The group erupted in excitement. Zhuoming, ha ha ha. I told you. The combat technique Lu Yuan demonstrated earlier must be of elite quality. It's incredibly powerful. The defense is simply outrageous. Gu Yu wow. Big shot. I'm envious. I inscribed ordinary quality extraordinary genes. When an I also have ordinary quality extraordinary genes. Lu Yuan, starting with elite quality extraordinary genes, will definitely soar in the future. The foundation is so strong. Wang Xiangxiang, will big shot Lu Yuan take us along? I'll show you a picture in black stockings. Lu Yuan, a picture in black stockings? Is that the kind of person I am? He angrily sent a message. How many should I send? Chapter 34. The future tycoon is actually by my side. The atmosphere fell silent. Wang Xiangxiang, angry. JPG, angry. JPG, angry. JPG, she sent a flurry of emoticons before messaging. You seriously believe that? I was merely joking. I am in Storm City. We are not in the same starting city. Besides, my refinement level is already at 98. Lu Yuan was taken aback, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Was Wang Xiangxiang already this formidable? He then recalled that she had awakened in her first year of high school, and her family was comprised of genetic warriors, which must have greatly aided her. Nearly 2 years had passed. It was quite reasonable for her to be on the verge of breaking through to the first tier. He replied earnestly, Did you think I was unaware that you were joking? In fact, I was jesting as well. You actually took it seriously? No way. Wang Xiangxiang. Zhuoming, Lu Yuan, the tycoon truly lives up to the title. Idol. How dare you tease Sister Xiangxiang? Gu Yu, Lu Yuan. The tycoon truly lives up to the title. Idol. How dare you tease Sister Xiangxiang? Wang Xiangxiang. Xiao Mingzi, Xiao Yuzi, do you wish to perish? Zhuoming ahem. Shall we discuss something else? Winnie, by the way, we have yet to meet Lu Yuan. When shall we gather together? Gu Yu, I think that sounds splendid. Our esteemed Lu Yuan has already become a tycoon. Shouldn't he treat us to a grand meal? Wang Xiangxiang, naughty smile. JPG, certainly. I want to dine at the Nine Lakes Grand Restaurant. Lu Yuan, please do not sell me out. I am utterly broke. The Nine Lakes Grand Restaurant is the most prestigious establishment in Shili City, a place even someone from the slums like me is aware of. To treat us there? What are you thinking? I simply cannot afford it. Wang Xiangxiang, just kidding, just kidding. Genetic warriors have plenty of places to spend money. A simple meal will suffice. By the way, we should wait for Xiao Yin and Lily to join us. Winnie, I concur. Zhuoming, then it's settled. From today onward, I shall refrain from eating, eagerly awaiting the tycoon-esque treat. Lu Yuan, fine, don't eat then. Gu Yu, speaking of which, if Brother Chao manages to survive this time, he should also be nearing a refinement level of about 95, right? Zhuoming, envious. I am still at 36. Winnie, you're already doing well. I'm at only 33. At this rate, reaching 35 before the college entrance examination seems precarious. Gu Yu, what about you? Gu Yu, I'm at 64, which pales in comparison to Sister Xiangxiang and Brother Chao. Zhuoming, that is still commendable. With your refinement level, coupled with the extraordinary genes you've already inscribed, you should certainly be able to gain admission to a decent genetic warrior academy. Winnie and I, however, face more challenges. Wang Xiangxiang, if we can all survive the origin land, Xiao Mingzi, you and Winnie still have a chance to reach a refinement level of 50. Zhuoming, crying. JPG, surviving the origin land is far from simple. The fierce beasts and other warriors there do not regard us as human. Each one seems eager to end our lives at the earliest opportunity. I have awakened for a year now, and I have only managed to emerge alive from within 10 times. This time, I was also supposed to perish, and it was all thanks to Brother Yuan. Winnie, if it truly comes to that, my father intends to spend money on purchasing a batch of spiritual crystals, which would at least enhance my refining level. Zhuoming, Winnie, affluent lady, I am famished. Winnie, smiling. JPG, get lost. Wang Xiangxiang, Winnie, you must hurry. After all, the college entrance examination is approaching. Winnie, yes, I am aware. Wang Xiangxiang, sighing. JPG, it is quite challenging for me as well. The difficulty of breaking the genetic lock is immense, and the materials I require are hard to obtain in the short term. If I could break through to a first-tier warrior, I might have a chance to contend for a position in the top 10 of the Genetic Warrior Academy. Gu Yu, is this what it means to be a big shot? While we are still struggling to survive in the origin land, She has already begun to contemplate the issue of breaking the genetic lock. We are all human. Why is there such a disparity? I apologize for being human. Crying. JPG. Winnie. Is this what it means to be a big shot? While we are still struggling to survive in the origin land. She has already begun to contemplate the issue of breaking the genetic lock. We are all human. Why is there such a disparity? I apologize for being human. Crying. JPG. Zhuaming. Is this what it means to be a big shot? While we are still struggling to survive in the origin land. She has already begun to contemplate the issue of breaking the genetic lock. We are all human. Why is there such a disparity? I apologize for being human. Crying. JPG. Lu Yuan. Is this what it means to be a big shot? While we are still struggling to survive in the origin land. She has already begun to contemplate the issue of breaking the genetic lock. We are all human. Why is there such a disparity? I apologize for being human. Crying. JPG. Unable to resist, Lu Yuan, who had been silently observing, opted to repeat his statement. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's message, Zhuaming curiously inquired, "By the way, Brother Yuan, what is your refining level?" Lu Yuan. I am lower than all of you. I am merely at around 10. Wang Xiangxiang. Winnie. Guyu. Zhuaming. Lu Yuan, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What is it?" Wang Xiangxiang. Did you just awaken a week ago? And you're already at 10? Guyu. How did you achieve such rapid progress? Zhuaming. I suddenly find myself perplexed. Is Brother Yuan exceptionally strong, or am I simply too weak? Winnie. This speed is astonishing. At this rate, with roughly 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, won't you be vying for the first tier? Terrified. JPG. Lu Yuan. Perhaps my efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy is relatively high. I have heard others refer to me as a genius. In truth, a significant portion of the spiritual crystals I consume is used to energize the evolution cube. Wang Xiangxiang. If that is the case, then Lu Yuan, you are indeed a genius, and not just any kind of genius. Your pace rivals that of science from prestigious families. Truly, if you can maintain this momentum, you will undoubtedly become a big shot, perhaps even a military general or a warlord. Zhuaming, a warlord. Goodness, a future big shot is right beside me. Winnie, big shot. May I cling to your coattails in advance? Guyu, which leg should I embrace? Zhuaming, old Gu, something seems off with you. Winnie, Guyu has been muted for 24 hours. Wang Xiangxiang. All right, now that it's quiet, I'll go give Xiao Yuzi a good beating. Zhuaming, candle. JPG, prayer. JPG, I hope nothing serious has happened. Lu Yuan glanced at the messages in the group chat, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He had not previously realized that among the awakened gene warriors in his class, each one was indeed a remarkable talent. Afterward, the group continued their conversation, discussing matters concerning the origin land. Wang Xiangxiang and Chao Yin, both children of gene warrior families, enjoyed considerable support from home and lived quite well. The others, however, faced more challenges. Entering the origin land often resulted in casualties, and in a year's time, the number of times they managed to emerge alive was scarcely over 10, making progress rather slow. Nonetheless, this was still significantly faster than conventional cultivation, as the majority of individuals absorbed spiritual energy at a rather mediocre pace. Talents like Lu Yuan were exceedingly rare. As dawn approached, Lu Yuan exited the chat group, opened a website, and began searching for information regarding the ferocious beasts of the Sandrock Underground. Soon, he stumbled upon a new post titled Bestiary of the Ferocious Beasts of Sandrock City. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up as he clicked on the post, only for his expression to darken almost immediately. To his dismay, it was a paid post. Accessing it would cost 3,000 yuan. Is this robbery? Even if it meant my demise, I refused to pay such an amount. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Lu Yuan exited the post and continued his search. After a long while, he found several more posts concerning the ferocious beasts of Sandrock City. But they all turned out to be paid posts as well, with the first one being the least expensive. With no choice left, he begrudgingly returned to the initial post. What's just 3,000 yuan? It's not as if I can't afford it. Fortunately, he still had over 4,000 yuan in his pocket. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to cover the fee. This post pertains to the bestiary of the ferocious beasts in the initial city of Sandrock City. Note, this post only includes common ferocious beasts. Certain unique beasts are not encompassed herein. Lu Yuan glanced at the first sentence and couldn't help but curl his lip. However, he could understand the reasoning. After all, the origin land was vast, and there were an overwhelming variety of ferocious beasts. It was reasonable that some beasts had never been encountered by gene warriors, leading to a lack of knowledge about them. Greystone beetle, a common ferocious beast. The weakest among the malevolent creatures of Sandy Rock City, primarily inhabiting the Greystone Forest, though it can also be found in other regions. It possesses meager strength, feeds on rocks, and moves with great sluggishness. Black-striped greystone beetle, an elite ferocious beast, primarily residing in the greystone forest, it is relatively weaker among elite creatures, with power comparable to a genetic warrior possessing a gene refinement level of 40 to 60. It boasts the combat skill of petrified skin. Iron beetle, a common ferocious beast. Predominantly living in the depths of the greystone forest, it is scarce in number, yet stronger than the greystone beetle, with formidable defensive capabilities but sluggish speed. Little stone man. Black scorpion. Dungeon sand ant. This post encompasses hundreds of ferocious beasts, with over 100 varieties found within the Sandy Rock dungeon. It includes previously encountered creatures such as the little stone man and black scorpion, as well as those yet to be met, like the dungeon sand ant, black line snake, and dungeon sand scorpion. The characteristics, strengths, and valuable parts of these beasts are documented. After reading through the information, Lu Yuan felt that the money spent was indeed worthwhile. With an understanding of the types of ferocious beasts lurking in the Sandy Rock dungeon, he felt significantly more prepared. Some of these creatures, even if he were to encounter them now, would only allow him to flee or face certain death. Had he previously been unaware of these beasts, he might have foolishly charged in. Reflecting further, Lu Yuan contemplated purchasing a map of the dungeon. Though the lairs and habitats of the ferocious beasts would inevitably shift over time, the pathways would remain largely unchanged unless significant alterations occurred. Acquiring a map would greatly diminish the likelihood of getting lost. However, as he opened the post to purchase the map, the hefty price of 10,000 coins rendered him momentarily speechless, for he had scarcely over 1,000 coins left in his pocket. Fortunately, he still had materials in storage that he had yet to sell. Having spent 2 hours perusing the previous beast compendium, he realized that time was slipping away. The shop should have opened by now. Thus, he decided to sell the materials first. Lu Yuan shut down his computer and stepped outside. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, the tenants were all holed up in their rooms, none venturing out. Casting a glance at the tightly shut doors, he thought little of it. He left the rental and took a vehicle to the Jiuhu Commercial District. Chapter 35, Gene Elixirs in the bustling Jiuhu Commercial District. At the Wolf Materials store, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and entered. He was greeted by the sight of the proprietor, clad in flamboyant shorts and a loose shirt, donning sunglasses and seated at the counter. The owner, engrossed in his mobile device, muttered expletives. Damn it, a bunch of noobs. Even I can't win against you lot. Go home and do your homework instead of playing this game. What woof. Aru. Lu Yuan smirked slightly. Boss, I'm here to sell goods. The owner glanced up, momentarily pausing his game. Upon recognizing Lu Yuan, he put his phone away and grinned. Ah, it's you. Have you emerged once more from the origin land? Impressive. My friend, to have survived twice in a row. Lu Yuan chuckled. I have quite a bit of merchandise this time. Can I just drop it on the floor? The owner nodded. Sure, go ahead. Lu Yuan emptied his inventory, scattering an array of materials across the shop's limited floor space, creating a small mountain over 2 meters high. The owner stared, mouth agape, at the towering heap of materials. Lu Yuan broke the silence. So, what is the price? Recovering from his astonishment, the owner scrutinized Lu Yuan with a hint of disbelief. Brother Wang, did you truly acquire all of this by yourself? Lu Yuan remained nonchalant. Does that really matter? Just count it up. The owner, after a moment's hesitation, replied, Indeed, it's not crucial. Just a moment. He began to tally the items before Lu Yuan. Gray stone armor. Is this the heart of the little stone man? You've already managed to hunt them? Impressive. Hiss. Black scorpion tail spike? This is quite valuable, and you have so many. You didn't bankrupt yourself buying detox potions, did you? It's only been a day. And you've bulked up significantly. The owner continued his chatter as he counted, and Lu Yuan felt slightly overwhelmed by the incessant banter. He found a small stool to sit on, observing the owner at work. After more than 10 minutes, the owner finally finished tallying the considerable assortment of items. Upon uncovering the black patterned shell at the bottom of the pile, he exclaimed once more, Goodness. This is the black patterned shell of the black-striped gray stone beetle? You've managed to hunt an elite ferocious beast? He looked up at Lu Yuan, clearly impressed. Brother, I must say, you are the fastest progressing gene warrior I've ever seen. In just one day, you've reached the level to hunt elite ferocious beasts. Remarkable. Lu Yuan smiled but chose not to respond to the compliment. How much is it? Have you calculated everything? Of course. Let me break it down for you. Gray shells. 189 pieces at 150 each. Little stone man hearts. 124 pieces at 300 each. Scorpion tail spikes. 87 pieces at 400 each. Scorpion claws. 87 pairs at 250 each. And the black striped shell, 1 piece at 3,000. The total comes to 115. 100. Fair and square. Lu Yuan glanced at the self-satisfied owner and took out his phone to perform his own calculations. Subsequently, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the boss and remarked, 115? 100? The boss averted his gaze slightly, offering an awkward smile as he replied, Ahem, did I miscalculate? Let me count again. He retrieved his phone and recalculated, a look of realization dawning upon him. Oh, I was mistaken. It totals 125, 100. Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh, saying, Forget it. I shall sell it elsewhere. He stood up, intending to gather his belongings and depart. The boss, witnessing this, grew anxious and exclaimed, Hey, I made an error. It wasn't intentional. Lu Yuan paused, retorting, Who knows if it was deliberate? You nearly cost me 10,000 yuan. Compensate me for my mental anguish. Let's settle at 130,000. The boss's expression shifted as he gazed at Lu Yuan. How can you take advantage of me in such a manner? I regarded you as a brother. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and, without further ado, began to pack up his items. Hey, all right, fine. 130,000 it is. I'll consider it my fault and make amends. Only then did Lu Yuan reveal a smile. The deal was struck. Though the boss was somewhat unscrupulous, he still managed to profit from the transaction. In truth, Lu Yuan had already estimated prior to his arrival that the market price for these materials was indeed around 125,000. The boss offering 130,000 was an extra 4,900, enough for him to sustain himself for several months. The money has been transferred. Take a look, Wang Aowei. Lu Yuan glanced at his phone, confirming the receipt of funds, excitement flickering in his eyes. He was astonished to discover how lucrative being a genetic warrior could be, earning 130,000 in a single night translated to 3.9 million in a month and over 40 million in a year. How many steamed buns could that buy? Who would have thought that I might one day become wealthy? Lu Yuan's heart swelled with joy. He watched as the boss gathered the materials and then said, I shall return next time. The boss nodded. All right then, come back when you have more business. By the way, boss, I am curious about something. What is it? Why do you wear sunglasses in the store? The boss's previously jovial expression froze. He cleared his throat and waved his hand at Lu Yuan. Brother, do come again. Sensing the boss's reluctance to elaborate, Lu Yuan shrugged and refrained from pressing further. After leaving the Wolf Materials store, Lu Yuan first visited a shop, spending over 10,000 to procure essentials. This time, he even had funds left over for various spices and a barbecue grill. When striving to hunt ferocious beasts in the origin land, one ought to indulge in some good food, shouldn't one? Relying solely on energy bars was certainly insufficient. He had heard that beast meat was quite delectable, and he deserved to treat himself for his hard work in earning money and becoming stronger. He chose only the highest quality essentials. Previously, when money was scarce, he settled for what was usable. Now that he had funds, he insisted on the finest arrangements. After purchasing various necessities, Lu Yuan still had 120,000 remaining. Satisfied with the shopping, he returned to the impoverished district. He cast a glance at the street thugs engaged in a knife fight, observed the litter strewn across the ground, and caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Yet, his spirits were considerably lighter than before. Now that he had wealth, he finally had the means to leave this chaotic area behind. Lu Yuan returned to his modest rental apartment, and upon entering his room, he opened the battle network. This time, his intention was to purchase genetic potions. Within the Genetic Warrior Network, there existed a managed online marketplace where various specialized genetic warriors, such as alchemists skilled in potion creation and blacksmiths crafting genetic armaments, offered their wares. Lu Yuan navigated to the marketplace and selected the category for genetic potions. His choice this time was quite clear-cut. Healing potions were undoubtedly essential. After all, in the event of injury, without potions, he would have to endure a slow recovery. And if things turned dire, he might even be unable to hunt ferocious beasts, forced to wait until time ran out before he could emerge unscathed. If danger were to strike during his recovery, it could very well lead to his demise. Fortunately, he had been lucky in his last two encounters, acquiring defensive skills that had spared him from severe injuries. However, such fortune could not be relied upon indefinitely. Thus, healing potions were a necessity. He began to peruse the healing potions based on their classifications. The usage levels of healing potions parallel those of genetic warriors, categorized into apprentice, warrior, battle master, battle general, and battle sovereign levels. Besides usage levels, healing potions were also differentiated by their quality, ranging from ordinary to superior and potent potions based on the materials used in their crafting. Lu Yuan clicked on the product page for an ordinary healing potion of apprentice level. The description detailed that ordinary healing potions could treat most external injuries. However, severe injuries might require over half an hour, potentially several hours, for complete recovery. Upon reading the description, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Although several hours for healing severe injuries could be deemed a medical marvel for an ordinary person, for a genetic warrior, such a pace seemed rather sluggish. After pondering for a moment, he clicked on the adjacent superior healing potion. The moment the product page appeared, the glaring price of 30,000 struck Lu Yuan like a bolt from the blue. What kind of potion was this? How could it be so exorbitantly priced? The ordinary potion was merely 8,000. This felt like daylight robbery. With a frown of discontent, he scrutinized the potion's effects. The superior healing potion boasted a healing efficacy approximately 3 times that of the ordinary potion, with most severe injuries capable of being healed within 10 minutes to an hour. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with interest. This was indeed impressive. However, upon glancing back at the price, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. With only 120,000 remaining, he could afford just 4 bottles of the superior healing potion. Why was he still so impoverished? Lu Yuan gazed at the superior healing potion for a considerable time, and finally, after a moment of steeling himself, he added 1 bottle to his shopping cart, suppressing the pang of regret. After all, sometimes, such a potion could be a lifesaver. Subsequently, Lu Yuan placed a standard healing potion into his shopping cart. If the injuries were not particularly severe, a standard healing potion would suffice, allowing him to save some money. Although Lu Yuan wished to purchase several more, he realized that doing so would deplete his funds for other genetic potions. Reluctantly, he chose to forego the additional purchases. Following this, Lu Yuan began to search for enhancement potions. After encountering the trio of cat-like hunters, he recognized the necessity of stockpiling potions as a strategic reserve for the future. Enhancement potions could augment various attributes, such as strength, speed, defense, and spiritual power. His foremost choice was the speed enhancement potion. As his recorded guardian-type extraordinary gene lacked sufficient swiftness, a greater speed would allow for a quicker escape. In a dire situation, when faced with formidable foes, retreating swiftly would be his best option. Preserving life would ensure future opportunities. As Lu Yuan examined the standard quality speed enhancement potion, he opened the product page, feeling a twinge of uncertainty and apprehension regarding whether the price would exceed his budget. Chapter 36. Eliminate him. Upon opening the product page, Lu Yuan's heart sank slightly as he beheld the price, 15,000. This cost was almost double that of a healing potion. Indeed, it was exorbitantly expensive. He scrutinized the description further. For an apprentice-level gene warrior, a standard speed potion could enhance speed by approximately 20%. However, the effect would vary slightly due to the individual strengths of each gene warrior. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. His current black iron physique could provide a modest increase in speed, and compared to the standard quality speed-type genes, the difference was not insubstantial. If he could achieve a 20% enhancement, he might rival a typical speed gene warrior of the same level, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. It was certainly a commendable prospect. Yet, ordinary speed-type warriors posed no threat to Lu Yuan. Was there truly a necessity to purchase this item? He contemplated this and subsequently clicked on the superior speed potion. The price, 50,000. Lu Yuan's lips twitched at the figure. These apothecaries were making a fortune. 1 vial cost 50,000. Would drinking it grant him immortality? He scoffed lightly and examined its effects. The superior potion could amplify speed by nearly 50%. His eyes brightened. This was a significant enhancement. A 50% increase from the superior potion would render his speed quite impressive. If he encountered danger, his chances of escape would be considerably improved. However, the price. After some deliberation, he ultimately decided to add it to his shopping cart. 1 superior speed potion for 50,000, 1 superior healing potion for 30,000, and 1 ordinary healing potion for 8,000. In total, the 3 vials amounted to 88,000. Lu Yuan currently had just over 30,000 remaining in his pocket, needing to reserve 10,000 for a map of the Cheyenne dungeon, leaving him with just over 20,000 to spend. After some thought, Lu Yuan opted for the defense potion. Defense was his strongest attribute, and bolstering it could potentially prevent him from being breached by formidable beasts, perhaps even allowing him to triumph. The ordinary defense potion was priced at 10,000, which was lower than the speed potion. However, the superior potion cost 35,000, still quite steep. With his current funds, he could not afford the superior potion. After consideration, he purchased 2 ordinary defense potions. In total, he spent 108,000, acquiring 5 potions. Payment received. Your order will be delivered today. Read the notification that popped up, eliciting a faint smile from Lu Yuan. With this, he would be able to embark on his adventure to the Origin Land today. Subsequently, Lu Yuan spent 10,000 to purchase the map of the Cheyenne dungeon. After making his preparations, he chose not to train at the Ming Martial Arts Hall, opting instead to remain at home to absorb spirit crystals. After all, this was a poor district, and there was no one to sign for his delivery. What if the potions he purchased did not arrive? They represented nearly his entire fortune. By evening, the delivery arrived. The healing potion is a delicate shade of crimson. The defensive potion a muted ebony, and the speed potion a gentle azure, all contained within crystal vials that possess an appealing aesthetic. Lu Yuan solemnly placed the 3 potions within the space of battle engravings, ensuring they would be readily available for future use. Time passed swiftly. Over the course of a day, Lu Yuan calmly absorbed spiritual crystals, enhancing his refining degree by an additional 1. His current refining degree now stood at an impressive 11. As the clock struck 8 in the deep of the night, the light portal of the origin realm had been fully restored. Upon contacting the portal with his consciousness, Lu Yuan vanished from the unadorned room and entered the origin realm. In the sandy rock dungeon, Lu Yuan materialized out of thin air, exactly where he had departed from the origin realm the previous day. Within the passageway, candle flames flickered, casting a dim glow. Immediately upon his arrival, a few stones from nearby rubble were propelled toward him, accompanied by shadowy figures lunging from the darkness. They were the small stone golems and black scorpions. Although Lu Yuan had eradicated the nearby beasts before his departure, the origin realm was peculiarly teeming with creatures. Countless races inhabited this space, and no matter how many he dispatched, they seemed inexhaustible. With a swift movement, Lu Yuan evaded the stone projectiles, manifesting his long sword to slay the approaching black scorpions one by one. He then eliminated the formed small stone golems entirely. After collecting the spiritual crystals and materials, Lu Yuan departed from the passageway, delving deeper into the dungeon. Meanwhile, not far from Lu Yuan's passage, a fierce battle was unfolding. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, ultimately piercing the neck of an elven male. Blood gushed forth, staining his form crimson. Clutching his throat, he stared wide-eyed at the nearby catgirl. Jasmine glanced at the slowly collapsing elven male with an expression void of emotion. She drew another arrow, redirecting her focus to the others. The catgirl swordsman, Shi Yi, was engaged in combat with 2 elven warriors specializing in offense. Shi Yi's movements were as fluid as leaves dancing in the wind, exhibiting greater agility than the 2 elven warriors. His ferocious sword strikes, imbued with a powerful wind pressure, forced the elven warriors into a retreat. Meanwhile, on another front, the catgirl elemental warrior was conjuring fireballs in rapid succession, applying pressure on an elven guardian warrior and an elven archer wielding a longbow. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrade, the 4 elven warriors erupted in furious cries. Damn hunters! Shi Yi and his companions remained impassive. As hunters, the fury of their prey failed to stir any emotional response within them. Nanchi, Jasmine muttered softly, knocking 2 arrows and drawing her longbow to its full tension. The arrows were released, striking toward the elven archer from 2 directions. The archer executed a technique. Dual arrow technique. The elemental warrior, Nanchi, understood the cue, and with a low chant, 3 fireballs coalesced atop his staff, targeting the guardian elven warrior. The guardian's pupils constricted, his entire body tensed as he raised his shield to block. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball erupted against the massive square shield, and the elven warrior let out a muffled grunt, staggering backward several steps. The body of the elven archer behind him was subsequently exposed. 2 arrows pierced through the elven guardian warrior, transforming into streaks of light, and shot towards the elven archer. The fair-featured elven archer, who was aiming at Nanchi, suddenly heard the sound of air being sliced. Her pupils constricted, and she hastily dove to the side. 1 arrow whizzed past her head, while another pierced through her chest. Ah! The elven archer shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth, life slipping away. Failure. The elven guardian warrior and the 2 other elven swordsmen's eyes turned crimson, roaring in fury. Yet, following the deaths of 2 elven warriors, the remaining 3, in conjunction with the catfolk hunters, could hardly endure much longer. In a brief span, 1 elven swordsman was pierced through the chest by Jasmine's arrow. Another was slashed across the neck by Shia's longsword, and the subsequent elven guardian warrior succumbed to internal injuries from Nanchi's fireball. The trio of Shia exhaled, glancing at the spoils that lay scattered on the ground. A faint smile graced Nanchi's lips. There are even genetic armaments? 2 sets of leather armor, quite commendable. This squad seems to have yielded some rewards. Shia silently gathered the items, smiling lightly. In the end, it benefits us, does it not? Jasmine stowed her longbow, took a sip from her water flask, and pressed her lips together. Luck seems to be on our side this time. This squad's strength is merely average, and we haven't expended much effort. Let us continue our hunt. Nanchi waved his staff, chuckling. Indeed, let us set off. The 3 catfolk hunters secured their spoils and departed once more. Before long, they heard the sounds of battle emanating from a distant corridor. The trio exchanged glances, silently communicating their understanding. They lowered their footsteps and moved towards the direction of the combat sounds. Soon, they arrived at the area where the clamor of battle resonated. Jasmine gestured for silence with a motion of her lips, peering around the corner. Upon witnessing the scene of conflict not far ahead, her pupils contracted, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Not far off, a human warrior found himself besieged by 3 small stone golems and 2 black scorpions. Even amidst the onslaught, the human warrior appeared remarkably composed. His skin had transformed into a hue reminiscent of black iron, and he donned simple armor, boasting incredible defensive capabilities. Even the venomous stingers of the black scorpion struggled to breach his skin. His physique could withstand the punches of the small stone golems with ease. Jasmine was naturally left with a profound impression of this human warrior. He was the very one who had dealt her a wound to the abdomen just yesterday. The mere sight of him sent a dull ache through her stomach, causing her to clench her fists and grit her teeth. Sensing Jasmine's unease, Xia and Nanchi exchanged glances, with Xia gently patting Jasmine's shoulder. Jasmine regained her composure, retracting her body. "What is happening?" Xia inquired. A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashed in Jasmine's eyes as she softly spoke. "Is it the Guardian-class human warrior from yesterday? Is it him?" Nanchi immediately revealed a sinister smile. "I never expected to encounter him again." Xia's gaze also flickered as he tightened his grip on the longsword. "Is it just him?" "Yes, just him." "Then let us eliminate him." Chapter 37. Is wealth truly impressive? Lu Yuan found himself under siege. 3 small stone golems and 2 black scorpions assailed him. As Lu Yuan's gene refinement level continually escalated, the strength of his black iron physique correspondingly improved. During his time in the Origin Land, he had absorbed a considerable amount of spirit crystals, enhancing his refinement level to 12. While this level was not exceptionally high, it is essential to note that Lu Yuan had inscribed an elite quality extraordinary gene as a primary enhancement of his defensive capabilities. This was sufficient to rival the ordinary gene warriors with refinement levels of 50 or even 60. Moreover, clad in gene-armed armor, his defensive prowess was formidable. As long as he avoided critical hits, these ferocious beasts could inflict only minor discomfort upon him. With no concerns regarding his defense, Lu Yuan focused on honing his agility and swordsmanship. Under the same strength conditions, a genetically enhanced warrior with superior physical skills would naturally possess greater combat power. In this regard, Lu Yuan was determined not to lag behind. Through repeated evasions, he refined his agility, and through numerous strikes, he sharpened his sword technique. Evading the onslaught of 5 ferocious beasts proved to be quite a challenge, and he was frequently struck. However, he remained unperturbed. Such evasion skills could only be improved through relentless practice. His longsword danced in his grasp, occasionally leaving a trail of wounds on the beasts. Before long, 1 small stone golem crumbled into a pile of rubble upon hitting the ground. The remaining 4 beasts continued their assault, yet evading them became significantly easier. Still, he would occasionally sustain hits. Lu Yuan pressed on with his attacks, and just as he felled another small stone golem, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind him. A chill ran down Lu Yuan's spine as he instinctively sensed danger. He shifted his foot and sidestepped. An arrow, propelled by a fierce wind, grazed his cheek and struck a small stone golem in the head. Boom! The golem's head was pierced by the ferocious arrow, causing its body to sway before collapsing into debris. This attacking prowess was even more potent than Lu Yuan's own. His pupils constricted slightly as he turned to look. No sooner had he turned than a fireball hurtled towards him. An ambush. How treacherous. Lu Yuan silently cursed, his figure flickering once more. The fireball whizzed past him, landing on the back of a black scorpion. The creature shrieked as flames engulfed it, blowing a gaping hole in its upper body before it fell lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan noticed a cat-like swordsman charging toward him. Upon recognizing this swordsman, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. It was him. This was the cat-like hunter he had encountered the day before. If it were indeed him, then the previous 2 attacks. Lu Yuan raised his gaze towards the corner. The cat-like archer and elemental warrior he had previously encountered were also present. However, this time, Lu Yuan had no other warrior team to assist him. It was 3 against 1. This situation was rather troublesome. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. The feline swordsman swiftly charged towards Lu Yuan. The peculiar rhythm of breath once again resonated in Lu Yuan's ears. The swordsman, wielding a great sword, slashed diagonally downwards towards Lu Yuan's neck. Lu Yuan exerted himself, countering with his own longsword. Clang! Sparks flew as the 2 blades collided, causing Xia's expression to shift as he took 2 steps back. Observing that Lu Yuan did not retreat an inch, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Your strength has increased so significantly. Last time, our clash was evenly matched, with Xia holding a slight advantage. Yet, in such a brief span, Lu Yuan had gained the upper hand in their contest of strength. A smile graced Lu Yuan's lips. The previous time, he had just entered the origin realm, with a refinement level of barely 9. This time, however, his refinement level had surged to 12, marking an almost 50% enhancement. Although Lu Yuan's black iron physique did not primarily enhance his strength, its contribution was nonetheless considerable. Compared to last time, even with Xia's improvements, he could hardly maintain parity with Lu Yuan now. With a decisive strike, Lu Yuan stepped forward, intent on pressing the advantage. However, as he advanced, a whooshing sound pierced the air. An arrow shot towards Lu Yuan's eye, accompanied by a fireball hurtling his way. Frowning, Lu Yuan sidestepped, evading both the arrow and the fireball. Just as he dodged, the feline swordsman lunged forward, thrusting his longsword towards Lu Yuan's unguarded abdomen. Lu Yuan raised his sword to deflect the attack and simultaneously kicked towards the swordsman's midsection. The feline's pupils contracted as he raised his left hand to block Lu Yuan's leg. A dull thud echoed as the swordsman stumbled back several paces. Yet, Lu Yuan had no time to pursue, as 2 more arrows were launched towards him, alongside a fireball that was even larger than the last. The battle between Lu Yuan and Xia did not go unnoticed by Jasmine and Nanqi, who observed from a distance. Their expressions shifted in concern. What is happening? Xia is being overwhelmed? How is this possible? Last time, their strength seemed evenly matched, under a sudden burst of power. Xia should have been able to subdue this human. How could he have grown so much stronger in such a short time? We must unleash our full power. Otherwise, we may have to flee once again. Jasmine gritted her teeth, a sinister expression crossing her delicate features, her arrow shimmering with a faint bloodlust. Nachi's countenance was equally frigid, the fireball atop his staff swelling in size. As the battle ensued, Lu Yuan exhibited greater individual strength compared to Xia, yet he found it difficult to finish him off swiftly. With Xia's distraction, Jasmine and Nanqi could effortlessly attack Lu Yuan from afar. Their coordination was remarkably seamless, each time Lu Yuan repelled Xia and sought to pursue. Jasmine and Nanqi would unleash their firepower to force him back. Conversely, whenever Lu Yuan attempted to confront Jasmine and Nanqi directly, Xia would restrain him. The speed of Lu Yuan was inherently slow, and under the constraints imposed by Xi, it became even more sluggish, rendering the pursuit of Mo Li and Nanqi utterly unrealistic. In that moment, the battlefield fell into a stalemate. Lu Yuan's expression was far from pleasant. Though his strength had indeed improved, so too had the 3 catfolk hunters. If the power of that cat archer's arrows remained as formidable as before, he could have withstood her shots and dispatched this cat swordsman first. He felt somewhat vexed. After battling for so long, he had yet to fell a single foe. Such was the predicament of a guardian warrior, robust in defense and resilient in physique, yet lacking the decisive striking power. As time passed, Emoli loosed another arrow, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as she gasped for breath. Beside her, Nanqi's pallor mirrored her own. He gazed into the distance at Lu Yuan, his expression fraught with uncertainty. Something is amiss. Very amiss. Emoli nodded in agreement. Indeed, something is wrong. What is the matter with this human? He has maintained his combat technique for so long. Could it be that his spiritual energy is not yet depleted? Nanqi, equally astonished, remarked, our combat techniques are all offensive in nature, and after sustained use, our spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. How can he maintain a continuous defensive technique for such an extended duration? He appears as vigorous as ever, as if his energy has not reached its limits. Meanwhile, the clash between Lu Yuan and Shi Yi continued unabated. Xia's complexion had grown pale. His previously rosy skin had dulled significantly. His combat technique was on the verge of collapse. Yet, Lu Yuan showed no signs of waning, still encased in his black iron form. Clang. Another collision echoed through the air. Xia's face blanched, his body retreating 5 or 6 steps, hands trembling slightly, making it difficult to maintain his grip on the sword. He stared intently at Lu Yuan. How can you possess so much spiritual energy? Lu Yuan smiled. What can I say? I am strong. He would not disclose that in the center of his left hand lay a spirit crystal, continuously absorbing spiritual energy. This was the 4th spirit crystal he had absorbed thus far. After all, his refinement level was not on par with these 3 catfolk hunters, and his spiritual power was certainly inferior. In a typical protracted battle, Lu Yuan would surely be the one to falter. But who could have predicted that Lu Yuan could absorb spirit crystals to replenish his energy? This was the key to his endurance. Now, Lu Yuan could sense that the cat swordsman before him was beginning to falter. A smile crept across his face. Next, it will be my turn, won't it? After such a lengthy engagement, he had finally worn down this opponent's spiritual energy. What a challenge it had been. He stepped forward, his body surging forth. The long sword aimed at the cat swordsman. The howling wind from his sword stirred the cat swordsman's hair. His expression shifted dramatically, and he lunged to the side. Lu Yuan's sword struck the ground, carving a deep mark into the earth. Raising his blade, He charged once more towards the cat swordsman. The cat swordsman, taken aback, dodged repeatedly. If you possess the skill, why not stand your ground? Lu Yuan was delighted, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Shi Yu felt an overwhelming pressure. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he bellowed, Jasmine, Nanqi, hurry, provide support. In the distance, Jasmine and Nanqi's expressions shifted dramatically, straining to exert their spiritual energy once more to unleash their combat techniques. Lu Yuan casually swung his sword, deflecting arrows and extinguishing fireballs. He chuckled. Is that the best you can do? Their spiritual energy must be nearly depleted by now, right? Did you think you were the only one exhausting your resources? Upon hearing this, Shi Yi's expression changed. As Lu Yuan charged forward again, Shi Yi gritted his teeth, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He produced a vial of shimmering, starry elixir and consumed it. At the sight of this potion, Lu Yuan's countenance shifted slightly. A spiritual energy recovery elixir? He had almost forgotten such potions existed. After consuming it, this fellow's spiritual energy would likely begin to replenish gradually, even if your energy recovers. Before Lu Yuan could finish his thought, Shi Yi retrieved a vial of blood-red elixir and drank it down, followed by a bottle of pale green potion. Not far away, Jasmine and Nanqi also swiftly consumed their potions. Lu Yuan sensed their increasingly potent auras, and his expression changed abruptly. What the hell? Are these potions free? Who drinks them like this? Do you think being wealthy makes you special?